Cursed Claws by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. 1. Fall had arrived in Winterspell, and as summer melted into autumn, the seasons of my life were changing too. Though not fully unwelcome, the shift was unexpected and sudden. But over the last week it started to click, and as I bid the long summer days goodbye, I was eager to see what fall had in store.
Are you going to stare out the window all night or pick out a dress?
I turned to look at one of the biggest changes in my life, a short-haired gray-blue cat sitting on the end of my bed. Her ethereal blue gaze fixed on me, then pointedly shifted toward my closet. "Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me?" I asked. "Got a hot date with that orange tabby that's been coming around lately?" Celine's whiskers twitched as her eyes widened. I caught her off guard. Quite a feat when dealing with an ancient, talking cat. "Should I take that as a yes?" I asked, grinning to myself as I padded across the room to my reach-in closet. Celine scoffed.
Just for that, I'm going to leave a hairball in one of your new sneakers as soon as you leave for your little date.
She was never silent for long.
As to your question, she continued, the only thing I'm in a hurry for is the snapper fillet you promised to cook me in exchange for staying home tonight and not tagging along to third wheel.
Aha. I nodded. I should have known.
You should have. I'm complex, not complicated, the cat replied, lifting one paw to her mouth to give it a casual swipe of her pink tongue.
Noted.
What's the big deal about tonight anyway? She inquired as she continued casually grooming herself. You've been edgy all day.
I stood clad in a satin slip, preparing to dress for my dinner date at Clint's new place. His invitation echoed through my mind. "I have something to tell you." Cryptic and weighty. Just the thing you don't want to hear from your... Well, I wasn't really sure what to call Clint yet. It was still early days, but things felt good so far. He'd recently leased a home in Winterspell, which seemed like a positive sign for our relationship, whatever one wanted to label it. But still, my heart made a weird thump at his foreboding statement on the phone earlier that afternoon. "I'm not edgy," I told Celine, shaking my head as I flipped through the assortment of hung garments.
Mm-hmm.
Celine swished her tail through the air as she eyed me.
Tell that to the delivery elf you reamed out a couple of hours ago.
I frowned. I didn't ream anyone out. I was simply asking him to be more careful when dropping off packages. I had fragile things in that box, and he pitched it onto the porch all the way from the sidewalk.
I agree with you, Celine said. In fact, I was thinking we could set some kind of trap for him next time he stops by. I know a spell that conjures a colony of magic wasps. They leave itchy little red welts wherever they sting.
My mouth dropped open as I turned to face the cat. Celine?
What?
I would ask why you even know a spell capable of such a thing, but I'm honestly afraid to find out. The cat flashed her dainty canines.
Are you sure? It's a fun story involving a drunken bard and a one-eyed ogre.
I'm good, I told her, as I turned my attention back to the contents of my closet. I wasn't much of a girly girl, which made dressing up for dinner dates a little challenging.
You should wear the blue dress,
Celine interjected. I tugged at the hem of a navy blue dress and pulled it out for inspection. You think so? I asked, considering the garment. It had small ruffles on the sleeves, a scooped but modest neck, and a peplum skirt. It was what I wore when I wanted to look nice, but also wanted to blend in. Dropping it, I ran my fingers over the dress beside it. I was kind of thinking about wearing my red dress.
Aha! It's that kind of night,
Celine teased, her eyes gleaming as she leaped onto the dresser beside the closet. Don't start, I warned the cat, pulling the dress out before I could change my mind. The cat snickered to herself as I stepped into the bathroom to change. If Celine were a normal cat, I wouldn't worry about changing in front of her, but her ability to speak changed the game and made me feel awkward about disrobing in her presence. When I stepped back out of the ensuite bathroom, I went to check all angles in the mirror before giving myself an approving nod. I think this works. He's seen me in it once before, actually, back before we were dating. I smiled a little at the memory.
So what's up with you two anyway?
Celine asked.
I'd ask if you were getting ready to meet his parents, but we've already met the old hag and decided she's awful.
Celine, I chided, though I couldn't put too much scorn into my tone, mostly because she had a good point. Clint's mother was prickly and rude and snobby, but she was also dying, and while she and Clint didn't have much of a relationship, she was still his mother, and therefore important to him. It felt in poor taste to take a whack at her, all things considered.
He hasn't met your family,
the cat continued, undeterred.
Wouldn't it be funny if you brought him to dinner and your mom invited Roger over like last time?
I rolled my eyes and headed to my jewelry box. Funny isn't quite the word I would use, I muttered. Celine continued laughing to herself as she ping-ponged back to the bed.
Do you think Lilac will like him as much as she likes Roger?
I don't know. We're not there yet. I plucked a pair of delicate hoop earrings from the box and put them in. My short chestnut hair was already done. One of the perks of having a pixie cut. Styling was a breeze. I wore a bit of makeup, but not much more than a tinted moisturizer, some eyeshadow, and a swipe of mascara.
Oh, come on, Celine protested. He literally moved to town just to be with you, and you don't want to take him to family dinner?
I sighed as I swept out of the room. I'd circle back around for a pair of heels before I left. There was no sense in wearing the small torture devices a moment longer than necessary. Why are you so invested in this all of a sudden? I asked the cat. If I put on the TV, will you stop the interrogation?
Sheesh, so touchy,
Celine replied, jetting past me as I stepped into the hallway and headed for the kitchen. I skirted around her as I went to the fridge. Celine leaped onto the counter beside the sink, while I retrieved the fresh fillet of snapper, still wrapped in paper from the fish market. I thought about scolding her, but decided against it. Keeping her off the dining room table, kitchen counters, and out of my sock drawer was proving to be a losing battle. Celine did what Celine wanted to do. I was quickly learning to save my energy for bigger issues. Clint moved to town to take care of his mother, I reminded the cat as I took the snapper to the stove. Things were getting a little crowded, so he got his own place. It's only a short-term rental, and I have no idea how long he's planning on sticking around.
Crowded? Celine scoffed. His mother's place looks like that mansion on The Bachelor. You could get lost just trying to find the bathroom in a house like that.
She was right. The place was downright palatial. But with his mother's withering personality, I imagined she could take up more space than physically possible. Nodding, I grabbed a pan from the warming drawer under the oven and turned on a burner. All I know is that Clint wanted some space.
You two going to christen the place tonight?
Celine teased. I shot her a dark look. Are you done yet? She tilted her head.
I blame you and the steady diet of reality dating shows you've had me on since my arrival.
You don't have to watch, you know.
Oh, sure. I'll just go into the other room and count the dust bunnies under the bed, she muttered.
Ignoring her, I dropped the fillet into the pan and then tossed out the wrapper. I'm going to finish getting ready, I said, as I set a timer on the microwave. Celine stayed sentinel over her morsel of fish while I popped into the bathroom to put on lipstick. On my way back out of my room, I grabbed my heels and purse. The timer chimed just as I stepped back into the main room of my small house. The house had been built prior to the open concept craze, but sort of maintained the same feel as there was a wide archway separating the kitchen and cramped dining room from the living room and hallway. I served up Celine's fish and put the leftovers in the fridge. For all her talk at the fish market, we both knew her eyes were bigger than her stomach. The fillet she picked out would last her 3 or 4 days. The cat happily noshed on her food as I turned off the stove and washed my hands. Luckily, the snapper didn't have too pungent of a smell. nothing my quick spritz of perfume couldn't mask. I hoped, anyway. "All right," I said, patting my hands on a tea towel. "I'm heading out. Last chance for me to turn the TV on for you."
"No need," she said, momentarily lifting her face from the plate. "I'm going out tonight."
I arched an eyebrow. "You're going to stay out of trouble, right?" Celine flashed her teeth.
"Don't I always?"
I crossed my arms. "You're really not going to tell me where you're going?"
"Nope."
She went back to eating her filet. "All right, keep your secrets. But just remember, I don't have bail money for your furry little butt, okay?" In the end, I didn't have time to play mind games with Celine. She didn't want to tell me where she was going, and while I had something of a stubborn streak, it was nothing compared to Celine's. She was built for wars of attrition. Clint's new rental home was only a few neighborhoods away from my own, which made for a quick drive. Under other circumstances, I would have walked or biked there, but considering the height of my heels and the hemline of my dress, neither option was appealing. I pulled into the driveway beside his black BMW and parked. Considering both Clint's income level and his mother's miniature castle across town, the home was surprisingly modest. A 2-story house with a double garage and landscaped yard perched upon a slight rise overlooking the lake. Even still, it was 3, if not 4, times as large as my own home. I hadn't even made it up the front porch steps when the front door opened and Clint appeared. He was dressed casually, well, casual by his standards anyway, in a pair of slacks and a cable-knit sweater in a soft heather gray color. As he considered me, a smile stretched across his handsome, angular face, and little fireflies took flight in my stomach. "Wow," he breathed. "Cora, you look gorgeous." Heat flickered across my cheeks as I climbed the handful of steps. "Thank you." He gathered me into a warm embrace, and his expensive aftershave swirled around us. "You're making me feel underdressed," he teased, as we stepped apart and he took another wandering look. "Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm planning on ditching these heels as soon as I get inside," I replied with a giggle. With a warm chuckle, he gestured for me to go inside the house. "Don't let me get in your way." Smiling, I crossed the threshold and stepped into the foyer, which was open to the second floor, giving the space a 20-foot ceiling and room for a large window that would bathe the space in natural light if the sun were still out. I hadn't bothered with a coat, seeing as I'd only had to make a short drive and we weren't planning on going out, so far as I knew. My heels clicked across the wood floor as I continued deeper into the house. I passed a door that likely concealed a powder room before entering a grand room comprising the kitchen, dining room, and living room. A wall of windows lined the opposite side of the house, complete with a pair of French doors that looked out onto a covered patio, aglow with soft light from a series of hanging lanterns. The home didn't feel like he'd only just moved in. Art hung on the walls, and the bookshelves flanking the fireplace were decorated with artfully arranged knickknacks. The hutch in the dining room was filled with china, and a large vase of fresh flowers stood on the kitchen island. "So what do you think of the place?" Clint asked as he came to join me. "It's beautiful. How on earth did you manage to unpack everything so quickly? You say you never use your magic, and yet—" Clint laughed. "Oh no. I'm afraid I can't take any credit for any of this. The place came fully furnished. I essentially showed up with my toothbrush, clothes, and toiletries. I had some groceries and flowers delivered, and voila." "Sounds pretty magical to me," I teased. "I swear I was still living out of a suitcase and mostly existing on takeout a solid month after I moved into my house." Clint smiled. "I'm the same way. Always too busy to properly settle in." We wandered into the kitchen where Clint had 2 bottles of wine and a pair of glasses set aside. He had me choose the wine and then poured it for us. "Dinner should be here shortly," he said, leading the way to the living room. He paused to flick a switch beside the fire, and flames burst to life behind the grate. "I didn't want to subject you to my cooking attempts tonight," he teased, as he came to join me on the sofa. "I don't know about that. You make a pretty mean omelet," I replied, before taking a sip from my glass. Clint chuckled. Why, thank you. However, that dress you're wearing demands something a step or two above omelets, I think. I laughed and bobbed my head. Fair enough. A quiver of anxiety coursed through my belly as I once again wondered where the night was leading. What was it he wanted to tell me? Despite my protests to Celine, I had been a little on edge today, wondering if maybe he was about to drop some kind of bomb. I didn't think this was leading to a breakup by any means, but what if he wanted to take things to the next level? Was he about to profess his feelings for me? And if so, was I in a place to reciprocate them? I already knew the answer to that question. So, he said, after a sip of wine, have you and Celine made any progress on figuring out what the Golden Lotus is? I lowered my wine glass to my lap and shook my head. Not much. According to our research, someone already uncovered the Lotus's original hiding spot, which renders Oben's clues useless, even if we had that section of the book. Clint frowned. 10 days had passed since we found Oben Amarath's famous treasure guide. However, the section about the mysterious Golden Lotus had been torn from the book, leaving us once again rudderless in our quest to find my Aunt Lavender. My mom has been trying to reach Aunt Lavender again with her divination magic, but so far she hasn't been able to forge a connection, I added. It's starting to feel hopeless. Clint reached over and placed a warm hand on my leg. It's not hopeless, Cora. We're going to find her. For all we know, this has nothing to do with the Golden Lotus. Maybe that was just a distraction. What are the police saying? They still don't believe Aunt Lavender was taken, I said with a heavy exhale. Sheriff Templeton is chalking the whole thing up to our imagination and is convinced she'll come waltzing back into town, her hands full of treasures. Clint gave a disgusted toss of his head. It's unacceptable. Someone needs to tell the warden what's going on here in Winterspell. We've written a letter to Warden Quinton, but I'm not sure it's done much of anything. Without any proof of her abduction, it's a little hard to get anyone to take us seriously. Before Clint could reply, my phone rang. Oops! I jolted and scrambled up from the couch to go back to the kitchen. I'd left my purse hanging from the back of one of the bistro-style chairs at the island. Sorry, I told Clint as I turned off the ringer. I thought I put it on silent earlier. I don't mind if you need to take it. It's some unknown number. Probably a sales thing. I shrugged. If it's important, they can leave a message. Clint smiled. Even in the magic world, we can't get away from telemarketers, huh? Apparently not. I laughed as I sat back on the sofa and plucked my wine glass from the wooden coffee table. I get them all the time. I should just let Celine deal with them. I can guarantee they'd never call back. Clint chuckled. Remember when we were kids and phones hung on the wall? Yeah, and you could get away from them. I sipped my wine and flashed him a grin. And if you were looking for your friends, you rode around the neighborhood until you saw which driveway the bikes were piled up in. The good old days, I suppose. Clint grinned. Although, I must say I'm quite content with where I am right this moment. My cheeks flushed for the second time that evening. Me too. The doorbell signaled our meal's arrival, and Clint hurried to go and collect it. I finished off the last swallow of my wine and slipped off my heels. Clint reappeared a moment later with a large white paper bag. Indian. Got all your favorites. I may have taken notes last time we went. I rubbed my hands together. Sounds delicious, thank you. Clint got us a couple of plates from the cupboard and set about dishing up the food. We took our meals to the dining table stationed in the center of the large multi-purpose room between the kitchen island and the back of the sofa. You're officially my first dinner guest, Clint said as he sat down. I backtracked to the kitchen island and snagged the bottle of wine. Dare I ask if your mom has been over to see the new place? Clint frowned as he lifted his fork. She was here the day before yesterday. Just long enough to comment about the builder-grade finishes, cramped powder room, and cheap window treatments. That sounds fun. I cringed as I poured each of us a refill. Clint hitched one shoulder. It's just how she is. I'm used to it. I gave an understanding nod as I took my seat. Though, truth be told, Clint's family dynamic couldn't have been more different from my own. I was lucky enough to have a great relationship with my own mother, along with my brother Evan, his wife, and their twin girls. Anyway, Clint said, clearing his throat, suffice to say you make for far better company. I smiled and took a sip from my glass. Well, thank you for the invitation, and for the food and wine. This all looks incredible. Our conversation shifted as we dug into the meal, and while everything felt light and casual, the tension coiled in my belly began winding tighter and tighter as my curiosity grew. Toward the end of the meal, Clint sat back and swirled the remaining swallow of wine in the bottom of his glass. He studied it for a long moment before looking back up at me. Is everything all right? I asked. He smiled softly and set his glass back on the table. More than all right, he replied. But there is something I wanted to talk about with you. My stomach cinched. Right, you mentioned something about that on the phone. My mother and I, we shadowbox around the fact that she's sick and that she won't be around for much longer. His brows came low over his brown eyes as he glanced out the windows at the glowing lanterns around his deck. After a moment, he cleared his throat and shifted his gaze back to me. And I guess, well, it's made me realize that life is not a zero-sum game. The things I've spent most, if not all, of my life chasing aren't the goalposts I should be aiming for. He took my hand and squeezed it. I squeezed back, allowing him the time and space to finish the thoughts clearly knocking around in his head. When I first agreed to stay and look after my mother, I thought I would miss the hustle and bustle of big city life. But I'm finding that the exact opposite is coming true. He laughed softly, his eyes shining. I like it here in Winterspell, with you. And the goals I set for myself aren't the goals I want to pursue any longer. I don't need to make tons of money or close every single deal. I've realized that those things aren't what make me happy anymore. Or maybe they never did. Maybe it was all hollow. He smiled at me, almost shyly. What makes me happy now are the quiet nights in, the walks around the lake, home-cooked meals, and wine out on the front porch. Maybe I'm a little old to be realizing this now, but the way I grew up, it was always about things and status before people and relationships. Even with my own parents and their marriage. He winced. It's not what I want, especially not now that I've found someone really special. My heart fluttered a little bit. It makes me happy to hear you say that, Clint. I know I've been a little bit reserved. I'm not always the best at expressing how I feel, but I wanted to make it a point tonight to tell you that I care about you, Cora. Very much. He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed it softly. I care about you a lot too, Clint. We leaned in toward one another, his lips pressed into my own, gentle and slow. He smiled when we broke apart and settled back into our respective seats. On that note, he said, I've told the powers that be I am not anticipating a return to the office in Chicago, and that I also am not looking to add to my client roster. My brows lifted. Really? He hitched one shoulder. A big part of netting clients is the wining and dining, the networking events, cocktail parties, etc. To continue growing my business, I would have to fly back and forth all the time. And I've decided I have better ways to spend my time than hanging out in airport lounges. I quirked my lips. Are you sure? I mean, I've heard some of them have those massager chairs. Clint laughed. Somehow I'll soldier on without them. We finished our meal, lingering over wine and some chocolate mousse Clint had chilling in the fridge. and talked about our plans for the following weekend. I'm not a witch gifted with much in the way of prophecy, so I didn't know exactly what the future held for us. But in that moment, I knew that somehow, whether by fate or a dash of sheer dumb luck, I'd stumbled into something good. Something safe. A place where I could rest and reignite my battered heart. And as far as I was concerned, that was a pretty good place to start. 2. The early morning air had that crisp, clean scent it gets when the weather turns. I breathed deeply, letting it invigorate me as I prepared to meet the day. Birds chirped in the trees, perhaps perturbed that a red squirrel was feasting on seeds from the feeder mounted atop a post on my neighbor's fence. Smiling to myself, I jogged up my front steps, inserted the key into the lock, and pushed the door open, all the while humming the latest radio ditty to myself.
Well, 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 look what the cat dragged in,
Celine purred as I stepped into the living room.
You're late. My stomach has been rumbling for over an hour.
I laughed. Not even Celine's foul mood could bring me down. Not today. Oh, goodness, quick, someone call the ASPCA, I teased as I kicked out of my heels. Once barefoot, I breezed past the cat on my way to the kitchen to put on the coffee. Clint had invited me to stick around for a cup at his place, but I needed to get a shower before going to open my shop. There wasn't much time, so I'd have to multitask.
Just as I suspected,
Celine continued as she trotted after me.
You smell like Clint's overpriced stinky cologne, and your hair looks like you just got off a roller coaster. It doesn't take Ricky Lake to figure out what happened here.
My cheeks flushed a bit, and I couldn't help but laugh. Mock away. I am impervious to your snark this morning.
Meh. I'm fairly confident I can wear you down again by lunch,
the cat replied. Of that, I had no doubt.
So how many stars does he get in your little black book?
Oh, for the love of cheese, I groaned, rolling my eyes to the ceiling. You know, for someone who claims not to care about what the two-leggeds are up to, you sure are nosy.
I suppose he must be fairly decent, or else you would have already moved on to, shall we say, more abundant pastures.
Frowning, I ignored her and opened the fridge. There was one surefire way to shut Celine up. I grabbed a container of her overpriced cat food and set about scooping a portion onto her favorite plate. Here, I said, stooping to deposit it before her like the good and proper servant I was rapidly turning into. Why don't you find something else to do with your mouth? Celine's eyes flashed with a wicked spark.
Is that what you told Clint last night?
Celine... The cat snickered to herself before smushing her face into the plate of pâté. Anyway, I sighed, I need to get to the shop, but I was thinking that tonight we might go to the library. A couple of my hold requests came in, so we might spend a little time on our research. Celine didn't immediately reply, and I wondered if she was thinking the same thing as me. Our quest for Aunt Lavender was cold as ice, and unless something changed soon, we would eventually have to come to terms with the fact that our mission to rescue her, wherever she might be, had failed.
We can go to the library,
the cat finally replied when she paused to clean her whiskers. With a single nod, I punched the brew button on my small coffee machine and then retreated to the bedroom to shower. I would be cutting it close, but I'd done a good job of recovering the sales floor the day before, so luckily all I'd have to do was set up the till and unlock the doors. Once I was showered and dressed, I scarfed a piece of leftover coffee cake my mother had dropped off a few days ago. All right, let's hit the road, I declared around a mouthful of cinnamon streusel crumbs as I filled my travel mug to the brim with piping hot black coffee. Celine followed me out of the house, and we went around the side where I kept my bike. Celine took her usual place in the basket at the front, beside my purse and travel mug, while I straddled the thing and set off toward Wicked Wicks, my magical candle shop near the center of Winterspell. As we rolled into the alleyway between my shop and the coffee house next door, A small fairy buzzed out into the brisk morning air. "Morning, Julia," I said, as I climbed off my bike. "Good morning, Cora," she replied, as she snapped her tiny fingers and sent a large garbage bag into the dumpster on a wave of pixie dust. "Say, have you got a minute? I think I've finally perfected my Smoky Lox blend, and I really need a taste tester." "Smoky Lox? Is that a new cream cheese variety?" I asked. With Julia, one could never tell. She meant well, and she was sweet as Marionberry pie, but truth be told, she had no business running a coffee house. Half the time, she forgot to put the filter in the percolator. "I didn't know you'd started serving bagels." "Oh, no, it's a new coffee flavoring," Julia squeaked. "It's my own invention. I just thought, hey, you know what people like? Lox and bagels with their coffee, so why not just combine the two?"
"Salmon-flavored coffee?"
Celine sputtered. My stomach roiled, but I slapped on a polite smile. "Right. That's definitely a unique idea." The tiny fairy beamed with pride. "Sadly, I really don't have time this morning. I'm running a little late to get my shop open." "Oh, yeah, I totally understand." She fluttered her wings, sending a swirl of pink fairy dust down the alleyway. "Rain check?" "Can't wait," I said, smiling through gritted teeth. "Great! I'll save a cup just for you," Julia said as I unlocked the rear door to my shop. "Say, how's that new hire of yours working out? Annie, right?" "Angie," I said, unable to keep the note of disdain out of my voice. "Oh, yeah, right, Angie. I met her a couple of days ago and thought to myself, good for Cora, getting some much-needed help. You work so hard, dear." I offered the fairy a gracious smile. "We're still in kind of a test run phase, I think." "Oh?" Sighing, I reached up to adjust the strap of my purse. "It's just, well, she's been working for me for all of a week, but she's shown up late 4 out of her 5 shifts." "Oh, no." Julia's wings beat a little faster, sending a fresh flurry of fairy dust into the air around her.
"On top of that, she's the worst checkout girl I've ever seen," Celine piped up. "I told Cora she's lucky she doesn't sell eggs. None of them would make it out the door intact."
"Well, that's no good." Julia frowned. "Are you going to let her go?"
"Are you kidding? Cora's too nice to fire anyone."
Celine twitched her tail in annoyance.
"I'd have told her to hit the highway after her first shift."
"I'm giving her another chance," I told both of them. "She has another job working nights as a housekeeper at the Winterspell Chalet. I think maybe she's just burning the candle at both ends, trying to make ends meet."
"See?"
Celine interjected.
"Too nice."
Somewhere over Julia's shoulder, a voice called out and the small fairy jolted. "Oops, that will be my first customer. Better fly. It was good seeing you both." The fairy flittered back inside her shop, using a wave of magic to close the door behind her.
"Speaking of too nice, when are you going to tell Tinkerbell that her coffee belongs in a nuclear waste site?"
Celine asked as we went inside my shop. "I'm not going to say that, Celine." I lifted my purse over my head and untangled my arm from the strap before depositing it on my desk in the cramped storage/workspace. Besides, some people must drink it because she's managed to stay in business for the last 3 years.
"Must be people who seared their taste buds off with one of her boiling hot brews," Celine muttered. "I guess that's one way to build a clientele. If they can't taste the coffee, you can sell them road tar in a cutesy travel cup. They'll never know the difference."
"It's not that bad." Celine shot me a look. I held up my hands and laughed. Okay. Celine slinked past my ankles into the darkened retail space while I paused to boot up the computer. Half a dozen pings sounded once the machine arose from its cyber slumber, signaling a handful of email messages were waiting for me. Likely special orders. I'd had a lot of those lately. It was the off-season in Winterspell, the place between the summer tourist boom and the winter breakers, but somehow my shop was managing to stay busy enough that I'd needed to hire full-time help. After briefly perusing the emails, I stepped away from the desk and went to ready the sales floor. I turned on the lights, slipped on my apron, and went to change the wooden sign on the door from closed to open.
"She's late. Again?"
Celine commented from her perch near the front display windows. Her bright blue eyes were narrowed as she scanned the sidewalk in either direction. I swallowed hard and nodded once. A confrontation was coming, whether I wanted it or not. Sure, I was making good money, enough to cover payroll, but I couldn't afford to throw money away on an unreliable employee. Once the doors were unlocked, I took my place behind the sales counter and looked over my inventory clipboard. With the rate stock was moving out the door, I was having to make batches of new candles every day, in addition to custom orders. Hence the reason I'd hired Angie in the first place. I'd figured that once she was trained on the register and understood the basic sales pitches for the most popular products, she could hold down the floor and give me time to focus solely on the operations and production side of things. I hated to admit when Celine was right, and I would never say it aloud in her presence. But if I wanted to get some breathing room, I would likely need to find someone else to hire. With a heavy heart, I began gathering my supplies. Maybe I could get a jump on things before it got too busy. As the seasons shifted, so too did my clients' preferences. During the summer, my relaxation, romance, and outdoor escape candles were the hot sellers. Now that the winter was cooling down and rain was starting to fall, people were looking for more cozy and comfortable experiences. One of my current bestsellers was a candle that gave any room the impression of being in a well-stocked library, with a gentle rain shower outside. It was one of my personal favorites, too, so I was pleased to see it catching on. Celine kept watch in the window as I laid out my supplies. Pages from old books, rainwater, a pinch of ash, and of course wax and wicks. Illusion candles were my bread and butter, so to speak. They required magical skill and concentration, but after years of practice, I could make them on autopilot in between answering customer questions and ringing up purchases. Still, it could sometimes be a pain to toggle back and forth. After a while, Celine gave up her watch cat duty and came over to lounge on the cushioned tuft she'd convinced me to squeeze into one of the cubbies behind the front counter. I didn't love the feeling of her looking over my shoulder, but the alternative was letting her step all over everything and get her fur into the customer's candles. She watched as I poured hot wax into the molds, then carefully sprinkled in a pinch of ash to aid in the illusion of a crackling fire, and then a raindrop, before delicately embedding a page from a book that would serve as the outer layer of the candle once the wax hardened. "Tick-tock, tick-tock," Celine muttered as I finished the dozenth candle and began transporting the molds to the rack in the back room to cure. There was still no sign of my errant employee. I shoved aside the twinge of frustration and wiped my hands off on the hem of my apron. "You know what I've been thinking about?" I asked, desperate to change the subject.
"After the night you had, I can probably fill in the dots,"
Celine replied, flashing her dainty white canines. "I've been wondering if maybe Aunt Lavender was the one who removed the pages about the Golden Lotus from Oben's tome. If she was working to break curses and diffuse dangerous magical artifacts, maybe that extends to books, too. Maybe this Golden Lotus is so dangerous, she didn't want to risk someone finding out more about it. I mean, she hid the book in a tree trunk for the goddess's sake."
"Lavender? Tear pages out of a book?"
Celine's eyes narrowed.
"Are you high?"
She sniffed the air.
"What are you putting in those candles?"
As much as she grated on me, I figured Celine would know best. She'd spent more time with my Aunt Lavender than anyone else had in recent years. So I dropped my theory.
"If you ask me," Celine continued on her rant, "the likely culprit was that no-good Salvatore. Imagine having the sheer audacity to try and sell a book with missing pages. It's insulting. He probably thought he could hold on to them and then magically discover them a decade from now and make even more money.
Frowning, I considered her point. I'd played a role in solving Salvatore Greco's murder, but I hadn't known the man in life the way Celine and my Aunt Lavender had.
It's like people who hoard one piece of a jigsaw puzzle so they have the satisfaction of being the one to put in the last piece,
Celine added with an indignant sniff. The bell over the door rang, and I looked up to see who was coming in. Angie pushed open the door while staring at her phone. She walked right past me, without even a hello, as she strode past the counter to go put her bag away in the back room.
"Look at her,"
Celine harumphed.
"Just waltzing in all self-absorbed, without so much as an apology or even an acknowledgement of the fact that she's almost an hour late."
"I know. I really need to talk to her," I said, darting a nervous glance through the arched doorway.
"Talk to her?" Celine sputtered. "It's time to do more than talk. Fire her little witchy butt."
"I really want to give her a chance to turn things around first, Celine."
"Oh, come on. What are you worried about? You said it yourself, she already has a job at the Winterspell Chalet, so it's not like she's going to starve."
I chewed the corner of my lip. Maybe she just needs a little encouragement. Celine fixed me with an icy stare.
"What happened to the witch who threatened to banish me if I made too many sassy remarks about the clientele around this place? You have some kind of retractable spine or something?"
I quickly shushed the cat as Angie came out of the back room. Her apron was on, and she offered a strained smile as she tied the strings behind her back. "Hey, sorry I'm late. There was a lot of stuff going on this morning." "Well, everyone is late once in a while," I said. "But—" Her smile widened. "Oh, thanks. I'm so glad you understand. I'm going to go and do the morning inventory." She picked up a clipboard with the inventory sheet snapped to it and headed out onto the sales floor. I turned to Celine and shrugged. "See? Maybe she just needs time to settle in."
"At least tell her that the next time she's late she's going to get written up."
"Let's see if she can turn it around," I said, trying to smile. I went back to work, creating new and replacement stock, while Angie did the inventory. A few customers trickled in, and to my surprise, Angie took the initiative to speak with them without me telling her to. I buried myself in my task, confident that she was finally turning over a new leaf. I finished a dozen more candles and took half of them to the storeroom, leaving the other half on the counter for restocking the shelves once they'd cured. As I was gathering supplies for my next batch, Celine came galloping into the back room, her tail held aloft.
"I was right,"
she declared, lifting her chin.
"This time I caught her red-handed."
I straightened. What, did she take off her coffee without clocking out again?
"Oh, she did that too, all right. A split second after stuffing 5 or 6 candles into her purse."
"She stole from us?" I gaped. "Are you sure?"
"I might be old, but I'm not blind."
I fumed, unsure of what to do. I went to the counter and checked the till, just in case, but found not a penny missing. When Angie returned a few minutes later, a cup of Julia's coffee in her hand, Celine and I were waiting for her.
"And she drinks that granulated bathwater?"
Celine scoffed, giving the coffee cup a pointed look.
"That should be a fireable offense right there. Girl's not right in the head."
"Shh," I hissed, before turning my attention to the young woman. "Angie," I said, motioning her over from behind the sales counter. The shop was blessedly free of customers at that moment. "I need to speak with you." "Sure, what's up?" Angie trotted over and put her purse on the counter. "Oh, while I'm talking to you, I need next Friday off."
"Oh, you're going to get next Friday off," Celine interjected. "And the Friday after that, and the Friday after that."
"Angie," I said firmly, "did you take stock and put it in your purse before you left for coffee?" Angie went white as a sheet. No, I wouldn't steal from you. I swear."
"Oh, good grief," Celine sighed. "Let me just end this pointless debate."
She swatted Angie's purse off the counter. It hit the floor, and the candles spilled out to roll noisily across the black and white tile.
Busted, Celine exclaimed.
I can't believe you would steal from the shop, I said, feeling as if I'd been slapped. I'm sorry, Angie, but I have to fire you. Hey, come on, don't do that. Angie's eyes were wide and pleading. I was going to pay for them at the end of my shift. I shook my head before my resolve could crumble. I'm sorry, Angie, but I've made up my mind. Please just give me another shot.
Another shot to steal from us? Celine blurted.
No, Angie, I can't do that. I can't have someone working for me who I can't trust. I crossed my arms over my chest. Stop by tomorrow and I'll have your paycheck. Angie's face twisted into an angry grimace. Fine, I'll go. Your stupid candles stink anyway. She snatched her purse up from the floor and then knocked a basket of clearance candles off the counter, sending 24 candlesticks flying. You just made a big mistake. My mouth dropped open as she pivoted on her heels and stalked out of the store, pushing past a shocked customer as they attempted to enter the shop.
That went well,
Celine quipped, licking her paw. Rattled, but determined to put the incident behind me, I greeted my new customer and then set about cleaning up the mess. Just when I'd mostly put Angie's theft and subsequent firing and tirade out of my mind, my phone rang with the unknown number. Oh, for goodness sake, I growled as I picked up the phone and accepted the call. Who is this? Is this Cora Harth? The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. It is, I replied hesitantly. The man cleared his throat. This is August Nell. You came to my office not too long ago asking about Salvatore Greco. Your talking cat accused me of his murder, if you'll recall. I blinked. Oh, well, yes, I remember. August Nell was a millionaire businessman, big in real estate development. He was also a collector of rare books, which had briefly landed him on my suspect list in the investigation of Salvatore's murder. Celine and I had gone to his office and made a little bit of a fuss to question him. What can I do for you, Mr. Nell? I stammered. Celine's ears perked. Please, call me August, he replied, his voice smooth as silk. I recently heard through the grapevine that you in fact did solve Salvatore's murder. Is that right? Something like that, I replied, still unsure where this was headed. Well, when I heard the news, I was reminded of something your charming familiar said. My eyes darted to Celine. About your candle business. See, I'm holding a charity dinner and silent auction at the Winterspell Chalet in 2 weeks' time. All the proceeds from the auction will go to my foundation, and I would like to go local with the prizes, so I thought your candles would make for a good addition. Do you offer gift baskets, by chance? Oh, yes, of course. I scrambled to grab a pen. August Nell didn't strike me as the type to repeat himself. How many do you need? I can offer a discount for bulk orders. No need. I'll pay full retail price. My budget is around $2,000. My mouth dropped open for the second time that morning. That sum would be equal to a solid weekend during the height of tourist season. I'll tell you what, I said, jotting down some notes on the pad and paper I kept by the counter. I'll work up a proposal for you and have it to you ASAP. Excellent. You may forward it to my assistant, Paula. Right, Paula. I jotted that down and underlined it. Thank you for choosing Wicked Wicks. The line went dead before I could finish. I stared at my phone. That was a little rude, I muttered. But I guess I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Celine nearly pounced on me.
Hello? You ever hear of speakerphone? I'm as old as dirt and even I know how to use it. What's your excuse?
That was August Nell, placing a very large order for a charity auction. Celine's whiskers twitched.
You sure you want to do business with that guy? He might not have killed Sal, but he still gives me the creeps. Maybe it's the veneers. Something about big, glaringly white choppers sets me on edge. I held up the paper with my scribbled notes. For $2,000, I'm willing to look past it. I smiled to myself, already envisioning what I could do with a portion of the sales. Maybe I'd finally be able to get one of those pricey waterproof deck bags I'd been eyeballing at the sporting goods store. A sinking feeling broke through the visions of fancy new kayaking gear dancing in my mind, and I realized to fill the order I'd have to work day and night. I simply didn't have the stock on hand. I guess I'm either going to have to teach Clint how to make candles or forego date nights for the next 2 weeks, I said, with a grim look around my shop.
Or,
Celine interjected, you could hire a replacement for Angie. But this time you'd better let me do the vetting, lest we wind up with another klepto on our hands.
I cocked an eyebrow at the cat. Celine, if I let you handle the interviews, I'm fairly certain we'd never make it to the part where we actually offer someone the job. You'd scare them all away before you got 3 questions into the thing. Celine puffed her chest.
You say that like it's a bad thing. It's called being thorough.
3. Normally, Wednesdays were my mental health days, the day of the week where my shop is closed and I get a day to relax, which usually entailed going out on the lake in my kayak, or setting off on a hike into the foothills with a pair of binoculars, hoping to spot an elusive avian specimen. But after firing Angie, I was forced to spend my next day off at the shop, tackling a fresh round of job interviews. It all seems rather simple from the outside, and in some ways it is. I go through the process every year, usually in late spring, once the college kids have returned home for their summer break, and are usually pretty happy to have an indoor job where the AC is cranked up and they don't have to do much by the way of heavy labor. However, finding a member to be a part of the permanent staff felt like a different beast altogether. Not only would I have to work in close proximity to this person, there was no easy out. I'd had the occasional dud during the summertime, but it was easy enough to wait out the clock. They'd be gone by the end of the season, and I didn't have to be the bad guy. Maybe Celine was right. Maybe my spine really was retractable. I had no problem getting tough with her, and even in my own family, I didn't usually have a problem speaking up for myself when my brother Evan was picking on me. But then there were moments, like with Angie, or when my mother had invited my ex-husband Roger to dinner, where it was like my voice got lost somewhere before reaching the tip of my tongue. Whatever that was, I needed to shake it off. I wasn't willing to sacrifice the balance I'd painstakingly created for myself between my personal life and my business. I was determined to find the right person to help me, even if it meant disappointing some of the applicants. I'd let my sympathy blind me when I'd hired Angie. She'd told me how much she needed the job and about her lack of solid hours at her existing job, and I'd let that keep me from digging deeper. In hindsight, I thought it was very possible that the reason her hours were sporadic at the hotel was due to her own flighty behavior. All right, Celine, now remember, you can stay, but you need to keep yourself in check, I said, sweeping into the retail part of my shop. Celine sat perched on the counter, watching the door for a sign of new arrivals.
Yeah, I'll play nice,
the cat grumbled. Somehow I doubted that, but I didn't have time to lecture her for the 3rd time because my first candidate arrived, a bright-eyed young woman with dimples and a splash of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Her smile seemed genuine, and I took an instant liking to her. "Hello," I said as she pushed through the door. "Are you Melissa?" "I am," she said, shaking my hand nervously. "Great. It's nice to meet you. I'm Cora, the owner of this shop. I'd like to start by saying..." Celine leaped onto the shelves nearest Melissa and leaned in close, her eyes narrowed.
"We've had some problem with thieves," Celine hissed. "You ever steal anything?"
Melissa nearly jumped out of her own skin, one hand clutching her chest. "Celine!" I yelped. "What did I?"
Come on. Not so much as a lipstick or a pair of earrings from a department store?
Celine continued, fully ignoring my protest. "What? No, I would never steal anything," Melissa stammered, her doe eyes wide as she glanced between me and the cat. I wiped a hand down my face and tried to remain calm, but it took everything I had. "Celine, please?"
I bet you swiped candy when you were a kid.
"No, I never swiped any candy."
I bet you stole the change out of your mother's purse.
"I'd never do that to my mother."
I bet you take all the change out of the take a penny, leave a penny dish at the convenience store.
Melissa shook her head frantically, even as she backed up toward the door. "I'm sorry, I don't think this job is a good fit for me," she exclaimed, before rushing out of the shop and down the sidewalk without so much as a backward glance. I glared at Celine as the door swung to a close. "Nice going, Columbo. If you keep this up, you're going to scare off all the good candidates."
I'm just trying to make sure we don't hire another kleptomaniac.
"Yeah, I caught that part," I said with a sigh. "But this is a job interview, not the Spanish Inquisition, so cool it."
Oh, so you're saying I can't ask questions?
"Of course you can ask questions. Just, be more subtle about it."
All right, fine. I can do subtle.
Somehow, I doubted that. But there wasn't time left to debate as the next interviewee arrived early. This time it was a middle-aged woman in a smart tweed skirt and wool sweater. She bustled inside, hitched her purse up on her shoulder, and extended a hand. "Trudy Myers." "Oh, hello, Trudy. Nice to meet you. I'm Cora Harth." We shook hands, then I took a step backward. "Why don't you follow me? We can chat in my office. It's a little cramped, but the chairs are comfortable." Trudy offered a tight-lipped smile and adjusted her purse again. The phone rang, and I glanced over to see a regular supplier's name pop up on the caller ID. "Oh, you don't mind if I grab this really quickly, do you?" I asked the woman. Trudy shook her head. "Not at all." "Celine, why don't you show her back?" I asked, hoping the warning look in my eye dissuaded her from getting carried away again. For all I knew, she had a polygraph machine stashed away in the back somewhere. Trudy and the cat went to the back room, and I quickly took the call, which amounted to giving approval over a slight substitution on my normal wax order. When I hung up, I went to begin the interview, but paused in the archway as I heard Celine asking a question of the woman.
So are you excited about working here?
"Oh, most definitely. I love the candles that come from this shop. My husband, Bruce, he brought me some as a birthday present last year, and I've been hooked ever since. I'm eager to learn the trade."
I smiled as I looked down at the clipboard in my hands and took a moment to consider Trudy's resume. When she'd dropped it off, she'd explained that she'd been a stay-at-home mom for the better part of the last 2 decades. Aside from that, she'd spent 3 years working in a now-defunct clothing shop, so she had retail experience, and after raising her family, she was likely to be an expert multitasker.
You'll like working here, Celine said cheerfully. Cora's a good boss, especially since she's not super observant. A little head in the clouds. I'm sure you know the type.
I glanced up, my brows furrowed. What was she getting at this time?
You know what I like to do when Cora's not looking?
The cat continued.
"What?"
Trudy asked as my heart sank.
I like to skim a little off the top, if you know what I mean.
"You what?"
Trudy was aghast.
Cora's not too good with numbers, so she has me handle the till.
"But you don't even have hands."
Hey, you want to make jokes or you want in on my scheme, lady?
Sighing, I stalked into the room in time to break up Celine's latest attempt at interviewing. But, sadly, the damage was done. Trudy was polite, but quickly excused herself before I even finished outlining the full list of expected duties. I wish I could say that the rest of the interviews went any better. Sadly, I would be lying. Finally, a candidate walked into the shop and proved to be Celine's kryptonite. She was tall and thin as a reed, with a head of thick blonde hair that hung in tight curls down to her shoulders. A wide smile spread across her face as she entered, and I could feel the warmth all the way across the room. "Hello, Lily, wasn't it?" I extended my hand for a shake. "That's right. We spoke a few times before." "I remember," I replied with a nod. "Most of my customers don't care how my candles work, they just buy them. You always had the most interesting questions about my process." "I love your candles," Lily said, her eyes shining. "I've always wanted to see what goes on backstage, so to speak." "Aha!" Celine leaped up onto the desk and glared at Lily. I cringed.
You admit you've wanted to see our back of house. You're just casing the joint, aren't you?
Lily stared at Celine, and I braced for her reaction. But then her eyes squeezed shut as a delighted smile stretched her chipmunk-like cheeks.
"Oh my, you're such a funny kitty." "Yes, you are," she said, with a giggle as she patted Celine on the head. I cringed, silently pleading with Celine not to tear the nice young lady's arm off. So, Lily, tell me, what was your last job like? Your application says you worked at Dragon's Grill Burger, is that right? I always wondered if that was some offshoot of Dragon's Gold Coffee." Lily grinned. "No relation. I think they were just hoping people would link the two together since Dragon's Gold is so popular." My stomach grumbled at the thought of their fresh-baked cookie selection. "I worked there for 4 years while I was going to college," Lily continued. "By the time I graduated, I'd been promoted to head cashier."
"How come you don't work there anymore,
Celine snapped.
"I bet you got busted for all the money sticking to your fingers when you made change for customers."
Lily gave another delighted laugh.
"You're such a funny kitty. I like you."
Celine twisted her head around, her eyes screaming, "Are you seeing this?" at the top of their ocular lungs. Lily stopped laughing and leaned in toward me conspiratorially. "I hate to spread bad news around, but I lost my job when the burger joint closed down due to having, a higher amount of rodent feces in their burgers than is legally allowed." My belly twisted, and Celine's mouth fell open. We had both eaten at that burger joint before.
"I don't know what disturbs me the most about that story," Celine said. "The fact that there were rodent feces in the food, or the fact that it was more than the federally allowed limit, which implied there is an acceptable amount of—"
We get it. I smiled at Lily, and then thumbed through her references. I remembered calling them before scheduling the interview. "Well, everyone speaks very highly of you, Lily. I'd like to offer you a job." Her smile grew wider still. "Thanks so much, Miss Cora," she said, pumping my hand enthusiastically. "You won't regret this."
"We'll see about that,"
Celine muttered, but I think even she knew that she had met her match. As I showed Lily to the door, along with her preliminary handwritten work schedule, I noticed a familiar black car pulling up outside my shop. A smile spread over my face as Clint got out, carrying a paper bag that I sincerely hoped was filled with delicious food. As he drew nearer, his brown eyes shining above a dimpled smile, I caught a whiff of what he was carrying. Definitely delicious food. "Hey," he said, giving me a quick peck on the lips. "I can't stay long, but I thought we could eat lunch together before I need to get to my mother's place. How's the interviewing process going? Any winners?" "Well, Celine scared away a few, but I think it worked out for the best. I just hired a lovely young woman by the name of Lily."
"You're welcome,"
Celine quipped. Ignoring her, I invited Clint inside and we shared a nice lunch. Somewhere in the middle, it hit me just how much we'd settled into a rhythm with one another. He had his own life and I had mine, but we both sort of automatically carved out these little moments for each other. It was all so effortless. When we finished the meal, Clint kissed me goodbye and set off for his afternoon of caretaking, and I decided that I would spend the rest of my day off out on the lake after all. Fortunately, not only did Lily show up for her first shift, on time, she proved to be immune to Celine's grumpy, acerbic wit. Celine couldn't fathom it, and tried extra hard to annoy the bubbly, cheerful, and polite Lily, all to no avail. After a few shifts, I was tempted to install a popcorn machine to elevate my spectator experience as I watched the pair of them. Celine kept cooking up new ways to annoy Lily, only to watch her efforts get batted away with a light giggle from the young witch. 2 weeks after she had started work, Lily hummed as she carried a box of Midnight Grove candles to their appropriate bin and neatly stocked the shelf. Celine watched, her tail twitching. "What's the matter, Celine?" I dared to scratch behind the cat's ears. "Are you still mad because Lily isn't properly intimidated by you?"
"No, I'm past that," Celine said. "Now I'm mad at myself for the fact that she's winning me over."
I did a double take. "Say what now?"
"Lily, she's like root beer, bubbly and sickeningly sweet. But somehow the more you drink it, the more you start to like it."
I chuckled and went into the storeroom to get a fresh lump of wax off the shelf. Unfortunately, it was on the uppermost shelf, and I didn't see my stepladder anywhere. "Celine, where's the stepladder?"
"What? You don't need a stepladder."
Celine turned toward the sales floor.
"Hey, Lily, come get this wax off the top shelf for our resident representative of the Lollipop Guild."
"Celine, sometimes I swear," I muttered, but Lily came into the storeroom, an eager look on her face. "How can I help?" "Can you reach that box?" I asked, pointing. "I have a stepladder if you need." Then she reached out those long, lanky limbs and snatched the box, pretty as you please. "Here you go." "Thanks." "No problem," she said cheerfully.
"It reminds me of the end of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer when the abominable snowman puts the star on the top of the tree," Celine said with a snicker.
"Oh, I love that movie," Lily said with a smile as she turned to go back up front. I returned to my task, namely working to finish the candles for August Nell's massive order. Thankfully, Lily was not only on time for her shifts, but she was also a little bit like a sponge, in that she soaked up all the information I threw at her regarding the various candles and their magical properties. She took notes on everything I said, and I had no trouble imagining her studying them after work. With her around, I didn't have to stop creating new stock to answer questions or ring up purchases, and was well on my way to finishing the gift baskets for August's silent auction. After counting the contents of the box of wax Lily had retrieved for me, I debated whether to get started on a new batch. There was only half an hour to closing, and technically I was ahead of schedule. I closed the flaps on the box and pushed it aside, before calling out to the front of the shop, "Hey, Lily?" "Yes? Are there any more customers on the sales floor?" "No, ma'am." "What do you say we close up a little early?" I asked. "I have plans later tonight and I need to make this delivery beforehand." "Sure, Miss Cora. I have a few things to put back and then I can break down the till if you'd like." "Sounds good. I'm going to start loading up the car." "Okay." While Lily and Celine worked on closing the shop down, I slipped out the back door and moved my car into the narrow alleyway between my shop and Julia's cafe. The gift baskets for August's auction were quite large, considering their retail value, and I'd taken extra care to package everything with premium ribbons and filler. I was quite pleased with the results, and hoped August would be too. I worked quickly to load up the car, filling every last bit of cargo space in my sedan. Deliveries weren't a common request, so I'd never felt the need to upgrade to a van or mid-sized SUV, but tonight I was wishing I had a vehicle with a little more space. Lily helped me load up the last 2 baskets, then said goodnight, and headed around the building to the small lot where employees of the strip of shops usually parked to keep the premium spots up front free for customers. Celine hopped into the passenger seat, with a bit of whining over having to wedge herself between the basket on the seat and the one on the floorboards in front of it. Apparently, the ribbon I'd selected was incredibly irritating to her delicate nose and whiskers. We drove to the Winterspell Chalet, a fancy, upscale ski lodge about 20 minutes from the heart of town. The place had a definite 70s vibe, not so much in the decor as in the unmitigated decadence and luxury. I parked the car under the porte cochere and began the arduous task of unloading the large gift baskets.
"Bend with your knees,"
Celine said helpfully as I struggled with the first load.
"Too bad I don't have a whip. Seemed to work well for the Egyptians. Plus, imagine how badass I would look. Like a feline Indiana Jones."
I don't think that will be necessary, thanks, I said through gritted teeth. A man in a suit with a gold nameplate affixed to his lapel raced toward me with a concerned expression.
Hey, can I help you with that?
Thanks, I said gratefully as he grabbed a luggage cart so I could set down my burden. This is a much better idea than making a bunch of trips.
No problem at all. Are you checking in?
He asked, giving the baskets a confused once-over. Oh, no. My name is Cora Harth. I'm dropping these off for the charity auction tomorrow night. August Nell told me I could leave them with the front desk.
Aha! Of course, Ms. Harth.
He thrust out a hand, his ruddy-complexioned face drawn back in a smile. I pegged him in his late 50s, maybe early 60s.
I'm Marvin Quinn, the chalet's lead concierge.
Nice to meet you. I shook his hand, then turned to reach into the car to grab the next basket. Just a few more. We got the first half of the baskets loaded up, and I shut the car door.
Now, the banquet hall isn't quite prepared just yet, so Mr. Nell has asked that all auction items be placed in his private suite for safekeeping,
Mr. Quinn explained, as he began pushing the cart toward the chalet's glass doors. Another hotel employee held the door and he rolled the cart inside. Celine leaped up onto the cart and rode along, looking like a conqueror. We took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and at the end of the hallway, Mr. Quinn swiped a card allowing us entrance to a beautifully appointed suite with a panoramic view of the mountains and lake through a huge bank of windows. We unloaded the 4 baskets and were heading back to retrieve the rest when an employee approached from the other end of the hall. I stopped short, nearly crashing my shins into the metal cart. Angie Harley, the woman I'd fired nearly 2 weeks ago, stood there in her hotel uniform. Hi, Marvin. I was wondering if I could have next Friday. The woman's voice trailed off when she spotted me. With a sniff, she lifted her chin and shifted her attention back to her boss. I need the day off for a doctor thing, okay? With a polite smile, I extracted myself and hurried to the elevator bank. Celine sneered past me.
You sure it's a good idea to leave those baskets unattended with little Miss Sticky Fingers running around?
I didn't answer her. All I wanted to do was finish the delivery and get back to town. It was Thursday, which meant I'd be meeting Leanna at Merlin's Well for ladies' night. We went back to the car, loaded the remaining 3 baskets onto the cart, and hurried back up to the 3rd floor. I slowed my pace as I approached the suite's open door and heard Marvin's sharp-toned voice.
You should just count yourself lucky that you don't have to stick around for this ludicrous display.
You mean the charity auction? Angie asked. That's what they like to call it, anyway.
Charity. Pah! This must be the 3rd one in the last 2 months. If you ask me, it's just an excuse for a bunch of rich people to get gussied up and drink. They don't really want or need any of this crap they buy. They do it just to feel good about themselves in between throwing back martinis and crab cakes. Celine glanced up at me over her shoulder.
You hear that, Cora? There are going to be crab cakes at this thing. Maybe you should see if you can score us a couple tickets.
Marvin and Angie clammed up at Celine's voice, and when we pushed into the room, they both sprang into action. Thanks for signing off on that, Angie said to Marvin before she scurried past me and out of the suite. Marvin offered a sheepish smile and began unloading the last of the gift baskets.
These are really well done,
he told me, making a point of fussing over the basket in his arms.
I'll bet these fetch quite a pretty penny tomorrow night.
Thank you, I replied, as I deposited the final basket onto the dining table. The suite had a full kitchen, as well as a sprawling living area with a fireplace and a huge flat-screen TV. Judging by a quick peek down the hall, there were at least 3 bedrooms, or maybe 2 and a powder room for guests. In any case, it appeared that August Nell stayed in style when visiting the chalet.
Here, Marvin offered. Let me walk you out.
Okay, but on the way, tell me a little more about these crab cakes,
Celine said. 4. We drove straight to Merlin's Well and parked in the lot, spying Liana's blue Camry along the way. I was still in my work clothes, but I didn't mind. In the past, aka pre-Clint, I might have taken the time to go home and change into something a little more fitting for a night on the town, on the off chance someone interesting showed up and wanted to dance. But I was comfortably in a relationship now and didn't feel the need. Besides, I'd be way more comfortable perched on one of the bar's high-back stools in my slacks than in a skirt and kitten heels. "You coming in?" I asked Celine as I locked my car. Celine shook her head.
"You know how I feel about that place,"
she replied, with a slight glare up at the wooden sign above the doors.
"If I set paws inside, I'll be cleaning sticky beer out from between my toe pads for the next month. No thank you."
I rolled my eyes. It wasn't that bad. But, truth be told, I didn't mind the idea of a Celine-free evening, so I didn't bother to offer an argument. "All right, suit yourself, but don't complain to me when I get home late and you haven't been fed on time."
Yeah,
she muttered, already starting down the sidewalk.
"I think I'll go to the fish market and see what juicy bits they might have tossed out today."
I quirked a brow. This coming from the princess who made me buy 3 identical cat dishes so you always have one fresh from the dishwasher? Celine ignored me and slithered into the shadows between the street lamps. Shaking my head, I pulled open one of the 2 wooden doors and stepped inside the tavern. Liana flagged me down from a table in one of the dimly lit corners, and I hustled across the room to join her. "Hey there," I gushed as I heaved myself up onto one of the high-back chairs. "How have you been?" "I'm good," Liana replied with her signature smile. In a lot of ways, she was my polar opposite. While I barely wore makeup and kept my hair in a pixie cut to keep things low maintenance, Liana could almost always be found with a full face of artfully applied cosmetics, usually with a bold lip. Her naturally curly hair went through a revolving door of styles, most currently in tight braids that fell midway down her back. "I recently discovered the wonders of wine painting class," she added. "Wine painting classes?" I blinked. "You paint bottles of wine?" "No, silly, you drink bottles of wine while you paint a picture, usually a landscape." She paused to grab her phone out of her purse and scrolled through her photo reel. "Here, I took a photo of the pictures I painted." I peered at the screen and saw an impressive lake scene with the sun setting in the horizon. "That's really good, Liana. Bob Ross eat your heart out." "Thanks." She laughed and stashed her phone away again. "You should come with me sometime. It's usually once a week." Jerry, the tavern's owner, flashed us a warm smile as he approached our table. His ruddy cheeks and salt and pepper crown of balding hair may have marked his age, but you'd never know it from his spirit. "How do you girls doing?" he asked in his strong Scottish accent as he palmed 2 long-neck beers. He set them down on the table and popped the caps off, with a practiced twist of the church key in his left hand. "You been keeping your noses clean, or what?" "Always," Liana laughed. "Are those for us?" she asked, giving the 2 bottles a nod. "That's right. Seems you have a pair of admirers over there," Jerry replied with a wink, before looking across the bar at 2 men sitting on bar stools. They were both graying at the temples, and when they waved at us, I thought I spotted a gold band on the left hand of the one looking my way. Liana noticed it too. "You know, Jerry, tell the gents thank you, but I think we're more in the mood for margaritas tonight." Jerry gave us a knowing smile. "That's what I told them, but they insisted." He took the beers as he trundled back to the bar, and both men looked deflated by our silent rejection. Granted, it only lasted until the tavern door opened again and a pack of blonde 20-somethings came slinking inside. "Does Clint know you're at ladies' night?" Liana asked with a wiggle of her brows. I laughed. "I think I mentioned it. He knows I'm not on the prowl." "So you 2 have made things official then?" I toyed with the paper cocktail napkin on my side of the round table. "Cora?" Liana prompted. "What?" I asked, glancing up at her. I could feel heat rising in my cheeks. I hated that I blushed so easily. It felt like I could never fully keep my thoughts to myself. Liana's brows arched. "Ooh, it's getting serious," she squealed. "Shh. Oh, come on, let me have my fun. I need to live vicariously through someone right now. My own love life hit a ditch." What about you and what's-his-name, the PE teacher? Oh, Jim? Liana rolled her eyes. Turns out I wasn't the only faculty member he was seeing. On top of that, he got busted for sending racy text messages to one of the superintendent's college-aged daughters. I grimaced. Yikes. Meh, to heck with him, Liana said, brushing it away with a flick of her hand. Jerry came back to our table with a pair of frosty, blended margaritas, just the way we liked them. That was one of the perks of living in a small town. Sure, everyone knew everyone else's business, but it also meant that the local restaurant staff always knew just what you liked. Thanking Jerry as he departed, we took our first few sips of the icy drinks. So, besides the PE teacher fiasco, how are things at work? I asked. Liana hitched one slim shoulder. Good for the most part. Although it's funny how over the summer I forget just how thick the teenage malaise gets. She laughed. As soon as the hallways fill back up with all that angst and hormone-driven drama, I become very thankful to be comfortably in my 30s. Smiling, I raised my glass. I'll drink to that. How is the whole search for your Aunt Lavender going? Liana asked after a few sips. Any progress there? Not much to speak of. I sighed heavily as I dragged my short cocktail straw through the slushy contents of my glass. We think she was looking for some artifact called the Golden Lotus, but we have no idea what it does or even a solid idea of what it looks like. We haven't given up, of course, but it's gotten to the point where most days we don't know what to do to continue the search. It's all starting to feel a little hopeless, if I'm being brutally honest. I'm sorry, Cora. That's really hard. I wish I could do something to help. Thanks. We fell into a lingering silence as we polished off our first round and ordered up a second. When I glanced up and saw Liana's brows knit together, my curiosity spiked. Brain freeze? I asked, hoping to inject some levity. This was supposed to be a fun outing, after all. Liana peeked up at me through thick lashes, her expression growing even more grave. Well, I don't know if I should say... You've already got so much on your plate right now, and I don't... Just spit it out, Lee. What is it? With a sigh, Liana pushed away her drink and folded her hands on the table in front of her. She leveled me with a frank look and continued, Roger called me the other day. I blinked. He did? What for? I guess he still had my number from when you two were married. Right. I took another drink. Tequila don't fail me now. So, what did he want? A date? I choked on my margarita and Liana gasped. Not with me. He asked if I had any single friends I could hook him up with. My shock morphed into something else. Some new and unexplainable emotion. It stung me right in the center of my chest. Slowly, I swirled my straw again. I see. And, what did you tell him? I told him I'd have to think about it. As my surprise faded, I realized that Roger had stopped coming around the shop in recent weeks, ever since our heart-to-heart on our so-called secret beach. My mom hadn't mentioned seeing him either, though I'd chalked that up to her learning from her mistake after the disastrous dinner invitation. If I added it up, it all made sense. Roger had moved on. On the one hand, I was glad to hear that he had taken the hint and wasn't going to keep chasing after me. But at the same time, in a not at all rational and completely unfair corner of my mind, it felt like a rejection. And yet, on the other hand, I didn't like the fact that he had called Liana for assistance in finding a date. Roger stood over 6 feet tall and was built like an Olympic swimmer. Surely he could have found his own date without involving my best friend. Are you upset? Liana asked. I mean, you and Clint. No, I said, a little too quickly. I'm not upset at all. I'm happy that he's trying to move on. I plastered on a smile and raised my glass, signaling Jerry for another refill. Liana tried to apologize, but I brushed it off, changed the subject, and did my best not to stew on it for the rest of the night, with some degree of success. The next day, I was nursing a bit of a hangover and had some corny pop song stuck in my head from the previous night. Fortunately, Lily was working the sales floor and I was able to hunch in a corner behind the desk, working slowly on a batch of lavender-scented candles. Around mid-morning, I looked up to smile at the latest customer, only to find myself face-to-face with August Nell himself. August was tall and razor-thin, with a penchant for exquisitely tailored designer suits that accentuated his slim build and spoke volumes about his wealth. He was one of those guys where not a hair on his head was out of place. His shoes were always polished, and it seemed as though every word was calculated, almost rehearsed. I lowered myself down from my stool and wiped my hands off on the front of my apron. "Mr. Nell, I didn't expect to see you here today. I figured you'd be busy getting ready for your party tonight." He offered a polite smile as he approached the desk.
I do have a hefty to-do list, but I wanted to stop by and thank you for the gift baskets. My assistant said they are immaculate. Do I owe you anything for the delivery?
"Oh, no, don't worry about it. For a big order like that, delivery is a courtesy."
I see,
he said with a nod, though a frown marred his patrician features. He swiveled his head about, casting his gaze all around the shop.
Do you keep most of your stock on the sales floor?
I blinked, somewhat thrown by the question. Well, it depends, really. During peak times, I can barely keep up with demand, so there isn't much in the stockroom."
And how much storage space would you say you have?
"Storage? Well, I think it's about 200 square feet, but I'd have to look at the lease to be sure."
Interesting. Most interesting.
He walked the perimeter of the store, his hands in his pockets. He paused to consider the light fixtures mounted to the display shelves.
What kind of electrical bills do you have?
"Electrical? Reasonable, I guess. The only things that really take power in here are the lights, the register, and my laptop."
You do all your accounting on your laptop?
Sure. Doesn't everybody these days? I gave a nervous laugh. I know Winterspell is a little hesitant to move from magic to technology, but I think just about any business in town is running QuickBooks these days. He shook his head as if in wonder, and picked up a red pillar candle from my romance section.
You seem to have a very diverse clientele. Scores high in the coveted 18 to 36-year-old demographic, but also hitting the older and younger set as well.
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Nell, but I'm not sure what it is you're getting at. Setting the candle down, he turned back around to face me, his smile stretching across his lean face.
Apologies. I often get lost in thought. Suffice to say, I like what you've got going on here, Miss Hearth. I like it a lot.
Thank you, I said. But I'm not looking to sell my shop, if that's what you're interested in. Nell's face went slack with alarm.
Oh, no. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying a buyout. I want to buy in.
Buy in?
Absolutely. Have you ever considered expanding Wicked Wicks into a franchise?
Franchise? I cocked an eyebrow. Celine came trotting into the room and leaped up onto the front counter. She eyed August and gave a slow flick of her tail. August noticed her but didn't let her presence derail his train of thought.
Yes, a franchise, he continued, smooth as butter. Think about it. There are hundreds of magical communities around the world. Imagine a Wicked Wicks franchise in every single one.
Another nervous laugh bubbled up. I mean, sure, it's a nice idea, I suppose, but I barely have time to run one shop.
You wouldn't have to. That's the beauty of a franchise. The people who open the franchises risk their own money, and they pay you for the privilege. An upfront franchise fee, as well as a percentage of their overall profits.
He walked over to the plastic case I used to store simple scented candles.
For example, how much did this cost you?
I got a whole pack of them off the internet for like $15.
Splendid. We buy thousands. slap the Wicked Wicks logo on them, and then require our franchisees to buy them at a considerable markup. There's just so many opportunities to make money here, I'm practically salivating.
You're not the only one, pal,
Celine said, and in my imagination her glowing blue eyes changed to dollar signs.
This guy's talking sense.
All you need is the right investor, a.k.a. me.
He bowed his head and smiled. I was thrown for a loop. I'd never considered a franchise operation before and had no idea what to say when presented with the idea. Not only that, but a man with deep enough pockets to make it more than just a fantasy. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know what to say, I stammered. It's a lot to think about, I guess.
Fortune favors the bold,
August said, as he pressed a glossy business card into my hand.
Words to live by, if you ask me, Miss Harth. Give me a call when you decide you want to sit down for a proper business meeting, and we'll hash out the details.
I'll think about it, Mr. Nell.
Please do. Now, if you'll forgive me, I need to get going before my assistant kills me for being late.
He laughed and backed up toward the door. With a slight bow of his head, he offered a parting smile.
I look forward to hearing from you.
As soon as he left, Celine got up on her hind legs and put her paws on my cheeks. What are you doing? I asked, jumping backward.
I'm trying to see if you got put under some kind of dum-dum spell.
Celine sat back down.
What in the pit of Hades is wrong with you?
I crossed my arms and glared down at the pint-sized feline. Oh, I suppose you think I should have just signed away my life's work on the dotted line? Just like that. I snapped my fingers.
No, duh,
Celine scoffed. I rolled my eyes. I told him I'd think about it. It wasn't a no. But truthfully, I'm pretty happy with how things are right now. I don't know that I want to morph into some kind of corporate drone with 100 stores to worry about on a daily basis.
Well, you might be happy, but that doesn't mean I am. You're dreaming far too small, Cora. We're not just talking nickel and dime crap like this paltry candle stand. We're talking serious money. Just think, you could be like Scrooge McDuck and dive into a pile of gold coins type rich. Buy your own private island rich.
I don't need a private island. And if you actually filled a huge room with a bunch of gold coins and then tried to dive into them, you'd get a broken neck. Or at the very least, a nasty concussion. Seriously, that's your big dream? Celine stalked to the edge of the counter and jumped down.
Why do you have to be such a killjoy? I would think now that you're getting some action on the regular, you'd be less uptight.
Color flushed my cheeks as I darted a look over at Lily, who was dutifully putting away a basket of candles and, at the least, pretending to pay us no mind. I'm sorry, Celine, but I really need to consider this before I just jump into something huge. Celine groaned, her tail twitching in annoyance.
Sometimes I seriously do not understand the entirety of humankind.
I'll tell you what, I said, trying to cheer the sullen kitty. I'll talk to Clint about it tonight over dinner.
Why would you do that? Tell me you're not turning into one of those women who have to run all major decisions by someone with a pair of...
Celine! No, I'm only saying that because Clint is a business consultant. It's literally his job to help businesses get off the ground and flourish. Celine's eyes sparked with renewed excitement. Or maybe it was just pure, unadulterated greed.
Excellent idea. I'm sure Clint will be on Team Gold Vault.
5. Before I could get to dinner with Clint, I had one stop to make. Mom had been working on setting up a new scrying circle with more items taken from Aunt Lavender's home. A few weeks had passed since her last contact with her older sister, and even then she hadn't been able to communicate directly. Mom's powers were decent, but she rarely used them, and the amount of magic and focus required for scrying left her drained after each attempt. So far, we'd only been able to try once a week. Though, if I was being honest, I was starting to question whether it was worth the effort. We'd spend the day or two before with tightly wound anticipation, only to be let down again. Emotions were frayed and thin, and I wasn't sure how many more tries any of us could stomach. Celine was uncharacteristically silent during the drive to my mom's house. I didn't ask her what she was thinking. I had a feeling I already knew. My mind churned through an assortment of fears and anxieties, wishing it could find something hopeful to offer the small cat. But if there was a spark of hope left in me, I couldn't see it now. I pulled into the driveway in front of my mom's house and cut the engine. With a heavy exhale, I slid a glance over to the cat in the passenger seat. "You ready?"
Sometimes I wish I hadn't taken the thread of my 9th life,
she said quietly, her eyes fixed on something out the windshield. A twinge of pain scraped against my heart. "Don't say that, Celine."
This isn't the first time I've lost a witch, the feline continued. In my hundreds of years, I've said goodbye to many a friend, but not like this.
Aunt Lavender is still alive, I said, more forcefully than intended. I softened my tone and tried again. Mom would know if she were gone. They share a special bond. That's the reason she's able to even use her scrying abilities. If Lavender were gone, Mom would know. Celine shifted her ethereal stare toward me.
She didn't know when Lavender was kidnapped.
My mouth opened, but no argument came forth. Celine blinked and looked away from me again.
Though I suppose I didn't sense it either.
She gave a dry, humorless whisper of a laugh.
Some familiar I turned out to be. My witch was taken right in front of my very eyes and I didn't know about it. I suppose I can't hold Lilac to a higher standard than I do myself.
This isn't your fault, Celine. The cat's tail flicked through the air with a crack of magic and a puff of pink sparks.
Isn't it?
She snapped.
I abandoned Lavender when she needed me the most. I let my own emotions cloud my judgment. As soon as things got bumpy, I ran off, only interested in my own comfort.
She paused, her nails digging into the upholstery of the front seat. Her ears were pinned back, her tail still flicking back and forth with violent agitation, though she kept her magic in check. "Look, Celine," I said, trying to keep my tone reassuring yet neutral. "Whoever abducted Aunt Lavender clearly put a memory block spell on you. All right? If it hadn't been for my enchanted candle, you'd never have remembered it all."
"Yeah, don't remind me that I owe you that," Celine grumbled. "Let's just hope that the scrying spell goes better than it did last time."
With another crack of magic, she sent the passenger door flying open and jumped out before I could offer another counter-argument. Sighing, I let my head fall back against the seat for a long moment. Everything was so screwed up. It was as though a war were constantly brewing in my chest. I was so happy with Clint and my recent success at the shop, and all I wanted to do was relax and be happy, for the first time in a long time. But whenever I got too caught up in my good fortune, I was thrown back to earth with a painful reminder that not all was right in the world, accompanied by pangs of guilt. How dare I be happy for a minute when my Aunt Lavender was out there, possibly in grave danger? Mom appeared on the porch, wrapped in a color-blocked cardigan. Her graying hair was cut short, not quite as short as my own, and she took more time to style hers. She wasn't the type to wear a ton of makeup either, but what little she did wear was artfully applied and accentuated her naturally good skin while hiding the crow's feet she sometimes fussed over. She waved to me and I got out of the car. "Hi, Mom," I said, locking the car behind me as I ascended the few steps. She wrapped me in a tight embrace. "Hello, darling. How are you?" I smiled, though it felt bittersweet. "I'm okay. You?" Releasing me, she took a step back and held open the screen door. "Come in," she said. "It's getting nippy out here. You want some tea? I just put on the kettle. Maybe some spiced cider instead? It seems the kind of day for it." "Coming right up." Mom marched into the house, striding with purpose to her kitchen. Celine was on the sofa, staring out the windows that overlooked Mom's garden. Mom didn't ask any questions as she poured 2 mugs of hot water, then added a tea bag to hers and a sachet of spiced apple cider to my own. During our bi-weekly family dinners, she and Celine got on quite well. But the last few scrying sessions, Celine had grown more reserved, and tonight she was particularly edgy.
"Shall we get right to it?"
Mom asked me, before peeking around the corner into the living room. Celine jumped down from the windowsill. Her hearing was excellent despite her advanced years. Mom led us back into her spare room that was part office and part magic workshop. A small desk was crammed into one corner, with a desktop computer and a stack of notebooks and a mug filled with pens. The room was painted a cerulean blue, and a stained glass light fixture in the middle of the room sent a rainbow of soft colors onto the walls. Shelving lining the right side of the room were filled with all manner of crystals: chalky white quartz, rich blue angelite, alien-looking aragonite, milky pink calcite, and amber, the color of a winter sun. I knew what many of the crystals did, but not all. I had no doubt my mother knew them all by heart. Beside the shelves of crystals, beneath an oval-shaped window letting in the dying rays of the sun, sat a bookcase filled with glass bottles stoppered with natural shaved cork. Inside each were dried herbs used in witchcraft: spindly bok choy, star anise, fragrant rosemary, and aromatic vanilla. On top of the bookcase sat a modular set of wooden cubbies. Some of them held candles, while others had sage sticks and other preserved herbs. The room was already set up. Mom clearly hadn't been doing any other magic work in between scrying sessions. Aunt Lavender's tea service sat in the middle of the table, surrounded by an assortment of candles and crystals, and a small potted white orchid, Lavender's favorite. With a reverent look, I ran my hand over the side of the antique teapot. The fading sunlight reflected off the old silver, giving it a radiant, almost surreal feel. Mom lit the candles, their soft glow bouncing off the surface of the ornate scrying mirror. I had no idea how old it was, but Mom said it had been passed down through many a generation of hearth witches, much like Celine herself. With unspoken agreement, Mom and I took seats on opposite sides of the small table, while Celine jumped up to the bookcase. I glanced up at her, wondering if some of her frustration was born of her general helplessness. Celine had a vast knowledge of magic, after centuries spent in service to the Hearth family line of witches. However, when it came to scrying, she couldn't offer anything but her quiet observation. Celine was much happier in general when she could lord her massive brain over the rest of magical society. When she was stumped, she got cranky. Mom's cool hand took my own, and I turned my attention back to the matter before us. Mom began to murmur incantations over the scrying mirror, her eyes closed, brow furrowed in concentration. At first, I saw no visible effects, though I felt the stirring of magic in the air. The mirror's shiny surface clouded over at the edges, as if after a steamy shower, only with a faint blue tint. The cloudy effect grew stronger and livid, swirling about as if a storm brewed beneath the surface of the glass. Mom's chants grew in volume and intensity. Sweat beaded on her brow as she struggled through the complex, tricky arcane syllables to harness their power. The clouds beneath the glass boiled with new intensity, and I became aware of another voice mingling with my mother's. It seemed to emanate directly from the mirror's surface itself. Lavender's voice. Celine leaped onto the edge of the table, tail twitching in agitation.
"Lavender, can you hear me?"
Lavender's voice didn't change in timbre, pitch, or tone, but it did increase in volume as my mother expended more magical energy into the spell. Her voice came over and over again, repeating the same phrase like a mantra. "They must not find it. I won't let them. The goddess forbids it. They must not find it. I won't let them. The goddess forbids it." "I don't think she can hear us, Celine," I dared to say above the din. "Lavender?" my mother cried, ceasing her chants for a moment. "Can you hear me? It's Lilac." The muttered mantra stopped, and we all leaned forward, holding our collective breath. The seconds seemed to stretch on forever as we awaited a response. "Shut up," a male voice barked. I jolted back from the mirror. "Eat your supper," the man added.
"Lavender?"
Mom whispered.
"Lavender, please, let me know you can hear me."
Another long, painful silence stretched. Then Lavender's mantra came again. Softly now. Whispered, frantic mutterings over and over, until they faded entirely like an eerie echo. The cloudy mist grew fainter as the connection severed. Mom grasped the edges of the table, her knuckles white as her eyes squeezed shut. "Mom?" I scrambled to her side and put my hand on her shoulder. "Mom, are you all right?"
"Of course she's not all right," Celine snapped. "She just expended a ton of energy on that spell."
Tears splashed down to the mirror's surface, and Mom shot out of her seat, only for her legs to nearly give out as she lurched from the room. "Mom!" I cried. She stumbled into the hall in a gasping breath between body-racking sobs, and my heart shattered into pieces. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I wanted to overturn the entire world until Lavender was found. There wasn't time for any of my feelings, though. My mom needed me to stay rooted. I got to my feet and hurried after her, following the sounds of her muffled cries. I rounded the corner, Celine at my heels, and found Mom in the kitchen. Her face buried against the chest of my very confused-looking older brother, Evan. He gently enveloped our mother with his strong arms, all the while looking at me over her head. "Cora, what's going on?" he asked. "You're not pregnant, are you?" "What? No! Why would you even—" "Oh, never mind." I shook my head. We were using the scrying mirror, looking for Aunt Lavender. Recognition dawned, and my brother hugged Mom a little tighter. "I know you mean well with all that, but it seems like it's just making things harder on you." "Evan, Aunt Lavender is alive," I said. "We just heard her." You did?" He glanced down at Mom, who had gone quiet, but was still trembling in his arms. "Well, what did she say?" "It seems like she's in trouble," I replied, glancing down at Celine. She kept repeating the same 3 lines. "They must not find it. I won't let them. The goddess forbids it." "What does that mean?" Evan asked. "I can hear her, but I don't know if she heard me," Mom interjected, pulling back from her son's arms ever so slightly. She sniffled, and then gasped in horror at his chest. "Oh, Evan, I've made a mess all over your shirt." "It's fine, Mom," Evan said with a slight smile. "I have 2 little kids. It's hardly the first time I've been snotted on." "Sit down, Mom," I said, helping her out onto the sofa in the adjoining living room. "Evan, can you get her tea? She left it in the spare room." "On it," Evan said, hustling off to do my bidding. "We know she's still alive," I told Mom. "She's still fighting." Celine returned to her windowsill, apparently having nothing to add. Evan brought the mug of tea into the living room and placed it in Mom's hands. "Want me to heat up some fresh water?" he asked. "No, thank you, honey. I should get up and start supper," Mom said, already pushing to her feet. I frowned. "Mom, you don't have to—" She patted my shoulder as she passed by on her way to the kitchen. "I'm making lentil soup if you 2 would like to stay." I opened my mouth, ready to object once more, but Evan caught my arm. "Wait, Cora, let her go." "Are you sure?" "Positive. You and I both know that cooking is Mom's therapy. Sounds like she could use the distraction." I smiled sadly. "You're right, of course. I just wish there was something I could do to help." Evan's face grew grim. "This whole thing with Aunt Lavender has gone too far. If Sheriff Templeton won't get off his wrinkly keister to help, well, then we're just going to have to go over his head." Celine turned to look at us, her eyes bright. "You mean to Warden Quentin?" I asked. My brother nodded. "Exactly. She has the power to dispatch the arcane order to help us.
Right, but how are we supposed to get a petition before her? Seems like Sheriff Templeton would have to be the one to call her in for assistance.
Celine scoffed.
That'll be the day when alligators fly.
Alligators? I frowned. Pigs, Celine. It's when pigs fly. The cat swished her tail.
You've never seen a flying pig before? Ha! Sometimes I forget you are so young.
My mouth hung ajar for a long moment before I shook my head and shifted gears. How do we get a word to the warden's office? I asked Evan. The sentries might have an idea, he replied. A bunch of them go to my gym. Sometimes they invite me to play a game of pickup ball. I can ask them for advice. Most of them know Warden Quinton personally. Really? I'd never considered asking the sentries for help before, but it made sense. They didn't fall under the same chain of command as the Winterspell police, but the top of their chain was still Warden Quinton. Missing persons isn't really their thing, Evan continued, but they carry a lot of weight with the Arcane Order. It's worth a try, I said, looking into the kitchen at the sound of Mom chopping vegetables. We have to do something.
And if we get that yokel Templeton fired in the process, then so be it,
Celine added with a fierce stare. Aunt Lavender's desperate mantra floated back through my mind. It might be a long shot, but from where I was sitting, it looked like the only one we had left to take. 6. Somewhere between Mom cooking the soup and a fresh batch of biscuits, I texted Clint and backed out of our plans for the evening. He understood, of course, and part of me wished I could invite him to my mom's house to join in the meal. My family didn't know about Clint just yet, and while I felt a little guilty about it, I knew I had my reasons for keeping him to myself for a little longer. After dinner, I made sure Mom was all right, and then drove home with Celine. I unpacked the copious amounts of leftovers, brushed my teeth, and tumbled into bed, though sleep wouldn't come. Instead, I tossed and turned while Aunt Lavender's words cycled through my mind on repeat. They must not find it. I won't let them. The goddess forbids it. Find what? The Golden Lotus? Or the missing pages from Obin's tome? And why did any of it matter so much to Aunt Lavender? Was some old trinket or the pages from an ancient book really worth her own freedom? Maybe her own life? Then there was the angry-sounding male voice, the one who told her to shut up and eat her supper. I shuddered to think about Aunt Lavender in the clutches of such an angry man. I wrestled with it all as I watched the shadows move across my bedroom ceiling while the moon made its trek across the night sky. I think at times I may have drifted off for a few moments, but my slumber proved restless, haunted, and brief. When the sky began to gradually lighten, I realized I was hitting that point where falling asleep makes you more tired for the day ahead, not less. Thinking of the misery that would unfold throughout the day, I threw an arm over my eyes and groaned. I heard a thump from the living room as Celine jumped down from one of her customary perches and padded across the floor. I'd heard the old cat puttering about in the night at one point. I doubted she'd gotten much sleep either. Begrudgingly, I got up and showered in water as cold as I could stand to help wake me up. A half pot of black coffee and some instant oatmeal later, I felt refreshed enough to take on the day, or at least as ready as I was going to be, all things considered. Clint texted to say good morning and ask about the night before. All I'd told him was that my mom needed me. I hadn't yet explained what had happened, mostly because I hadn't wanted to type it all out. I replied with a brief good morning of my own, then finished getting ready for work. Lily was waiting out in front of the shop when I arrived. Her long blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail, secured with a ruffled pink scrunchie. Apparently those were back in fashion once more. Funny how some things always cycle around. She had a Dragon's Gold Coffee Co. cup in her hands and sipped at it while she waited. I unlocked the door from the inside and held it open for her. "Good morning, Miss Cora. How was your evening?" She followed me inside and we went to the storeroom to don our shop aprons. It was fine. You? There was no point in burdening the chipper young lady with the truth about my night. Oh, it was all right. The usual, I guess. Lily hitched one shoulder as she finished tying her apron strings into a bow around her slim waist. My roommate has this new boyfriend, so she's always gone. At first, it was kind of nice having the place to myself, but sometimes it gets a little quiet. Smiling at Celine, she brightened. Maybe I should get a talking cat just like yours. I exhaled a dry laugh. I think Celine is one of a kind. Lily giggled, patted Celine between the ears, then bounded out to the front of the shop.
Does she think I'm some kind of mouth-breathing retriever?
Celine complained as she lifted one paw to smooth back the fur atop her head. Since I only had one employee, I hadn't invested in a time clock. Lily signed a sheet on her honor when she started work and when she left for the day. She scribbled her note on the sheet and then set about tidying up the sales floor, which I'd neglected to do the night before in my hurry to get to my mom's house on time. While Lily handled the front of house, I retreated to the back to work on some custom orders. The one-off candles took more concentration and time than regular stock replenishment, and it was nice to be able to do so in a quiet environment now that I had full-time help. The first one of the day had been ordered by an elderly gentleman who wanted to experience seeing the film Casablanca on opening day with his now-deceased wife. It had been their first date, and he'd requested the candle as a way to take him back to those memories while he dreamed. I told him I couldn't promise his wife would make an appearance, as the specifics were left largely to his own subconscious. But he hadn't seemed to worry about it. In fact, he'd said, "Kiddo, she wouldn't miss it for the world." And I truly hoped he was right. I left that candle to cure and then went to work on the next request. A candle that would conjure an illusion of the Egyptian pyramids. I'd had to order some sand all the way from Giza, but I thought the end result would be quite stunning. With those two out of the way, I moved on to more routine candle orders, and not a moment too soon. My sleep-deprived brain was powering down at a rapid pace. As I yawned my way through another batch, Lily poked her head into the storage room. "Hey, Miss Cora, there's someone here to see you." I looked over and frowned. She knew Clint's name, so if she was leaving it vague, it was safe to assume it wasn't him. "Who is it?" I asked. "I'm not sure. It's a woman. She has a big fruit basket." "Oh," I blinked. "Okay. Well, tell her I'll be right with her." "Sure thing." I hopped down from my stool, wiped my hands on the front of my apron, and did a quick once-over to make sure I didn't have any bits of wax stuck to my nails before I went out onto the sales floor. The shop was quiet for a Saturday, but then it was still fairly early. Things should pick up after lunchtime. At the moment, a few middle-aged witches congregated around a display of romantically themed candles. A young mother with a baby on her hip considered an assortment of relaxation candles, and a couple of college-aged kids perused the clearance rack. Turning toward the sales counter, I found a smartly dressed redhead standing there. Her business skirt suit had that shiny sheen that screamed she'd paid more than I spent on my first car for it. Her smile was just a tad too wide for comfort, with a practiced sort of veneer to it. "Hello," she said, beaming her smile my way. "Are you Cora Harth?" "That's right. How can I help you?" "I'm Paula Fitz, Mr. Augustnell's assistant," she said, turning and picking up the fruit basket from off the counter and proffering it to me. "He asked me to send this to you on his behalf." Wow. Okay, I said, taking the huge fruit basket. He really didn't need to do this. He already came in and thanked me. I shook my head and smiled. "I'm grateful, of course. Please tell him I said thank you." It was one heck of a fruit basket, too. Cherries, blueberries, and strawberries formed colorful rows, and each one was separated by a border of little wrapped chocolates. A tub of some kind of deluxe cream, for dipping, I assume, had a foreign language on it. French, perhaps? "Ooh," Celine said, popping up as if from out of nowhere.
"That's the good stuff."
I lifted a brow. "Are cats even allowed to have chocolates?"
"Allowed?"
Celine scoffed.
I'll have whatever I darn well please, thank you very much.
Right. I gave a subtle roll of my eyes before shifting my attention back to the basket. There were chocolate-covered bananas and some nice juicy-looking blood oranges, too. Paula smiled.
I'll be sure to pass along your thanks to Mr. Nell. Have a nice day.
She turned to leave, pausing to look over her shoulder and wave, which unfortunately meant she didn't notice the stack of wooden crates at the end of one aisle, supplies I hadn't yet taken to the back. Paula shrieked as she stumbled to the floor, sending the contents of her large designer Italian purse flying.
Oh, are you all right?
I gasped as she bent to collect her things. Here, let me help you with that.
I'm fine, thank you,
the woman snapped, her eyes narrowing to dangerous slits. I took the hint and backed off. She gave me one last potent glare before returning to her task. Once she'd collected her things, she stormed out the door without a second glance. Lily, Celine, and I all exchanged glances.
Yikes, you'd think you shoved her or something,
Lily said, her bright demeanor temporarily dimmed.
Two-leggeds can be so touchy, Celine said. I mean, I've never fallen before, being a graceful feline, but I imagine it must bruise your primate egos a lot when it happens to you. Maybe you should try walking on 4 legs instead? It's a lot more stable.
Well, she's gone now, I said, shaking my head. Lily, why don't you go ahead and take your break? I'll get all of this hauled to the back and watch the sales floor. I'm too tired to do much more crafting today anyway.
Sure thing, Miss Cora.
While Lily made her way to the back, I turned to gaze on the fruit basket. August Nell is going all out.
As well he should. You're sitting on a potential gold mine,
Celine replied, circling the large arrangement like a fur-covered shark.
He's clearly trying to butter you up.
Maybe so, but I can't rush into a decision like this, I said with a sigh, even as I picked up one of the strawberries and bit into it. Magical candles are not exactly a recession-proof business model.
Ugh, don't talk with your mouth full,
the cat scolded. I swallowed and gave her a pointed look. I'll give him this. He has good taste. This is the best berry I've had in my life, I said, reaching for another.
Well, at least he's not trying to curry your favor with cheap gifts,
Celine sniffed.
Lavender was never the best gift giver.
I smiled and took another bite of strawberry, the juices bursting in my mouth. She wouldn't get an argument out of me on that point, though the mention of Aunt Lavender did pain me a little. We hadn't talked about her since the scrying session the night before. Before I could say anything, a customer approached the counter and I had to shift gears back into saleswoman extraordinaire. The afternoon hummed along. Lily finished her break. Then we worked together to help customers restock shelves and answer the phone. When I dismissed Lily that evening, we'd made a sizable dent in the gourmet basket, and I considered taking what was left over to Mom's house. Evan, his wife Cheyenne, and their twin daughters Ruby and Emmy would likely be there at some point over the weekend and would enjoy the snacks. I was halfway through settling the credit card accounts when I heard a rap at the front door. I glanced up from my laptop screen to find a uniformed member of the Winterspell PD standing outside my shop.
Who is it?
Celine asked, lifting her head as she stirred from a catnap.
If it's a customer, tell them to buzz off.
It's not a customer. I swallowed hard. Was this about Aunt Lavender? Had they found something? Had they found her? It's a cop. Celine leaped down onto the counter and peered out the glass door at the man.
Well, at least it's not Templeton. He's at least smart enough to know not to come around.
I set down the stack of receipts in my hand and went to answer the door. Evening, officer. How can I help you? I didn't recognize him. The Winterspell PD was a small organization, as there generally wasn't a lot of crime in the tight-knit community, and especially not this time of year when things were between tourist booms. He looked to be somewhere in his 40s, with a clean-shaven face, brown eyes, and fair skin. A black cap covered his head, but peaks of sandy brown sideburns showed at the sides of his face.
Are you Cora Harth?
He asked, in a blunt, business-like tone. That's right, I said, trying not to let my voice break.
I'd like you to take a look at some photographs for me.
I leaned against the door frame, my knees gone weak. The only thing that I could think of in that dreadful moment was that they'd found Aunt Lavender's body and they wanted me to take a look at photos to identify the corpse. I held my breath as the officer reached into his pocket and extracted a 4x6 photo. He turned it around, and I flinched at the image, more confused than relieved. Wait, are those my candles?
That's what I'm here to find out,
he replied, his expression void of any indication as to the reason behind his question. My eyes narrowed as I took a second look. Most of the candles in the photo were used up entirely, melted down to the last stub of wick. These are my candles, I said firmly. Why? What's this about?
You're sure?
The officer asked. Yes, I said, pointing at the screen. See that ribbon there on the table? That's part of the wrapping I use on my gift baskets. The cop's eyes narrowed. He stowed the photo away and extracted a pen and notepad instead.
How many gift baskets would you say you've done lately?
Well, I just did 7 for a charity auction held at the Winterspell Chalet. Those would be the only ones I've done in the past 2 weeks, as far as I can recall. I nodded anxiously. The cop seemed almost hostile as he scribbled a note with more force than I felt necessary. What's this about? I asked again. The cop's inscrutable gaze flashed over to me, and he gave me a dark grimace.
What is this?
Celine asked, startling me as she appeared at my ankles.
We gotta give you a donut to get information out of you?
Celine, I warned.
He's a public servant,
Celine countered.
That makes you, the taxpayer, his boss. He can answer a simple question.
The officer finished jotting down his notes and then stowed the pad and pen in his pocket.
I'm only here to ask a few questions. Would you mind if I took a look around your shop?
I think not,
Celine exclaimed as she leaped up onto the shelf closest to the door in order to stare down at the man.
When they ask if they can take a look around, they mean can they search the joint. Tell him to come back with a warrant.
The officer glared up at Celine, and then turned his stern gaze on me.
I take it the cat is the one in charge?
I ignored the obvious baiting. Frankly, officer, I don't feel comfortable letting you in without my lawyer present. He stiffened up at that.
You have something to hide?
No, but
She said, beat it,
Celine interjected.
Scram, hit the road, Jack.
Celine! The officer's gaze darted between us for a moment, and then he nodded.
Right. I should have everything I need anyway,
he said, his glare remaining icy as ever. He touched his fingers to the shiny brim of his cap, then turned and headed down the sidewalk away from my shop. My fingers were trembling as I shut and locked the door again.
That cop was like a hound dog with a scent,
Celine scoffed. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the retreating officer through the front window.
And you know how I feel about dogs.
It reminded me of the night the officers came asking about the gift basket I sold to Clint. Do you think... what are the odds that my candles were once again found at a suspected crime scene?
No clue, but you'd better get to the bottom of it, and fast,
Celine replied, finally jumping down from her lofty perch.
If you ask me, that officer is bound to come back with a warrant, lickety-split.
My heart pounded against my sternum. For all my talk, I didn't actually have a lawyer on speed dial. And while my coffers were more robust than usual, I still wasn't sure I had the funds needed to protect myself if this did turn into something more serious. Abandoning my work tasks, I grabbed my cell phone from under the counter and called Clint. He answered on the 3rd ring.
Hey, beautiful lady. How's it going?
His warm, lilting voice made me want to cry. Not so good, I said.
Oh no, why?
I explained the situation, with the cop and the request for a search and the strange pictures of my melted candles.
You did the right thing not letting him in. I'm on my way over right this second.
You really don't have to do that, I said, though on the inside I was dying for him to stop by. A handful of minutes later, he was knocking on the back door to my shop. I let him in, and he wordlessly pulled me into his warm embrace. "It's okay," he said, soothing my hair with gentle strokes of his fingers. "It's going to be okay, Cora." Maybe it's silly, but I did feel a whole lot better when he said that. 7. As it turned out, having someone like Clint around in times of crisis was not only good emotionally, but he packed a punch on the logistics side, too. Within hours of the unsettling encounter with the police officer, he accompanied me home, where he whipped up dinner while chatting with his personal attorney over the phone. His lawyer was more of a business lawyer, but had spent the first decade of his legal career in criminal defense, making him the perfect candidate. The lawyer was a water mage to boot, which meant he could move between the magic and non-magic world with ease, which was essential, seeing as Winterspell is strictly off-limits to non-magical beings. By the time we sat down to eat the simple but filling meal, Clint assured me that William Dorian would be making it into Winterspell sometime the next day, where he would immediately visit the police department and shake some trees. Clint lingered after dinner, holding my hand on the sofa, but his phone was blowing up. Despite the evening hour, I knew he had business to get to, and I was on the verge of collapse anyway from my lack of sleep. The fresh wave of fear and anxiety was only going to carry me so far. Clint said goodnight, and I didn't waste time getting into bed. Sheer exhaustion thrust me through the veil of sleep, only to be lurched back to consciousness the next morning by the sensation of a rain-slicked bag containing the Sunday paper hitting me square in the chest. My eyes snapped open to see Celine standing on my bedside table. "You know, for all your protests about how you're not a golden retriever, you sure are good at fetching the morning paper," I mumbled, my voice thick with sleep. Her eyes narrowed to thin blue slits. "Just saying, you might have missed your calling." I rubbed a hand over my hair, feeling the short spikes sticking out in all directions. "We might get you a little paper route," I teased with a sleepy smile. "You know, to help pay for your organic catnip stash." Celine was not amused. She stomped one paw on the cylinder.
"This isn't the time for jokes, Cora."
"Settle down," I grumbled. "I literally just woke up." With a wriggle, I pushed up to a sitting position and unwound the paper. The Sunday edition of the Winterspell Gazette was always the fattest, stuffed with adverts, coupons, obituaries, wedding announcements, and comic strips in addition to the regular news. However, I didn't need to go past the top fold to see what had sent Celine spiraling. My heart rocketed into my throat when I read the headline. Cursed candles? Coma epidemic possibly linked to local candle shop. Coma epidemic? What does that even mean? I shook my head, unable to believe what I was reading.
"I'd say this explains why that nosy cop was snooping around last night."
You think? I forced my eyes to slow down long enough to read the article. Winterspell. Nick Bockwinkel had the best intentions when he bid on and won a gift basket of magical candles meant to relax the person who burned them. He wanted to give them to his wife, who liked to burn candles while she soaked in the tub. I just wanted to make her happy. Nick is a 60-ish earth witch and retired groundskeeper. Tears well up in his eyes as he recounts that fateful night when he gifted his wife the candles. I went and drew her a bath with Epsom salts in it, right around 9 in the evening. The Epsom salts help her arthritis. I set the candle up, but I didn't light it because I didn't know how long it would last. I told Dolores her bath was ready and she went upstairs while I sat down to read. Bockwinkel claims it's not that unusual for his wife to remain in the bath for up to an hour, but he grew concerned when he heard no sound whatsoever from upstairs. Usually I can hear the occasional splash of water or her clearing her throat or turning the pages in her book. I didn't hear anything and grew concerned. The next few moments were a nightmare for Bockwinkel. He found his wife slumped in the tub, the candle melted into ruin beside her. Bockwinkel was initially happy to see she was still breathing, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get her to wake up. I called the paramedics, but they didn't believe me. They just thought she'd fallen into a deep sleep. They told me to do something called a sternum rub. I did it, and she didn't respond. That's when they sent the ambulance. Dolores Bockwinkel was taken to Winterspell Mercy Hospital and remains in a deep coma. Doctors and healers alike are perplexed, with no way of knowing what caused her condition or how to reverse it. But the story doesn't end there. 2 other Winterspell residents have been hospitalized for identical comas since Friday night. Just like Dolores Bockwinkel, their conditions persist even in the face of concerted efforts from a dedicated team of healers. Police are still investigating this string of strange illnesses, but thus far, all the affected have one thing in common: the recent purchase of a candle gift basket from the Winterspell Chalet's charity auction. Long-serving Winterspell Sheriff Templeton had this to say: "Right now, we're looking into the fact that all of our victims, coma patients, have this connection to the candle shop downtown." When pressed for details on whether the proprietor was a suspect or a person of interest, Sheriff Templeton remained cagey. "I can't comment on an ongoing investigation. I did dispatch an officer to speak with the proprietor of the magical candle shop, but he was not warmly received. The proprietor exercised their rights to have legal counsel present, and that's where we stand at the moment." For now, the police recommend that residents of Winterspell do not panic. The comas do not appear to be contagious, and the healers are working hard on a cure. "We hope to have the patients up and moving around soon," said one healer on the condition of anonymity because she was not allowed to speak to the press. "Only time will tell if the coma patients will recover, but things don't look good for the proprietor of the magical candle shop. I'd say that she could be in for a rude awakening if these people don't wake up," Sheriff Templeton said. I looked at Celine, the paper trembling in my hands. This is outrageous. My candles are not dangerous. You'd have to hit someone over the head with one of my candles to hurt them."
"That rat-faced Templeton may as well have armed the citizens with pitchforks and torches," Celine added in an angry growl. "You know what this is, don't you? This is payback for our pestering him about Lavender."
The gall! He won't believe me that Aunt Lavender was abducted. He doubts my candle's powers to retrieve your memory of the event. I couldn't keep the bitterness out of my tone. But he's totally ready to believe that my candles can make people sink into an impenetrable coma? Celine's tail was flicking like a metronome, her ears flat against her head.
"It's a good thing Clint called in that lawyer."
What am I going to do? Do I go down to the shop and open for business like everything is fine? Or do I stay here and hope this whole thing blows over? Staying in bed was the more tempting of the options, but I'd only wind up torturing myself. Not waiting for Celine's input, I flung aside the covers and started getting dressed.
"I say you get out ahead of this thing,"
Celine said, her voice commanding, like a general readying his troops for battle.
"You march down to the police department and tell Templeton that until he can cough up some proof, he needs to keep your name out of his mouth. Then you go to the media, tell them you didn't have anything to do with this, and then—"
My phone buzzed, interrupting Celine's marching orders. I tugged up a pair of jeans with one hand and grabbed for the phone with the other. "It's Clint." Celine didn't look too pleased at being cut off, but she took a seat on the nightstand. "Clint!" I exclaimed, my tone breathy as I answered the call. "Hey, I just saw the Gazette," he said, his voice full of empathy. "I'm so sorry this is happening, Cora." My thoughts swirled through my mind like lettuce in a salad spinner. "Have you heard anything yet from Mr. Dorian? Did he make it into town yet?" "That's why I was calling. He just arrived. We're going to the station so he can speak with Sheriff Templeton. He thinks it might be a good idea for you to come along, too. That way, you can talk to the police before they have a chance to formally charge you with anything." My heart skipped a beat. "Charge me?" Try not to worry. I'm sure it's just a precaution. Can you meet us there in a bit? Okay, I'll be there soon. It's going to be all right, Cora. Clint's voice was smooth and steady. I grasped onto his strength as mine was turning to tatters. We'll get this sorted out. I hurried to finish getting dressed, splashed some water onto my face, brushed my teeth, and ignored Celine's peppering of questions. 10 minutes later, I took the steps 2 at a time down my porch and rushed to my car, only to turn and run back inside when I realized I'd forgotten my keys. Finally, I started the engine and rumbled my way into town. I spotted Clint's BMW parked in the lot. He and a well-dressed man, who seemed oddly ageless, lingered near the entrance. There she is, Clint said. He met me halfway up the concrete steps leading to the police station. Cora, this is my lawyer, William Dorian. Dory, this is Cora, my girlfriend. He added that last bit awkwardly, but Mr. Dorian pretended not to notice. Thank you for coming, I said as we shook hands. Do you think you can help me, Mr. Dorian? Please call me Dory. Most people do, he said in a calm, rich voice. His eyes were as glittering blue as Winterspell Lake in the peak of summer. The most important thing to do here is not to panic. From what I understand, they don't have much to go on. My business is my whole life, I added, desperation pitching my tone up an octave. Clint wrapped an arm around my waist, settling me. I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. Let's go and speak to somebody, Mr. Dorian said, offering a polite smile. We followed him into the building. He stepped up to the front desk and addressed the elderly woman sitting there. Excuse me, I'd like to speak with the on-duty supervisor, Dorian said smoothly, as if he'd done it 1,000,000 times before. The woman eyed Mr. Dorian. What should I tell him this is about? Celine vaulted onto the counter and the woman recoiled, her eyes appearing even larger behind her spectacles. No pets allowed, she screeched, shooing away the pint-sized cat.
Oh, bite me, Grandma. Where's that good-for-nothing Templeton? Celine snarled.
Clint winced. Celine. I grabbed the cat and tucked her under my arm like a fuzzy football. She'd probably claw my eyes out later, but for now, it was the only way to contain her.
Let me go.
She wriggled and squirmed, but I held fast. Mr. Dorian cleared his throat. We would like a chance to speak about an active investigation. Could you please give me an audience with your shift supervisor? The woman rolled her chair closer to the desk once more. Well, I could do that, but to be honest, you probably want to talk to Officer Callahan. He's the one in charge of the coma investigation. I'm assuming that's what you're here for, considering it's the only open investigation at present. Mr. Dorian nodded. That would be great. Can you point us in his direction?
Some pit bull you've got here,
Celine groused from under my arm.
Next thing you know, he's going to start saying things like, pretty please with extra cherries on top. Ridiculous. Where did you find this guy, Clint? Some kind of finishing school?
Celine, please just stop talking for once, I barked. The woman gestured across the room. You can wait in that room over there. I'll wrangle him from his cigarette break and send him your way. We went into an adjacent room, with walls made of frosted glass. You could see through, but it was blurry. I sat down on one of the hard plastic chairs, and Clint settled in beside me. Can I put you down now? Or will you go on a tear and make a scene? I asked Celine.
I'm about 5 seconds away from biting your hand, so really the choice is yours,
the cat replied with a nasty snarl. I'm not the enemy here, Celine. Gently, I bent forward and deposited her on the linoleum floor. You causing a ruckus isn't going to do me any favors. Celine glared up at me. Some cat you've got there, Mr. Dorian commented. I have to say, in all my years of law, this is a first. I'm really sorry about her. She has a lot of opinions. Mr. Dorian chuckled. She's protective over you. I find that rather endearing.
Yeah, Celine muttered. We're a regular after-school special over here.
Clint gave me a reassuring smile and took my hand.
We're going to get all of this cleared up.
I hope so. I squeezed his hand back while Mr. Dorian peered intently at his phone. After a few moments, the door swung open and Officer Callahan strode in. I recognized him at once. He was the officer who'd been by my shop the night before. His thick brows lifted at the sight of me, and he folded his arms.
I see. So now you want to talk.
Mr. Dorian interjected before I got a chance to reply. He extended his hand.
William Dorian. I'll be representing Ms. Harth.
That's fine and dandy, Callahan said, ignoring Mr. Dorian's hand.
You can meet us over at her shop later today. I should be hearing from the judge soon. So you intend to search Ms. Harth's shop? To start, Callahan replied. We have 3 people in a coma so deep not even the best healers on the West Coast can bring them out. The candles were hexed. Now I don't know her motive yet, but it's a pretty airtight case, and she better hope we find a healer to wake these folks up, or else she's going to be looking at a long, long stretch.
Clint glanced down at me, his expression pained. I didn't do this, I cried out. Please, you have to— Mr. Dorian interrupted me.
You say the candles were hexed?
Callahan nodded.
That's right. We already confiscated the other baskets and tested one in-house. The healers are hoping they can reverse engineer the spell itself and find a cure. Of course, if Ms. Harth wanted to show the judge she's willing to cooperate, that could go toward reducing her sentence.
But I can't help. I didn't. Once again, Mr. Dorian put up a hand, silencing me.
If you get your warrant, you know where to find us. In the meantime, tell your boss that if he's not careful, he's going to face a lawsuit for slander when this is all said and done.
Callahan's jaw flexed. He looked like he wanted to say something, but then thought better of it and turned to leave the small room. Outside the station, Mr. Dorian caught up to me.
Ms. Harth,
he said, as we walked down the steps.
Is there anything about this case you haven't told me yet? Anything I really need to know?
Dory, come on, Clint said. She didn't do this.
I have to ask, Clint.
It's all right, I said, touching Clint's arm before turning to address the lawyer. No, there's nothing that I can tell you that I haven't said already. There was an assortment of candles in those gift baskets, but the one in the photo Callahan showed me last night was a simple relaxation candle. A tension reducer. That's it. They don't even make you sleepy. Mr. Dorian nodded, and for what it was worth, I think he believed me.
Good. From now on, you are not to speak to the police without me present. Understood?
Yes, I said, nodding. Of course, it is.
Excellent.
He shook my hand firmly.
I'm going to head to my hotel and get settled in. I'll be in contact with you both.
He trotted down the steps, and I almost collapsed into Clint's arms.
Hey, it's okay,
he said, stroking his fingers down my back. Clint, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. I'm not sure that I can afford a lawyer who wears Bruno Magli shoes.
Don't sweat it, Clint said, holding me close. I've got it covered.
No, Clint, I can't ask you to do that.
Hey, the way I see it, I still owe you big for clearing my name of my brother's murder.
He gave a shrug and a slight grin.
I mean, some people spend millions of dollars on a legal defense, and all it cost me was a dinner.
I laughed and held him tight. It's still very generous. Thank you.
Nah, it's nothing. I'd do anything for you, Cora.
His voice trailed off, and I pulled away to look him in the eye. You what?
I'm just paying it forward, he said,
before turning to glance down the street. When we got back to my house, I had to call Lily and tell her the shop would be closed for a few days. No one was going to be buying any candles from me until my name was cleared anyway. 8. Clint paced across my kitchen floor, fingers stroking his chin. His intense umber gaze lurked beneath drawn brows as he struggled with my dilemma. Celine, on the other hand, lay sprawled on the kitchen counter, her upper half resting upon a folded newspaper. She watched with narrowed eyes as Clint paced across the kitchen.
Are you a toddler? Why can't you sit still for a minute?
Getting up and moving around helps me think. Clint shrugged, ceasing his movement for a moment. I conduct most of my teleconferences with a wireless headset and walk around my office or house.
Great for you in the confines of your own abode. Not so great when you make all the crockery in the cabinet rattle every time you pass it by.
I don't hear anything, I interjected from my place at the small kitchen table. Celine gave me such a look.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't with your weak primate hearing. My keen feline senses are being assaulted by your boyfriend's relentless herd of elephants-esque tread.
Clint chuckled. You're in rare form today, Celine. Why not turn those keen wits of yours toward getting Cora off on this coma rap?
Fine.
Celine looked at me.
We can assume that Cora didn't actually poison her candles.
Assume? I sputtered.
And work from there.
Clint turned to me. Maybe you could run us through a timeline of when the candles were in your possession? Well, I said, scratching my chin, I made them in the shop over a 2-week period. On Thursday night, I loaded them into the car, drove them to the hotel. A concierge, Martin? Anyway, he helped me get them up to August Nell's private suite, where they would be kept locked away until the gala the following night. Seems straightforward enough, Clint said. So while the candles were at the shop, only you and Lily, that's your new hire, right? Only you two would have had access to them?
What am I, chopped codhead?
Celine groused. I nodded, listening with only half an ear because I'd hit upon a possible lead in one of my medicinal magic tomes. I pressed my finger to the page and looked up excitedly. I think I know how the perpetrator tainted my candles.
That fast?
Celine's gaze narrowed.
No offense, Cora, but I doubt you've hit upon the solution in 15 minutes when they have a literal team of experts on the case.
You know me, Clint interjected as he strolled over to the table. I don't know enough about magic to judge. Let me read you this passage. Some curses were known to affect the body in more insidious ways than boils and sores. One of the most dreaded curses of all was that of eternal slumber, where victims would resist all attempts at waking and sleep until they died of old age. Does that not sound like the comas people have fallen into? Clint sat down in the chair adjacent to mine. It does indeed.
I'm not so sure, Celine said. From what I understand about curses, they take a long time to cast. Lots of chanting and gesturing. It's not a simple bibbidi-bobbidi-boo.
Clint leaned back in his chair. So if Celine is correct...
If?
Celine scoffed.
Just when I start considering adding you to the inner circle.
Clint blinked. I just meant someone would have needed private access to the candles, possibly for a long period of time. I know you've spoken highly of Lily, but how well do you really know her? I frowned. I didn't even like the insinuation.
He's got a point, Cora. That Angie was a real clunker.
I gasped, my jaw going slack. What's wrong? Clint asked with concern. Angie, the girl I fired, she works at the hotel. She was there when I was unloading the baskets.
Ooh, the kleptomaniac, Celine growled. Of course it was her. She's still mad that you fired her.
She did tell me I was going to regret it, I added. She's in housekeeping, so she probably had a keycard to the suite. Clint grabbed his coat. We need to talk to Angie. I picked up my purse. Right behind you. Clint drove us to the chalet. It only took 20 minutes, but seemed to take hours as my belly wound itself into knots. I fidgeted with the hem of my long shirt as I cast anxious glances out the window. Hey, what's wrong? Clint asked.
Cora doesn't like confrontation,
Celine piped in.
She apologized when she was firing Angie for theft.
I sighed. Is it so wrong not to want to deal with this sort of thing? We mercifully arrived at the chalet. We blended right in with the well-heeled clientele, given Clint's black BMW and propensity for wearing suits even when he was supposedly on his off hours. I led the way into the lobby and pointed out the concierge who'd assisted me that evening. The man saw me gesturing in his direction and came over to us once he'd finished with a guest.
Miss Harth, I'm surprised to see you here. Can I help you with something?
Marvin, was it? He inclined his head.
That's right, ma'am.
I'm sure you already know why I'm here, I said. Marvin wrung his hands together and glanced around the lobby.
The police did pay us a visit, ma'am.
I'm sure they did, I sighed. Listen, whatever they said, it's not true. I didn't hex anything, and I need your help to find out who did. After I dropped the baskets off, who else had access to August Nell's suite? His eyes went wide. Surely you can't mean to suggest that I, or one of my staff, may have had something to do with this.
Right now, we're just trying to understand what happened, Clint said smoothly. We're not accusing anyone of anything.
Please, Marvin, I said. I want to get to the bottom of this, not just because it's my tail on the line. I want to find whoever hurt those people before they can do it again. Marvin's lips drew into a thin, tight line, and he slowly nodded.
All right. I will try to help you.
What's with all this beating around the bush? Celine demanded. We already know who did it.
Marvin jolted.
You do? One of your employees has a history with Cora, Clint explained.
Angie Harley? I added.
Ah, yes, she told me she was falsely accused of theft and fired from her job at the candle store, Marvin said.
Falsely accused? Celine sputtered. She stuffed candles in her purse right in front of me.
In any event, she didn't seem that upset about losing the job, Marvin said. She just wanted to pick up more hours here. Well, she told Cora she would regret firing her, Clint said. Is there any way to tell who has been in and out of that room? A security camera, maybe? Mr. Nell's suite is not available to the general public for bookings, even when he is not staying here. As a co-owner of the resort, he keeps it like a second home and insists on his privacy. There used to be a security camera there, but he had us remove it several months ago.
Marvin's brow furrowed in thought. However, I do have a way of knowing who used their keycard to get into that room, and when.
You do? I blinked.
That's fantastic.
Not so much from my point of view, since it seems one of my employees may have committed a crime. Marvin sighed. Come with me into my office. I will bring up the files we need.
We followed him into his surprisingly small, overstuffed office. Bankers' boxes were piled up to the ceiling in one corner, marked with the words, Night Audit. A vacuum cleaner in pieces gathered dust in the opposite corner. The rest of the space was taken up by a large desk, which Marvin settled behind.
Here, he said. I'm printing up a record of everyone who swiped a card to get into that suite from the time you dropped off the candles until the charity event began.
He tugged the white sheaf of paper from the printer and handed it to me. I stared at it, reading the names in shock. 4 people had used their keycards to access the room. Marvin's name was at the top, followed by someone named Suede, and then Angie Harley. I felt a burst of vindication when seeing that name. And lastly, August Nell himself. He must have been staying there over the weekend since he was in town for the gala.
Angie's right there on the list.
Clint read over my shoulder and tapped the page. My eyes narrowed as I stared at the page. Marvin, is Angie working today?
She is.
Do you think I could talk to her? Marvin frowned.
I don't know about that. I don't want any problems between you two to affect the quality of any guest experience at the chalet.
I just want to talk. I'm not looking to start a fight. Marvin sighed.
She's on laundry room duty today, 2 doors down from my office.
Thank you. We'll try to be discreet. The door to the laundry room stood open, which I suppose allowed easy ingress and egress for the laundry carts. We found Angie folding towels in front of a double row of vertically arranged dryers. She didn't notice us at first because she had headphones in.
Oh, good grief.
Celine leaped up onto the table and swatted over a pile of washcloths. Angie gaped and pulled her earbuds out.
What the heck was that for?
"Hello, Angie," I said, unable to keep a note of menace out of my tone. Angie blanched when she saw me, but quickly covered it with a sneer.
"Oh, it's you, the old lady who fired me. What do you want?"
"Hey, there's no need to be rude," Clint interjected.
"It's fine, Clint."
I fixed Angie with a stern gaze. "Someone tampered with the candles that I dropped off for the charity event this past Friday. I want to know if you had anything to do with that." Angie's eyes narrowed to slits.
"How dare you?
"First, you falsely accused me of stealing. The candles literally fell out of your purse."
"Yeah, well, those candles had fallen on the floor, and I stuffed them in my purse on my way out to lunch. I was totally going to put them back, I just forgot."
"Lies,"
Celine sputtered.
"I saw you grab them off the shelf and stuff them in your purse."
"You have your version of events, and I have mine,"
Angie said stubbornly. "We're not here about your firing, Angie," I said, trying to get the conversation back on track. "We know that you used your key card to get into August Nell's suite before the charity auction took place." I showed her the printout Marvin gave me.
"So? I'm not the only one on that list."
"You are the only one on the list with a grudge against me, though."
"Grudge?"
Angie laughed snidely.
"You think I even care about your stupid candle shop? I didn't even like working there."
She fidgeted with the hem of her apron as she spoke. "Okay. Well, then how about this? If it wasn't you, then who else on this list would have wanted to sabotage the candles?" She gritted her teeth and groaned.
"All right, fine. I was mad after you left that day. I saw your candles sitting there, and I got ticked off all over again. So I ripped up the pretty packaging, okay?"
My eyes narrowed to slits. "And then?"
"That's all. I didn't curse the candles, okay?"
Angie's eyes were wide and filled with fear.
"I swear I didn't. Once I realized what I'd done and that Marvin would probably fire me for it, I shoved them all into one of the bedrooms so I could rewrap them."
"And did you?" Angie chewed one corner of her lips.
"I kind of forgot, I guess."
Anger rose in my chest. I'd spent a lot of time making the baskets look nice. The goddess only knows what the baskets wound up looking like by the time they hit the auction floor. With a sigh, I shifted my focus back to Angie. "Did you see anything suspicious when you were in there? Or see anyone creeping around?"
"No, I didn't see anything or anyone,"
Angie said, deflating.
"I know it was dumb, all right? And if you tell my boss, he'll probably fire me from here, too."
"I'm not trying to wreck your life or get you fired, Angie. All I want is to figure out who cursed my candles." She considered my words, then nodded.
"Well, good luck, I guess."
We turned to leave, but right as I stood on the threshold of the hallway door, Angie tapped me on the shoulder. "Hey," she said, her tone downright diplomatic. "I'm sorry about tearing up your gift wrapping and stealing from you. It's not an excuse, but I've been under a lot of pressure lately with school and trying to balance work and everything." I frowned. "I didn't know you were going to school, too." The young woman shrugged. "I don't like to talk about it, mostly because my grades are in the toilet and I still don't even know what I want to do when I'm done." Despite my frustration with her, I couldn't help but smile a little. I'd been in her shoes before. The early 20s weren't always what they were cracked up to be. "Listen," she continued, glancing up at me through thick lashes that had one too many coats of mascara. "If I were you, I'd go talk to Marvin about it." I did. He's the one who gave me this list. Angie peered into the hallway, checking both ways before continuing. "Look, Marvin's only nice on the surface because he doesn't want the resort to get bad reviews on all those hotel sites. But the real Marvin hates catering to all of these spoiled rich people. His words. As soon as a guest walks off, he's complaining about them behind their backs. I don't even know why he works here if he hates everyone so much." I thought back to the night I'd dropped off the candles. There was a moment when Marvin had been complaining about the people who would be attending the gala. What had he said? Something about them buying things they didn't need just to feel good about themselves. I met Angie's gaze and nodded. "Thank you, Angie." "Hey, you didn't hear it from me," she said, already slipping one earbud back into place.
"I still don't like her,"
Celine announced when we reached the elevators. 9. As we walked across the parking lot to Clint's car, Celine cast a glance over my shoulder, her back claws digging into my forearm. After spotting a puddle slick with car oil, she'd declared the entire lot a hazard and demanded to be carried.
"I don't get it. Why are we leaving? I say you challenge that witch to a duel," she protested.
"You cannot be serious," I muttered. "And hey, mind your claws." Celine turned around to ride more conventionally in my arms the last dozen feet to the car. Clint caught my gaze as he used his key fob to open the doors. "Do you believe Angie's story?" he asked. I pursed my lips in thought as I deposited the grumpy old cat in the back seat. Well, she finally came clean about the theft, and after I was already leaving. That shows some remorse, at least.
"I say we call that fancy-pants lawyer of yours and tell him we want to press charges for vandalism,"
Celine griped. "We can't do that," Clint said.
"Why not? I don't care if she gets fired."
"No, I mean we can't do that because even if she did tamper with the candles, Cora is not the aggrieved party. Technically, as soon as she dropped off the baskets to the chalet, they were no longer her property. Delivery implies a transfer of ownership."
Why must you two-leggeds make everything so complicated?"
Celine's tail twitched back and forth as we climbed into the front seat. She put her paws up on the back of the divider and glared at Clint.
"Then who owned the candles before they were auctioned off?"
"August Nell, I assume," Clint said. "He paid for them, although he then donated them to the charity. It's kind of murky." "What isn't in this town?" I muttered. I was feeling a little grumpy myself. I had hoped to find some answers, and it only wound up with more questions. Angie may or may not be the curse culprit. There were 3 other names on that list. "You really think Marvin could be behind it?" Clint asked. Angie's logic seemed a bit flawed. So he complains about fussy guests. Back in Chicago, I ran in some very wealthy circles, and honestly, just because someone is dripping in diamonds and awash with high-dollar champagne doesn't mean they have basic manners. For all we know, Marvin had every right to complain about guests from time to time. I bobbed my head. I also don't think he would have freely printed up the list for us, knowing his name would be on it. True. Clint pulled out into traffic, and we headed for my place. "What about the other name? Suede?" "It says housekeeping department next to his name. So my guess is they were there to refresh towels, linens, etc. But I suppose it's worth looking into."
"And then there's good old Richie Rich himself,"
Celine added.
"Speaking of which, Cora, did you run his proposal by Mr. Loverboy over here?"
"Proposal?" Clint's eyes bulged. "Oh, right. August offered to back me if I decided to franchise Wicked Wicks," I told him.
"Gee, way to hype it up,"
Celine quipped. "Wow, Cora. That's pretty huge. What did you tell him?" "I don't know." I rubbed my temples and groaned. I haven't had much time to think about it between the scrying sessions and now this whole mess. It's all turning into one gigantic headache, literally and figuratively. Clint's phone rang, flashing on its little stand built into the dashboard. A smooth mechanical voice informed us it was Mr. Dorian calling. "Answer phone," Clint said clearly. A robotic voice replied, "Did you want to order takeout?" "No," Clint growled. "Answer phone." "Did you want to search for rubber fetish maids?" What the heck is wrong with this? Clint jammed a thumb against the phone screen.
"Clinty, you have some splaining to do,"
Celine mocked between peals of maniacal feline laughter. I couldn't help but laugh along, though Clint gave me a stare that screamed, "Et tu, Brute?" "Hey, Dory," Clint said, his voice tight. What's going on? Where are you? Dory's voice sounded tense. About 15 minutes out of town. We might have a lead on this whole thing, Clint replied. What's up? I wish I had better news. You need to get to Wicked Wicks straight away. Why? What's going on? Detective Callahan wasn't pulling our leg this morning. He's on his way there with a search warrant, Mr. Dorian growled. He informed me all of 5 minutes ago. If you're not there when he shows up, he's liable to bust your door down. My heart sank into the pit of my stomach. I held my face in my hands and leaned over, bending double in the passenger seat. Oh, goddess, this is a nightmare. We're on our way, Dory. I'll meet you there. Clint put the pedal to the metal, but by the time we arrived, Callahan and his squad were already waiting. I cringed. Oh no, we're too late. Clint shook his head. I don't think so. They look like they just got here themselves. He parked the car and we got out. Callahan lumbered over to us, his face stern as he handed me some paperwork. This states we have legal permission to search the entirety of your shop and storeroom. Mr. Dorian gently took the paperwork from me and gave it a once-over. It was a formality, but I took some comfort in knowing he was there to oversee the proceedings. Now I'm going to ask you, Miss Harth, is there anything inside your shop that could pose a threat to me or my deputies? Callahan asked me. No. I shook my head. Of course not. I make candles. Nice candles. Cora, please. Mr. Dorian interjected. Everything looks to be in order. Ms. Harth will open the door. We ask that you use care and show respect to her business. Callahan grunted and moved to the shop's front door. It was still broad daylight out, a busy Sunday afternoon in Winterspell, and the curious passers-by only made me feel worse about the whole thing. I quickly opened the door to my shop and then stepped aside as Callahan and 2 of his uniformed deputies went inside. Callahan barked out some orders, but the words were muffled in my ears, almost as though I'd slipped into a dream state, or rather, a nightmare. It was hard to watch the strange men pawing through my shop so wantonly. Despite Mr. Dorian's request, they were not gentle. They picked up fistfuls of candles at once, sometimes breaking or crumbling them, squinting at the bases before tossing them back onto the shelf in disgust, often tossing them in the wrong bin. At one point, I heard a glass shatter, likely one of the crystal candle holders in the locked display case beside the register. They also checked the shelves themselves. Callahan ran his fingers all up under the shelves, under the little metal lip at the end, and where they connected to the wall. All he came up with was dust on his fingers, but it was still disconcerting to behold. Once in a while, Callahan would toss a glare or a sneer my way. As the deputies continued their search, he strode to the front counter and gestured with his thumb at my laptop. We're going to need the username and password, he said. I tottered forward onto the balls of my feet, preparing to cross the room, when Mr. Dorian interposed himself between us. I don't think so. I don't see anything in that warrant about searching electronic devices. Callahan clearly didn't like it, but he was forced to back off. As he stalked across the room to confer with another deputy, I leaned in close to Clint and whispered, He's good. He's the best, Clint said with a grin. Watching him work is a real treat. Once they'd finished with the sales floor, Callahan gestured at the door leading to my stockroom. I'll need access to that, too. Fine. I unlocked the door and used a hook and chain to hold it open. I flipped on all the stockroom overhead lights. Because I sell as much of my stock as I can make, most of the stuff in my stockroom is related to the construction of candles rather than actual merchandise. What's in here? He demanded, nudging a stack of cardboard boxes with the toe of his boot a little harder than needed.
That's where she keeps the guns and grenades, of course, Celine said. Why don't you read the letters on the box? Or don't they teach you that at the academy?
Callahan stared at the side of the box while I stifled a laugh. Normally, I try not to participate in Celine's sass, especially not to the authorities. But in this case, it was hard not to. I mean, the boxes had the word wax stamped across them in huge letters. Callahan flicked out a pocket knife, which I think was meant to seem intimidating, but I was still laughing at his earlier faux pas. He used the knife to cut the packing tape and opened the box. Finding a cube of wax within, he grunted and closed it up. He poked around the storeroom, emptying desk drawers, checking under the drawers themselves, though I wasn't sure what he expected to find. He made me open the small safe where I kept deposits and rolls of change for the till. He didn't find anything worth bagging to take back to the station. When he was done, he returned to the archway separating the front retail space from the storeroom. He ran a gloved hand through his thick brown hair. "You guys find anything?" "I got nothing," one of the other men replied. "I'm still checking the drawers," the lone female officer added, "but so far nothing." Callahan jerked his head in a harsh nod. "Fine. I'll take one last sweep of the sales floor." Giving the grumpy cop a wide berth, I followed a few steps behind as he wandered the store again. They hadn't found anything, which, quite frankly, I should have known. After all, I certainly knew that I hadn't had anything to do with the casting of the curse. But still, seeing them so flustered felt vindicating. Maybe they would start to listen to me once they were done searching. "George, did you search under these shelving units with your flashlight?" Without reply, one of the two male deputies got down on hands and knees. A feat, considering the sizable beer belly hanging over his belt line. He crawled around awkwardly on three limbs, using one hand to hold his flashlight. He gave the occasional dark look to Callahan, who stood by the door with his hands on his narrow hips. "Wait," George said, reaching under one of the display shelves. "I think I see something." The gap between the bottom of the shelving unit and the floor was pretty narrow, but a taper candle could roll under without too much trouble. At the end of the fiscal year, I made a point to do a complete sweep and get every last stray, but it never amounted to more than $100 worth of inventory. "Give me a broom or something," George griped. "I can't reach the blasted thing with my fingertips." Callahan looked beyond fed up, but he snapped his fingers, and one of the others did as George asked. Moments later, the older deputy sat up, peering down at a cloudy purple candle. A taper, as I'd expected. Though the coloring was strange. Perhaps age had turned it. George narrowed his eyes as he checked the flat side of the candle. Then he gasped and leaned in, looking closer. "You're going to want to see this, Callahan." He scrambled to his feet and waddled over to Callahan, shaking out one leg after a hitched step. Callahan snatched it from the man's hands the way an eagle would grab a fish out of the lake. A slow grin spread over Callahan's face. "I knew it." My eyes widened as I spun to look at Clint and Mr. Dorian. "Wait a moment," Mr. Dorian said, taking a quick series of steps toward the officer. "Moyne v. Cabrera set the precedent for disclosure at the time of search warrant seizure. What exactly are you taking into your chain of custody?" Callahan didn't seem to mind cooperating that time. He turned to the persistent lawyer and displayed the candle proudly. "The proof that your client's been cooking up bad batches." I peered at the candle. A small symbol was carved into the wax at the bottom, where I would normally affix a price tag sticker. It looked like an arcane sigil of some sort, but I'd never seen it before, and I certainly hadn't put it there myself. Mr. Dorian shook his head. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" "All the candles we've recovered from the gift baskets had this same symbol on them. Our expert tells us this mark occurs when certain types of spells, hexes to be more precise, are cast." Callahan tapped the sigil with his finger. "In other words, this is our smoking gun. So why don't you tell me again how innocent your client is?" He didn't wait for a reply. He handed off the candle with instructions to tag and bag, then did a slow 180 spin to cast one final glance around my mess of a shop. "I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon, Ms. Harth. And next time I come by, I'll have a pretty pair of bracelets for you to wear." The officers left, and Clint put his arm around my shoulders. Mr. Dorian turned to me, his eyes steely. "This isn't the end of this, Cora. I'm sure that I can knock holes in those search warrants in court."
"And if not, I can poke some holes into Callahan's gut,"
Celine chimed in. "Come on, we'll help you get everything straightened up around here," Clint said. "Where do you keep your broom?" "You don't have to do that," I said, my voice thick. "I actually think I'd like to be alone for a while." Clint frowned. "Cora, it's okay, I just need to get my thoughts together. The store can wait for another day. It's not like I'm going to be open for business anytime soon. The entire town will have heard by now. Even my most loyal customers won't be likely to come in and associate with me." "You don't know that," Clint said gently. "Please, let me help you get things straight around here." "Please, Clint, can you just take me home?" Slowly, he nodded and reached into his pocket for his keys. "I can do that." 10. With a little help from some medicinal tea and one of my own relaxation candles, I slept like a log. I woke up at some point well after my usual hour, in a panic, before I'd even had time to wipe the sleep from my eyes. The angle of the sun coming in my window was all wrong. I was late opening up the shop. Then I remembered, and the truth hit me like a hammer. I collapsed back into bed, wiped my face, and proceeded to stare at the ceiling, feeling sorry for myself for the next hour or so. I kept playing it through my mind over and over. The way the police tore through my shop searching for evidence. Their callous disregard for my merchandise or privacy and downright hostile attitudes made me miss the patronizing eye rolls of Sheriff Templeton. I eventually made it out of bed and shuffled into the kitchen to make coffee. Celine was oddly subdued, not giving me a hard time for being late with her breakfast. She lay in the middle of the table, most of her furry body caught in the sunbeam emanating through the kitchen window. Without really thinking about it, I reached out and scratched her between the shoulder blades. Celine spooked, but then relaxed into the attention and lifted her head so I could run my fingers under her chin. A knock at the door interrupted the rare moment. It was too calm to be Callahan, which was a relief. Getting arrested sounded unpleasant enough. I really didn't want to face that while clad in a fuzzy robe, barefooted and braless. "That's probably Clint," I said, already shuffling out of the kitchen. "I was a little rude to him last night after he offered to help set the shop right."
"You weren't rude. You were tired,"
Celine corrected. I opened the front door, expecting my boyfriend, but instead found my brother. "Evan? What brings you here so early?" I cinched my robe a little tighter against the chill that flooded inside. He came inside and shut the door behind him. His sympathetic frown made me want to cry. Not for my sake, but for his. I don't like seeing my brother upset, even if it's on my behalf. "I heard about what happened, Cora. I'm so sorry." Evan hugged me warmly, and I sighed, patting his back. "Thanks, I appreciate it." He pulled himself out to arm's length. "You don't look so good. Have you been sleeping?" "I'm working on it," I told him. "Come on, I'll put on some coffee." "Caffeine isn't a replacement for sleep, sis. Missing out on your Z's isn't like trying to pay back a loan. You can't just sleep the extra hours the next day." I cocked an eyebrow. "Where did you hear that?" "I don't know, some random web article." He shrugged. "Listen, I didn't just come to check up on you. I spoke with Alec, one of my sentry friends. He's agreed to help us and is going to try and find out when Warden Quinton will be in town next." I brightened up. "That's great." Evan nodded. "He should know by tomorrow, so I'll be sure to text you as soon as I hear from him." Nodding, I shoveled a generous amount of coffee grounds into the filterless basket on my small coffee machine. "You staying for a cup?" I asked over my shoulder. "Wish I could. I've got the girls out in the car. I promised we'd get to school a little early so they could play on the swings before class starts. I smiled. I can't believe they're in school already. It seems like just yesterday they were running around here in diapers, all bow-legged and chubby and bald. Evan laughed. Yeah, Auntie Cora, they'll love those stories in about 10 years. You'll be a big hit. My smile dampened. Assuming I'm around to tell them. The way things are looking, they'll have to come say hi on the other side of a plate glass window. Ah, come on, Cor. You can't think like that. You got yourself a lawyer? I nodded. Yeah, Clint got one for me. My eyes popped open. Oops. Evan didn't miss a beat. Clint, huh? He grinned as he casually slid his hands into the back pockets of his faded jeans.
Ha!
Celine exclaimed.
I told you it wouldn't be me who would spill the beans.
I ran a hand down my face. Please, just promise you won't tell Mom. She's still so hung up about this whole Roger thing now that he's back, and Evan laughed. Relax, Cora, I'm not going to tell Mom. But come on, who is this guy? He got you a lawyer?
Yep, he's loaded with a capital L,
Celine interjected. Evan whistled. Wow, nicely done, sis. The goddess knows we're going to need a little help putting the girls through college. He chuckled and pulled me in for a sideways squeeze. You're always thinking one step ahead. Yeah. Speaking of the girls, they probably need a Cheerios refill, so how about you scoot? He laughed, but let me shoo him out of the house. I stayed on the porch to wave at the girls in their booster seats as he backed out of the drive and drove away. When I got back inside, the coffee was ready. Since I wasn't going into the shop, I pulled my biggest mug from the cupboard and filled it to the brim.
You know, the silver lining in this whole mess is that we now have more time to look for Lavender,
Celine chimed in as I carefully made my way to the table. I suppose that's true, I said, though I wasn't sure that was much of a consolation prize. Despite the scrying session and Aunt Lavender's words, little had changed when it came to our hunt. Waiting for an audience with Warden Quinton seemed like our best bet, and that could still be days or weeks away.
I was up most of the night doing research,
Celine continued, her tail gesturing toward a stack of books on the table. We'd kept a revolving stack there for the past few weeks since this whole mystery started.
I also finally got that blasted iPod to take my paw print.
iPad, Celine.
Pish-posh,
the cat replied.
All that matters is that I've bookmarked some things for you to look over.
What kind of things? I asked, settling into my seat. My coffee was still pouring steam off the top, so I reached for the tablet and powered up the screen to check my bookmarks while it cooled. The first thing I saw was an image of a grinning woman in a pointed witch's hat and a pair of aviator sunglasses. She was giving the thumbs up with a gloved hand, and appeared to be in the midst of climbing a cliff face, judging by the ropes and pitons and harnesses and such. The headline below the portrait read, Tabitha Hardwick scales Gyatchen Kang in search of knowledge and treasure. I thumbed the screen down to read the text. Tabitha Hardwick. That name sounds familiar.
Happy Hardwick's Magical Expedition podcast?
Celine said. Never heard of it.
You are so trend backward. Anyway, Hardwick is like the magical world's Indiana Jones, only she's a real person.
I flicked through the article. It seems like Hardwick is in the same line of work as Aunt Lavender.
What do you mean? Lavender doesn't have a podcast or branded t-shirts, mugs, and bumper stickers. You know, you should pitch that to August Nell. What good is a franchise without merch?
I snorted. I think it's safe to say that ship has not only sailed, but it's hit a rock and capsized by now. Celine twitched her tail, but didn't argue with me. Anyway, what I mean was that they seem to have a shared mission. They both hunt down rare magical artifacts and tomes.
Yes, but Hardwick has figured out a way to get paid for it,
Celine pointed out. Well, she seems to have met with some success at any rate. I skipped to the next article, this one showing her with a group of witch doctors holding up a clay idol in her hands. The headline read, Tabitha Hardwick returns the sacred scarred man idol to the Red Fern tribe. So are you thinking we should ask Ms. Hardwick for help finding Aunt Lavender? I skipped to the next article and gasped. Look at this, though. The riddle of Oben's Silver Labyrinth has been considered unsolvable until Tabitha Hardwick got on the case. She's already solved one of Oben's puzzles.
That was my thought, Celine agreed. Hardwick is a student of Oben's tome, so she very well may know something about the Golden Lotus.
Let me see if I can figure out how to get a hold of her. Celine stretched, long and languid, before hopping down on near-silent paws to pad over to the fridge. It looks like she has a contact page on her website, I said, after a few minutes of searching. But it's one of those generic forms. Who knows if she's even the one receiving the messages on the other side? Someone like her probably has an assistant or PR agent.
Well, then you'll just have to make sure your message is interesting enough to get her agent's attention. Trust me, a glory hound like Tabitha Hardwick isn't going to pass up an opportunity to get a lead on the Golden Lotus. It's the dream of every magical scholar, sage, and treasure hunter to get their hands on one of Oben's treasures.
I'll do my best, I replied with a slight cringe. I typed out the missive, which I hoped struck the right balance between pathos and flattery. Dear Ms. Hardwick, you don't know me, or owe me or my family anything, but we sincerely need your help. My Aunt Lavender, something of an explorer like yourself, has been missing for some time, and there's evidence she's being held against her will. My aunt was searching for one of Oben's treasures called the Golden Lotus. If you could help us out in any way with information pertaining to what it is or where to find it, please get in touch at your earliest convenience. Sincerely, Cora Harth. There, sent.
Good. Now get me some chow. My belly's been rumbling for 2 hours.
After breakfast and 2 cups of coffee, I found another silver lining to my current predicament. I suddenly had time to go out on the lake. On top of that, I doubted Callahan would hop a canoe to come after me, so it should be a relatively peaceful time. I dressed, packed a lunch, and filled my canteen. Since I had no plans for the day, I thought I might take a little hike and sit in the woods to eat lunch. I drove to the lake and arrived just before noon. The mist had lifted from its crystal-clear waters, which reflected the autumn sun brilliantly. I inhaled deeply through my nostrils, savoring the crisp, clean air. For a moment, my problem seemed, if not far away, at least not as mountainous in size. I got my fiberglass hull down off the top of my car and lugged it to the water. When I hit the gritty, dark-colored beachhead, I spotted a solo canoe out on the water. That didn't bother me, of course. If anything, it was odd to see the lake so devoid of vessels. In the summertime, dozens of kayaks, canoes, and paddleboarders could be found enjoying the water on any given day. I shoved my boat toward the water and climbed in, splashing expertly into the lake without getting a drop of water anywhere but my craft. I paddled away from shore as the canoe was coming in, and my breath hitched in the back of my throat. I knew one of the 2 occupants. The man who sat in the rear seat was none other than my ex-husband, Roger. Just peachy. At least Celine wasn't here to heckle me. At first, the pair didn't notice me. They seemed rather lost in one another's company, in fact. The woman in the front seat was cute, with a long blonde ponytail and an athletic build. She giggled at something, and the musical notes scattered across the water's surface. Roger was grinning like a fool and... Wait, were they on a date? A surge of panic shot through me, and I quickly tried to paddle around the long dock protruding into the water, hoping I could hide on the other side until they were back on dry land. But I was too late. Cora? Crap, I muttered under my breath. I turned and tried to plaster a smile on my face. Roger, hello. This is a nice surprise, isn't it? Quite the weather we're having, don't you think? I silently berated myself for the banal things coming out of my mouth. Yes, it certainly is, Roger said. Oh, forgive my manners. Cora, this is Elsie. Elsie, this is Cora, his ex-wife, I said, finishing the statement for him. So nice to meet you, Elsie. The blonde looked a little taken aback, but she recovered quickly and offered a friendly wave. Nice to meet you, too. Good seeing you, Roger said, starting his graceful paddle strokes. Mm-hmm. The pair beached their boat and stepped out, but I was still close enough to shore to hear what they were saying. So I had a great time, Elsie said with that flirty, girly edge to her voice. This was the best date I've had in a long time. Roger chuckled. Same here. Can I call you? Don't wait too long, handsome, Elsie said with another giggle. I did my best to make my own paddle strokes silent, but that meant I couldn't put much distance between me and the shore. After a few moments of silence, I craned around and peeked over my shoulder. Roger stood on the shore, watching me. His hands were in his pockets and his life vest was still in place. You want some company? He called out. Sighing, I stilled my oar. Roger took that as his answer and was soon paddling up beside me in the canoe. It's been a minute, he said with a jovial grin. How have you been? I cocked my head. You haven't heard? Heard what? Never mind, I said, tossing my head. This was a mistake. I didn't need nor want to talk to Roger. Just check the newspaper. You can read all about it. The newspaper? Cora, what are you talking about? You're not making any sense. If something is wrong, maybe I can help. No, I barked, then winced. I don't need help, Roger. Well, all right then, he said, clearly a little bit miffed. Oh, don't get that hurt puppy dog look. I rolled my eyes to the sky. I wanted to be civil with him. I really did. But then my conversation with Liana at Merlin's Well came bubbling up to the surface of my mind. Scowling, I shot him a dark look. You know what is wrong, Roger? I snapped, my voice a crude invasion on the placid stillness of the lake. You know what's totally messed up? You hitting up my best friend for a hookup on dates. What? Roger flinched. Yeah, Liana told me you called her up asking her to play Cupid. Roger's lips twisted to one side. Hey, she's my friend too. And I'm divorced, not dead. Who are you to condemn me for moving on when you're kissing that rich guy all over town? All over town? I shook my head. I think you're exaggerating more than a little bit, Roger. The fact of the matter is we're not talking about me, we're talking about you. And I'm not mad that you're moving on. I'm mad that you dragged Liana into it and put her in such an awkward spot. And please don't even pretend like you didn't do it purely because you knew she would relay the message to me. If this was some kind of last-ditch effort to get me to change my mind and give us, another chance, just forget it, all right? I started paddling away, anger speeding my stroke, so I glided away at a good clip. Roger didn't say anything, but I could feel his gaze on my back as I cut across the lake. 11. A few days passed, mostly in a blur of nothingness. I spent my days checking over my shoulder, jumping at any thump or knock, thinking the police were there to arrest me. The shop stayed closed, and aside from a few loyal customers reaching out to me privately, it didn't seem like anyone else in town even cared about my absence. None of the people in the magic comas woke up, despite the continued efforts of a whole host of healers, and the longer it all dragged on, the more dire it all became. Clint did his best to keep my mind off it, but he still had his business to run and his mother to look after. He couldn't be with me around the clock. Not that I needed him to be. Celine was busy obsessing over every move Tabitha Hardwick had made over the past few years, convinced she would know how to help us. But my email had thus far gone unanswered. Finally, after nearly a week of radio silence from the police, I decided to quietly open up shop and see what happened. If a line of protesters showed up outside with rotten tomatoes or worse, I could always make a run for it. On Saturday morning, I called Lily and told her I was tentatively thinking of opening the shop the following day. She was happy to oblige, and we made plans to arrive a couple of hours early to clear up the damage left by the search. I went to bed early that night and awakened ahead of my usual time. It felt good to have a reason to wake up. A renewed sense of purpose, though I kept my expectations for the day low. If all I accomplished was getting things cleaned and organized again, I'd count it as a win. I fed Celine, made coffee and breakfast, and settled in at the table beside that Sunday's edition of the Winterspell Gazette. "Do I want to look at this?" I asked Celine, gesturing at the newspaper.
I'd say no, but you'll look anyway,"
the cat replied in between bites. Sighing, I lifted the paper, bracing for the worst. Healers stumped by mysterious comas. I skimmed the article. My name and business were left out of it, at least. But there was no good news with regard to those affected by the terrible curse. They were all being held in a magical stasis while the healers worked to find a cure. Setting the paper aside, I sagged back in my chair and abandoned the final bites of cereal in my bowl. I just keep running it through my head. I've been so distracted lately, what with Aunt Lavender missing and then this new relationship with Clint and the drama over finding help at the shop. What if I accidentally messed up those candles? What if this is all my fault? Celine scoffed.
"Don't be an idiot, Cora. I won't stand for it."
I fixed her with a long gaze. Calmly, she smoothed one paw over her face, cleaning her whiskers as was her custom following a meal.
"One doesn't just accidentally cook up a curse," she insisted. "Especially not a whopper like this one seems to be. Honestly, Cora, what goes through your head sometimes? Oops, I slipped on a banana peel and blasted the roof off the neighbor's house. Or, dearie me, I tripped over this crack in the sidewalk and opened a black hole. Careful, don't drive when you're sleepy or else you might conjure a plague of locusts."
Okay, point taken. Yeesh.
"Besides, you seem to be forgetting that I'm always at the shop with you. Would I pass up an opportunity to take you to task for it if I really thought you were in any way responsible?"
Well, she had me there. I finished breakfast, showered, and put on one of my more professional outfits, a pantsuit I'd bought and had tailored but rarely wore. Then, Celine and I headed downtown.
"Park your car right in front of the shop, not in the alley."
The spots right in front of the shops are for customers. It's in our lease agreement.
"Okay, but if we come out to slash tires, it's your fault, not mine."
You really don't think people are angry enough to vandalize my car, do you? I parked my car and made sure to lock up as Celine considered the question.
"Well, no, I don't think they'll vandalize your car."
That's a relief.
"Yeah, they'll be too scared that you're going to light one of your coma candles outside their window and put them into an eternal sleep, too."
I glared down at Celine, then opened up the back door. Lily arrived shortly after, her face contorting into a frown when she saw the general disarray the police had left in their wake. "Oh no," Lily said, her hand in front of her mouth. "It's so awful." I know. The Marvel candles are mixed in with the DC. I know. Some of this stuff is crushed. What the heck? Careful, I think there's broken glass mixed in here too. I held out one of my plastic hand baskets. "Put any damaged candles in here. My lawyer says I can get reimbursed by the city for any damage caused during the execution of the search warrant." Why would they search your shop anyway? I keep telling everyone that there's no way Miss Cora could be involved in anything so dark. "Thanks, Lily," I said, and meant it. I really appreciate that. It took us the better part of 3 hours to undo the damage that the deputies had wrought in about 20 minutes of fumbled searching. During that time, we wound up filling 2 baskets with damaged merchandise. I swept up the debris and glass shards and dumped it into the trash, while Lily finished rearranging the window displays. As I straightened, I wiped the sheen of sweat off my brow and nodded in approval. My sales floor looked better than it had before the cops had worked it over. Lily and I had taken the opportunity to give the sales floor one of the better, more thorough cleaning jobs it had seen since I opened. "Well, that's done," I said, unscrewing the cap of my bottled water and taking a long pull.
"Yeah, now all we have to do is brace ourselves for the crushing throng of customers,"
Celine quipped from her perch on the case behind the counter. The tip of her tail twitched back and forth, and I imagined a tick-tock sound along with its agitated movements. "They'll come," Lily chimed in. "People have short memories. You have tons of loyal customers who have been buying from you for years. Surely all of that history doesn't vanish overnight. As the day stretched on, it seemed Celine was right, and Lily was sweet, but off the mark in this case. People walked by the store, and I would glance up with renewed hope, only to see them scurry past as though they were afraid some shadow man would nab them by the ankles if they lingered too long. One witch even made a gesture meant to ward off evil as she shuffled by. In the afternoon, a small group of people gathered on the sidewalk across the street from my shop. They exchanged disgusted expressions and a few inaudible words. I started to worry that I was about to be the target of a vigilante mob, but nothing ever came of their conspiring, other than my anxiety requiring an antacid or two. When the phone rang before closing time, I sighed.
Aren't you going to get that?
Celine asked on the fourth ring. Do you want me to? Lily offered. No, I said. It's just going to be another customer calling to cancel an order. When I checked the voicemail earlier in the day, I jotted down 13 cancellation requests. I didn't know if I could take another rejection at that moment. Just let the machine get it. I was about to give up hope completely and send Lily home when the bell chimed on the shop door. Celine, Lily, and I all perked up as a young mother came inside, leading one small child by the hand, while another, even smaller child nestled against her chest in a carrier. Lydia, I said, beaming a smile, only for it to quickly fade. Did you come in to cancel your order? Why would I do that? She scoffed. I'm here to pick it up. Well, it's just with the news report. I stopped short. Was it possible she just hadn't heard yet? Lydia smiled. Cora, I don't pay attention to that ruckus. I know you, I like you, and I love your candles. She laid her credit card on the counter, and I almost cried. You have no idea how glad I am to hear you say that. I'll just get it wrapped up for you. I'll do it, Lily volunteered, already slipping into the back room. Smiling, I turned my attention to Lydia's young boy and the plastic toy he was pushing across the edge of my counter. Who's that in your hand? It's Gypsy Danger, the boy replied. Cool. What does he transform into? He gave me a confused look, as though he couldn't fathom someone not knowing who Gypsy Danger was. He doesn't transform into anything, the boy replied. He fights kaiju. You know what a kaiju is. Not offhand. Wait, like Godzilla? Yes, like Godzilla. The other day, I had a dream where I was Godzilla, and I was stomping on the daycare because I hate going there, and breathing fire all over this kid Tommy because he said Godzilla couldn't take Gamera, and... I couldn't help but laugh at the deluge of information. Lydia smiled and stroked her fingers through his hair with her free hand. Welcome to my world. Mom, I'm hungry, the boy said, clasping his toy in one hand. We'll have dinner as soon as we're done here, all right? Can we have pizza? The boy asked brightly. No, we're having meatloaf. But I want pizza. I'm with the kid on this one, Celine chimed in. Whoever thought meat needed to be put into a loaf ought to have been run out of town with spears, if you ask me. And yet no one did, I muttered. Lydia laughed softly. Lily returned with the package just as I finished printing Lydia's receipt. Thanks, she said, gathering up her straying child as she prepared to leave. Say, Lydia. Yes. Thank you for coming in today. It really means a lot. The rest of the town seems to think I'm Typhoid Mary working at a kissing booth. Lydia laughed obligingly. This will all blow over soon enough. If nothing else, you still have my business. Thanks, Lydia. Great. Now all we need is like 1,000 more just like her and we'll weather this storm no problem, Celine said, once the door swung shut behind the young mother. Despite Celine's cynicism, my spirits were lifted. I texted Clint and asked if I could stop by after work. He responded with a big smiley face emoji, which tickled me more than a little. I got to his place, and he kissed me in the foyer. I breathed in his familiar scent and allowed myself a few moments of solace in his warm embrace. We settled on the couch, and he poured glasses of wine. Then he took my hand. So, how was your first day of being open for business again? Well, I made one sale, I said cheerfully. So there's that. Oh, geez. That bad, huh? Yeah. I'm persona non grata as far as Winterspell's fine citizenry is concerned. Well, the best thing we can do is figure out who the real culprit is, Clint said firmly. That way we can clear your name. You're preaching to the choir, but we don't exactly have an extensive list of suspects. I still don't trust that Angie Harley, Clint said, his eyes growing dark. Anybody who would rip up all the packaging is someone with major unresolved anger issues. I shuddered a little bit. Maybe so, but I get the impression she was telling the truth. I mean, she at least came clean about trying to rob me. What about this Suede person? Clint frowned. I haven't the foggiest. Whoever they are, they're but a name on a page to me at this point. He nodded. Want me to have Dory look into it? He might be able to dig up some dirt. I guess it can't hurt. Maybe have him look into Marvin, too, I suggested, still unsure about the man. He was so nice, but I couldn't completely discredit what Angie said, even though we had a speckled history. Clint sipped his wine and relaxed a bit. I heard the Winterspell players are putting on a production of Singing in the Rain. What do you say? Tuesday night, so you can stay out and not worry about getting up for work the next day. I cringed. I can't this week. Family dinner night, remember? Oh, right. Of course. Clint took another sip, this one more pensive. After a moment, he raised a brow. Would you like me to go with you sometime? I flinched. To my mom's house? For the dinner, he added. I'm not trying to insert myself, just, putting it out there, that if you wanted to invite me, I would say yes. That's all. I took a sip of wine to buy myself time to think. Clint's expression shifted. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. We can go to the play the week after. I'll see about getting us tickets. Clint, He shook his head. No, Cora, please, it's fine. You have a lot on your plate without me barging into your family time. It's completely fine, I promise. He smiled, but there was something in his eyes that stayed with me long after the night ended. 12. The following day was more of the same. A grand total of 2 customers came in, and another 3 called to cancel existing orders. Lily washed the windows, built a new display in the clearance aisle, and even offered to wash my car. She didn't say it out loud, but I knew she had to be wondering about her personal job security. After all, with no customers, there was no income for the business. Income I needed to pay her salary. I wanted to assure her that I wasn't letting her go, but couldn't bring myself to make the promise aloud. After work, I went home and ended up dozing on the couch after dinner while a reality dating show played in the background. A loud alarm woke me, and I realized in a foggy haze that my lawyer was calling. I'd purposefully set his ringtone as the loudest, most annoying setting I could find to make sure I would wake up and take his call. I was regretting that decision as I searched through the couch cushions for my phone. Hello? I said sleepily, my brain still stuck in that fugue moment between dreaming and being awake. Cora? Mr. Dorian's voice sounded anxious. Is this a bad time? No, of course not. I sat up on the sofa and rubbed at my eyes with the palm of my free hand. What's going on? I've been doing my own investigation of the case, and I came across a number of things I'd like to discuss with you. Are you free to meet? Sure, I replied, not really wanting to leave my house again that day. Would it be possible for you to come here? Certainly. Just text me your address and I'll be there shortly. Sounds good, will do. See you soon. I sighed and put the phone down. Celine jumped up on the back of the sofa all of a sudden, giving me an adrenal jolt I probably needed to wake up fully. Yet even though it may have been needed, it was not appreciated.
Is that Clint? Is he coming over?
No, it was my lawyer.
What's he coming here for? Are you in even more trouble?
I thought about it for a moment, and then shook my head. I don't know. He didn't really say what he wanted to talk about, just that he needed to talk to me about the investigation.
You'd better put a pot of coffee on, kiddo. Lawyers don't know how to shut up, and you'll be at this for a while.
Coffee did sound good, so I rose to go and brew some. By the time the pot was finished, Mr. Dorian was at my front door. I let him in and offered him a cup of coffee, which he accepted. 4 spoonfuls of sugar, extra cream. It was odd having him here without Clint. "So," I said, settling in at the kitchen table adjacent to him, "what did you want to talk about?"
"Several things."
He opened his briefcase and withdrew a glasses case and then a file folder. He put the reading glasses on first, then opened the file and perused its contents.
"First of all, I wanted to talk about what happened when I interviewed staff at the Winterspell Chalet. Now, normally I have an investigator, a PI of some sort, but since I'm here on my own, I headed over to poke around."
"What happened?"
"The first employee I interviewed was a fairy, a housekeeper who goes by the name Suede. Apparently just Suede, like Madonna."
I nodded. "They used their keycard to get into August's suite after I delivered the baskets."
"Correct,"
Mr. Dorian said with a nod.
"Suede, as it turns out, was in charge of bringing the auction items from the suite to the reception hall, which means your candles would have fallen under his purview."
I cocked an eyebrow. That sounded incriminating. So Suede would have had an opportunity, if not motive, for the curse.
"Not quite."
Mr. Dorian pushed his wire-rimmed glasses up further on his nose with his index finger.
"Suede used his key card to enter the hotel suite at 3:48 p.m. on Friday. Then his key card was used to get into the banquet room at 3:56. It's just enough time to get from the suite to the hall. I clocked it myself. In addition, he wasn't working alone. There were 4 other members of the housekeeping staff who were with him and assisting in the transport of the prizes."
I frowned. Mr. Dorian's conclusion was evident. "So probably safe to say he had nothing to do with it, then?"
"I'd agree with that,"
Mr. Dorian replied. "Okay. So, then, did you find anything else out?"
"I did."
He glanced up at me over his wire-rimmed glasses.
"I want to show you something."
He set aside his papers and reached for his phone. He tapped and swished at the screen for a few moments.
"I went to the police station earlier today to have a little chat with Officer Callahan. Ever a delight."
I smiled.
"And while I was there, I managed to snap a photo of something on their evidence board."
My brows lifted. "Is that legal?"
"Hey, they're the ones who didn't bother to put it away when I showed up in their bullpen."
Mr. Dorian shrugged. He turned the phone around to face me, and I saw the same branded symbol I'd seen on the candle the officers had fished out from underneath my display case.
"Do you recognize this sigil?"
I shook my head. "Well, other than seeing it on that candle they found, I don't know what the symbol means." Celine jumped up onto the table and took a good look at the screen.
"It's a shadow rune,"
she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Wait, you know what this is?" I asked, turning toward her. "Why didn't you say anything the other night when Callahan showed it to us?"
"The big oaf must have had his thumb covering part of it," she protested. "Besides, I was on the floor. I didn't exactly have box seats to the whole display, all right?"
Okay.
"Forgive me,"
Mr. Dorian said, clearing his throat.
"I was born into magic, but I'm afraid law has been the passion of my studies. I don't remember more than the rudimentary basics from my academy days. What is a shadow rune?"
"Well,"
Celine said,
"what's your first impression of it?"
Mr. Dorian thought for a moment, then gave a half-hearted chuckle.
"It's bad?"
"That about sums it up, pal."
Celine sat down, her tail swirling through the air behind her.
"Most magic wielders are granted the power of an element, fire, air, water, or earth. Some are blessed with 2 elemental gifts. Shadow is dark magic. It's more in line with necromancy or blood magic. Nasty business for nasty folk."
"Shadow is the realm between this world and the Stardust," I added. "Shadow magic is pulled from that place, a place of death, despair, anguish." Mr. Dorian considered it for a long moment.
"But technically, couldn't any kind of elemental power be used for those things too? A fire could burn someone, or something they love. Wind can cause devastating destruction. Water too, how is this different?"
Sure, a wind spell could push someone over a cliff, but it could just as easily be used to push them back up to safety when they fall out of a window. It can create a cool breeze on a hot summer night. Wind in and of itself is not intrinsically evil. It simply is. Celine nodded in agreement.
Shadow is always used for bad,
she said, her voice ominous.
Here's an example of a shadow spell. It used to be called the Plague of Pestilent Pox. The spell, as its name suggests, creates an incurable, non-lethal, and highly contagious disease that results in sores and blisters erupting all over the body. There is no way to use that spell for anything other than causing misery and hardship.
I grimaced at the visual she painted. Celine leaned in, her voice going even lower.
If someone is messing around with shadow magic, we could all be in danger.
You're saying that there's some kind of plague on the way? Mr. Dorian was aghast, his eyes wide as dinner plates behind his spectacles.
Shadow magic demands a pledge of its practitioners,
Celine continued. I shivered, though my kitchen was not cold.
In order to conjure from shadow, one has to pledge their soul to the shadow realm, meaning after death there will be no Stardust realm, only shadow. So you can imagine that those who go that far don't have a lot of boundaries, shall we say?
That can't be true, I argued, not wanting to believe it. People can't really sell their souls. Can they?
The legends say that a witch tried to purge herself of all evil and malice and created the shadow realm by accident,
Celine replied.
She funneled all of her evil into a pocket dimension, and it grew and festered and fed on itself. Others say that the shadow realm emerged as a natural force, on account of witches turning to the dark side.
Celine paused, her whiskers twitching as though she had her own alternate theory.
In any case, we really don't know where it came from. But we do know that once you've pledged yourself to the shadow realm, it's like a drug. You crave more and more of its power, and it demands more and more of you in return.
And this symbol, sigil, it means the curse was some kind of shadow-born spell? Mr. Dorian asked, his face still drained of color. I scrambled out of my seat and went down the short hallway to the spare room. I came out a few minutes later with a smudge stick.
What are you doing?
Celine asked. A cleansing, I said. We've talked about dark forces entirely too much, and that can get their attention. A good purification rite will blind their eyes to us again. Celine ignored me as I began the ritual, though she did offer some theatrical coughs if I got too close to her with the smoke.
Hey, she said, at least it rules out one of our suspects.
Mr. Dorian frowned. What do you mean?
Fairies can't be shadow-marked. Their magic is too pure, she explained. You said Suede is a fairy?
Oh, right. Very good. Mr. Dorian made a note of it, though we'd all but ruled him out anyway.
Now, a rich businessman like August, he could be shadow-marked, Celine said, patting a paw at the name printed on the page. Could have sold his soul a long time ago, if you ask me.
Yeah, except he has no motive, I interjected, still swirling bits of sage smoke throughout the kitchen. Why would he want to sabotage his own charity dinner? Not to mention, before all of this happened, he was practically drooling on my sales floor over the thought of franchising Wicked Wicks. It wouldn't make sense to tank the very business he wanted to expand.
Unless he thought he could cut out the middleman, or middle witch, Celine countered. You were being wishy-washy, so maybe he decided to take matters into his own money-grubbing paws.
I just don't see it. August Nell doesn't strike me as the type to build something from scratch. He's essentially a venture capitalist guy. He likes to get something to the next level and then take full credit for its success.
Still, Celine said, his keycard was one of the 4.
Marvin, the concierge, wasn't there, so I'm going tomorrow to speak with him, Mr. Dorian said. Is there anything specific you want me to ask him about? Clint already passed on the information about him maybe not enjoying certain types of clientele. That's all we really know right now, I replied. So anything you can find out will be helpful, really. All right, I'll do my best. He gathered his paperwork, stashed it in his briefcase, along with the readers, and then rose from the table. "Thank you for the coffee and the chat. I will be in touch." I showed him to the door, and we shook hands on parting. "Thanks, Mr. Dorian, for everything. It's my job, but it does make things easier when I fully believe in my client." His smile faded. "You're not the type to curse anyone, Cora. Any fool could see that." 3 names still swirled through my head. One of them belonged to the person who had cursed my candles, soiled my reputation, and framed me for a senseless crime. One of them had done a number on my life, my business, and my peace of mind. One of them was the villain of this case. But which one? Which one? 13.
Another day, another dollar. Or at least, that's how this is supposed to work.
Not helping, Celine. The cat glowered down from her perch behind the register.
You know what I think?
Yes, you've said it no less than 6 times today, I growled. I'm not going to call August Nell and beg him to throw a pot of investment money my way. Celine sniffed.
Stubborn witch.
Lily appeared from the back room. She'd removed her apron and bundled into her coat. "I guess I'll take off unless you need anything." I shook my head. The day outside was turning dark. Rain was on the way. "No, go ahead and get a head start before those clouds get any ideas." She smiled. "Okay, see you Friday?" I nodded, hoping to project a dash more confidence than I felt. "I'm sure things will turn around by then. Maybe we'll have a semi-normal weekend." Celine scoffed. Lily smiled, but it didn't fully reach her wide eyes. "Okay, good night, Cora. See you later, Celine."
Yeah,
the cat groused. Lily left the shop, and I sagged down to the counter, bracing my forearms on its cool surface. What am I going to do? Celine didn't bother to reply, but then she'd already made her thoughts quite clear. "They haven't arrested me yet," I continued, "which has to mean something, right? If they had enough evidence, I'd be in a cell. Don't people understand that? The fact that I'm here, open for business, should tell them I'm innocent."
Perhaps, but conspiracy and hysteria is much more fun,
Celine quipped. "That's depressing."
"Tell me about it. You forget I was around for the Salem witch trials."
I craned around and peered up at the cat. "How did you survive that nightmare? It's not in your nature to keep quiet and stay out of trouble." Celine flashed her teeth.
"I can't die, remember? What were they going to do? But for your information, I actually did manage to stay out of trouble. Not for my own sake, but for that of my witches. Real witches."
Part of me wanted to pepper her with more questions, but the energy to do so just wasn't there. Pushing away from the counter, I took off my own apron and then hit the report button on the register. Not that there would be much to look at. When the shop was closed for the day, I biked home with Celine in her basket seat. But when we got there, I didn't head for the front door. I went to my car and unlocked the doors using the electronic fob.
My bowl of dinner is that way,"
Celine said, using her tail to gesture at the door between the garage and the kitchen.
"Where do you think you're going? Oh, wait, it's Tuesday. I wonder if Lilac is making the tuna casserole I requested."
Requested, demanded. Same diff, right? I muttered, as I dug in my purse for my keys. "And yes, we'll get to Mom's house in time to eat, but first I want to go to the Winterspell Chalet and talk to Marvin. Mr. Dorian hasn't called to follow up, and I think it's time I spoke with the man myself."
"Ugh,"
Celine groaned.
"But that will take forever. Can't we do that after dinner? Look at me. I am but skin and bones. I need to eat on the regular or I wind up getting moody."
I quirked a brow. "Which is somehow different from your normal M.O.?
"Oh, ha,
Celine said, her ears going back.
"I'd claw up your face, but I'm so weak from hunger."
"Come on," I said, climbing in behind the wheel. Celine relented and jumped into my lap, then hopped into the passenger seat.
"Fine, but I'm going to sing you the song of my people all the way there and back again."
I cast a minor spell, and made the glove box pop open. A second spell opened the bag of cat treats I'd stashed there and floated 3 over onto the passenger seat. There, you can have a snack.
How old are these?
Celine?
Fine, I'll eat your glove box treats.
Celine scarfed up the first one.
You know this isn't half bad. They have some kind of chewy stuff in the middle.
You're welcome, I muttered as I turned over the engine. We set off out of town toward the Winterspell chalet. Maybe I should have waited to hear from my lawyer, but my patience was running thin. I didn't know if I could salvage my reputation and my business, but the longer this thing dragged on, the more damage was being done. Once Celine finished her snack, she perked up.
My instincts say that Marvin didn't do it.
Why is that?
Well, as a cat, naturally, I'm pretty much the apex predator of planet Earth,
she said, matter-of-factly. Uh-huh.
Don't interrupt me. Where was I? Oh, yes, apex predator. My point is, we predators can find another of our kind just by sight. I knew that Clint's crazy sister-in-law was a predator the first time we met.
That's funny, because you didn't say anything at the time.
I was still trying to play all the angles,
Celine said, as I parked the car and shut off the engine.
Now that I think about it, little Miss Klepto doesn't have that predatory instinct either.
Regardless, we need something that will stick, and we both know Sheriff Templeton doesn't go off our feelings, otherwise he'd be out looking for Aunt Lavender. I picked Celine up and deposited her onto my shoulder so she wouldn't have to wade through the wet parking lot. We entered the hotel, and I was grateful for the warmth. A fairy hovered behind the front desk. She had pink crystalline wings, a shock of moss-green hair, and bright violet eyes. Welcome to the Winterspell chalet. Checking in? No, actually, I was hoping to speak with Marvin. Is he working now, by any chance? She nodded. He sure is. I'll just give his office a ring. Who should I say is calling? Cora Harth.
And Celine, the brains of the outfit,
Celine added. The fairy smiled, thinking Celine was joking. I knew she was dead serious. Marvin, there's a woman at the front desk who wishes to speak with you. Cora Harth. Very well, I'll tell her. She set the phone down. Marvin says you can go on back to his office now. Do you know the way? I do, yes, thank you. We started to leave, but I stopped and turned to the fairy, trying to think of the best way to word my query. Have you worked with Marvin for very long? The fairy nodded. Several years. When I started, he was just a night clerk, but he's really worked his way up the ladder and proven to be a great boss. He's the lead concierge now, which comes with a lot of responsibility. A lot of pressure, too, I'll bet. The fairy considered the statement, then shrugged. I suppose, although he makes it look easy. He wears so many hats, but he always takes time to make the rest of the front desk staff feel special. That's good to hear. I can't tell you how relieved I was when upper management forgave him for messing around with the payroll last year.
Oh, it's getting juicy now,
Celine purred. Can you elaborate? The fairy glanced around as she flew a little closer to us before continuing. One of the housekeepers had to have a C-section, but she couldn't afford to take any days off, so Marvin paid her full-time as if she were working for 2 weeks. Celine grumbled, clearly deflated that it wasn't a bigger scandal. Sometimes I thought she'd be happier living in a soap opera. Another guest approached the desk, standing in my peripheral vision, and the fairy quickly zoomed away from us. Is there anything else? She asked. I shook my head and thanked her for her time.
Well, that was a bust,
Celine muttered as we headed for the elevators.
Doesn't exactly sound like a high-level criminal, does he?
No, I agreed. He doesn't. Still, I wanted to speak with him. We took the elevator to the correct floor and then followed the carpeted hallway to Marvin's office. Finding the door open, I nevertheless rapped on the door frame with my knuckles instead of just barging right in. Come in, Marvin called. I entered the office, Celine still hanging onto my shoulder like an oversized parrot. Miss Harth, it's lovely to see you again. The man smiled and laced his fingers together on the desk before him. How can I help you today? He was so friendly, so helpful, I started to get cold feet. "Marvin," I said, swallowing hard, "this isn't easy for me to talk to you about, so I'm just going to come out and say it." Marvin's brow furrowed, but he motioned for me to continue. "Very well. Let's hear it." "When I interviewed your staffer, Angie, about what happened with the cursed candles, she pointed the finger at you." His eyes went wide. "She did? I don't know why she would do that. I've never been anything but kind and helpful to Angie."
"That may be true, but she threw you under the bus, buddy," Celine griped.
"What did she say about me?" I cleared my throat. "Angie says that you were complaining very loudly about the charity auction guests, calling them spoiled and frivolous."
"You've got to admit, Marvin, that sounds pretty incriminating,"
Celine said eagerly. "Calm down, Celine. Let the man speak." Marvin sighed. He stood up from behind his desk and went to the window. Without looking back, he began to speak. "I'm afraid that what Angie told you is true. I did say those things, and a lot of other things that I shouldn't repeat, about our more well-heeled guests." "Can I ask why?" Marvin turned, his lips a thin, tight line. "This property makes millions of dollars a year, between the spa, the resort, and the outdoor excursions team. Magical beings travel from all over the world to stay here. I don't begrudge anyone their success or wealth, but sometimes it can be hard to stomach." He frowned, considering his next words. "You see, my daughter is very ill. Her condition has resisted both magical and traditional medicines and treatments. There's an operation that could make her a lot more comfortable and extend her lifespan to that of a healthy person's expectations. But I can't afford it." I felt my heart catch in my throat. "I'm so sorry, Marvin. That must be very difficult." He inclined his head. "I work hard. I enjoy my job, my fellow workers. But sometimes my frustration gets the best of me when I see people flaunting, almost throwing away mad amounts of cash, while my daughter suffers."
"So what's the plan, then? Curse them and then offer a miracle cure for a high price tag?" Celine asked, eyes agleam. "Is that why you cursed the candles?"
Marvin's nostrils flared. "No, I didn't curse the candles. Yes, I had plenty of opportunities to do so, but I don't mess with dark magic. It's a risk just talking about it that I'd rather not take." "Is there anything else you can tell us? You were in the suite at the right time. It's there on the keycard record you gave me," I said. "Did you see anyone or anything?" Marvin sighed. "Mr. Nell is more than just a VIP guest at the hotel, seeing as he has a stake in it. He requires things to be just so. I went to the suite that night, long after you left, to ensure that everything was ready for his arrival. Besides," he continued, "if I wanted to enter the room for nefarious reasons, I could have used any employee keycard. Why would I risk using my own if I were up to no good?" "Good point," I said. "Well then, I suppose—"
"Cora,"
Celine interrupted.
"I need to speak with you for a moment."
"What about?"
"Privately,"
she said firmly, staring at Marvin. I rolled my eyes. "We'll be right back." I headed out into the hallway. "Celine, this is ridiculous. What is so secretive you couldn't just say it in there? Or wait for another time?"
"We need to get him to cast a spell,"
Celine said, ignoring my complaints.
"If he is shadow-marked, it will show if he uses his magic."
I slid a look to Marvin's open doorway. "And how are we supposed to do that?" Celine told me her plan. I didn't like it much, but I had to admit it would definitively eliminate Marvin as a suspect. I entered the room again and walked toward Marvin's desk. "I'm sorry." "About what?" he asked. "About this." With a burst of conjured wind, I sent Celine hurtling toward his face. Marvin yelped and cast a quick spell. I released my own spells. The flying cat morphed into a throw pillow I'd nabbed from a chair in the hall and landed with a soft plop atop Marvin's desk. The real Celine launched into the room with an evil cackle.
"Did it work?"
Did he think you threw me at him?"
"What in the goddess's name are you doing?"
Marvin blurted. "It was the fastest way to get you off the suspect list," I said, picking up the pillow. I turned the pillow over and saw no sign of the shadow rune. I then looked to Marvin and offered a bow of my head. "I'm really sorry we scared you, but good news, you're definitely not a shadowcaster."
"A shadowcaster?
"Well, of course I'm not," the man sputtered, his eyes agog.
"We don't have anyone here like that at this hotel. All employees are thoroughly vetted."
My heart sank, and I regretted indulging Celine's plan. "I really am sorry." I gestured toward the door. "I'll put this back where it belongs, and I hope your daughter lives to a ripe old age." Marvin's expression shifted, anger turning back to sadness. He nodded.
"Me too, Miss Harth. Me too."
14.
"That went well,"
Celine said. "We're lucky we didn't give him a heart attack." I tossed my head. "I don't know why I even went along with your plan. I don't like the person this investigation is turning me into." We hurried out of the hotel and got into my car. I wasn't much in the mood for a family dinner, but knew it was better than going home and brooding alone.
"So you think Evan is going to spill the beans about you and Clinty Poo?"
Celine asked when we were about 10 minutes away from my mom's place. It took me a second to mentally shift gears. What? Oh, no, I don't think so. He drives me crazy sometimes, but he's not a rat. When I pulled into the driveway in front of my mom's house, I saw that Evan's blue minivan was already there. A smile stretched my lips. I remember a teenaged Evan swearing up and down he would never, ever buy a minivan. But he changed his tune right quick once the twins were old enough to walk. I parked behind him and we got out of the car. 2 blonde heads popped into sight through the front window. One of them, Ruby, I thought, though it was hard to tell from a distance, raised her arms and cheered, "Aunt Cora's here!" My heart warmed as I waved at the girls and ascended the steps of the porch. The front door burst open, and the 2 bounded outside.
"Yay, she brought Celine! I love Celine!"
Emmy cheered.
"Let's play dress-up,"
Ruby added.
"Look, Celine! We have a dress for you, too!"
Emmy proudly held up a pink cotton doll dress, waving it like a flag. Celine lunged for my leg and dug her claws into my pants around my ankle.
"No, please," she panted. "Don't hand me over to the 5-year-olds with their sticky fingers."
"Sorry, Celine. How can I say no to these faces?" The girls beamed at me. Celine shot down the porch, back the way we'd come, and streaked around the side of the house. Emmy and Ruby bounded after her in a blur of giggles and pretend meows. Cheyenne, Evan's wife, appeared in the doorway. "Girls, don't terrorize Aunt Cora's cat." "Celine can fend for herself," I said with a smile. "How are you?" "Oh, you know." She gave me a quick embrace, then jogged down the stairs in pursuit of her daughters. Still smiling, I went into the kitchen, where Mom was stirring a big pot of chili. Evan sat at the table looking down at his phone, but he glanced up at my arrival. A wild grin spread across his face, and I quickly made a zipper motion across my own lips. "What's new, Cora?" he asked, his voice a taunting sing-song. I shot daggers at him. "Hello, dear," Mom said as she raised a tasting spoon to her mouth. "Dinner is just about ready." "Smells great." I perused the counter and found a basket of fresh cornbread cut into generous squares. A large wooden bowl was filled with mixed greens and bursts of color from a red onion, tomatoes, and carrots. A few small ramekins held an assortment of dressings. And, knowing Mom, there was some sort of dessert already in the oven. "How are things at the shop? Martha Wilson said you'd reopened." I bit back a retort about how Martha hadn't bothered to stop in and shop her support. "I'm trying, but so far it's looking grim. If things don't pick up, I might have to let my new hire go." Mom tasted the chili, nodded to herself, and added some more dry spices before wiping her hands on her apron and turning to face me. "I'm sure you'll figure something out, dear. She patted my shoulder as she excused herself from the kitchen. I snagged a piece of cornbread and took a large bite. "You're going to have to tell her eventually," Evan said. "Besides, it would probably make her happy to know you have someone." I narrowed my eyes at him and continued chewing. He laughed and held up his hand. All right. Like I said, I won't tell her." "Mom still thinks I should be with Roger," I said on a swallow. The cornbread was melt-in-your-mouth delicious and went down easy. It's been almost 2 years since the divorce, but she seems to think we could just go right back to how things were now that he's in Winterspell again.
"I don't know. I saw him looking hot and heavy with a long-legged blonde in a corner booth over at Elephant's Palace a couple nights ago when I went to pick up our takeout order."
My stomach flip-flopped. "Probably that Elsie woman," I muttered. "Not that I care. I'm happy he's happy." Evan gave me a skeptical glance, but kept his thoughts to himself. Mom bustled back into the kitchen just as the oven timer pinged. "Evan, dear, why don't you go and gather your ladies? Cora, help me get all this to the table, will you?" "Sure thing, Mom." Evan went out the sliding glass door, and I grabbed the salad bowl. "How have you been, Mom? Have you tried the scrying mirror since—" "No." Mom tossed her head and went to the cupboard to bring down a stack of soup bowls. "I reached out to a woman who might be able to help us," I offered, though I couldn't muster up much confidence. Mom turned to me. "Dear, I don't mean anything by this, and you know I appreciate your help. But for tonight, can we not discuss your Aunt Lavender?" I blinked, but quickly nodded. "Sure, Mom. Thank you." She began dishing up portions of chili into the bowls, rather than taking the still boiling contents to the dining table. "Now tell me more about what's going on at the shop. Is there anything I can do to help?" My shoulders slumped, and I dropped my gaze to the floor. "I don't know yet. I had a really good summer, and then there was the big order that started all of this mess. I have enough to cover the next few months' expenses, minus Lily's pay, but after that— Well, you know you'll always have a place here, Cora. That back bedroom isn't doing me much good these days anyway."
"Come on, Lilac. You don't want to give up your privacy that easily,"
Celine's voice said from somewhere across the room. Mom and I turned as the small cat shimmied out from behind a potted fern, clearly having sought refuge away from the twins. Mom chuckled. "I don't know what I need my privacy for. Most days I think this empty nest thing is better left to the birds."
"Sounds to me like you need a man in your life to help change your mind about that,"
Celine purred. Evan reappeared in the doorway.
"This season of your life should be for exploration and adventure,"
Celine continued.
"You have a very sturdy dining table. If Cora was sad sacking around, you couldn't bring home a gentleman caller and take it for a spin."
Heat spread across my cheeks. "Celine, that is so not appropriate." "Oh, don't worry about it, dear," Mom replied with a laugh as she waved off my concerns. "You should hear what me and my friends talk about at gardening club. It gets pretty raunchy." Evan chuckled. "I can attest to that," he said. "I stopped by for a bit when she was having one of her empty nester parties, and I can honestly say that I blushed. On several occasions." "You blush all the time," Cheyenne said, playfully spanking him on the rear as she came up behind him, their daughters in tow. "Out of the way, you can't just stand in the doorway and block it with your gigantic butt." "Oh, is that what I'm doing?" Evan grinned as he braced himself on the doorframe. "Just try and get past now." Cheyenne responded by tickling him. Evan yelped and made a hasty retreat. "Come on, girls, let's get washed up." Emmy and Ruby followed their mother, stopping to pat Celine's head on the way.
"There she is,"
Emmy said with a giggle. Celine scowled and immediately set about grooming herself.
"Ugh, children."
"Hey, Cora, I have an idea for you," Evan said. "Why don't you just hang one of those under new management signs over your door? You could use some disguise spell on yourself, slap on a fake name tag, and voila, business saved." "Yes, a disguise spell in a town filled with magical beings," I said wryly. "Surely no one will be the wiser." He was joking, but it made me feel worse somehow. The fact of the matter was I didn't want to lose my business or my home. I felt a stab of panic, but did my best to stuff it down. I didn't want to wreck the meal for everyone else. But even the smoky chili and homemade cornbread wasn't enough to fully distract me from my problems. 15. Wednesdays, the shop was closed, even when the world wasn't topsy-turvy. So I slept in and then took the time to make a formal breakfast for myself. Waffles that didn't come out of the freezer, eggs, and even a glass of fresh-pressed orange and carrot juice. When I sat down on the couch to digest it all, Celine pounced. Literally.
"What are you doing?"
the ever-nosy cat demanded, as she jumped onto the arm of the couch behind my head and proceeded to stick her furry face in between me and my phone screen. Right this second? I'm wishing I was allergic to cats so I had a good reason to make you live outside.
Okay, I can take a hint.
Can you, though?
Look, all I want to know is if you've checked your emails, and if so, is there anything back from Tabitha Hardwick? It's been days now.
I told you she's probably not even the one who gets those email messages. I shifted myself around into a more comfortable position as I reclined against the arm of the couch. But if you insist, and I have a feeling you do, I'll check right now.
If you say so,
Celine muttered.
It's your life and all that.
With a roll of my eyes, I opened my email app. Let's see, I said, hitting the checkboxes beside the assortment of messages. Spam, registration for the vacuum cleaner I bought like 6 months ago, spam. Wait, what's this? I clicked on a name that said T. Hardwick and opened the message. I tried to keep my optimism on the cautious setting until I was sure it was really Hardwick answering me, or just one of those form letters you get after inadvertently signing up for a newsletter or some such.
Well,
Celine prompted. I blinked and sat up even straighter. I think it's really her. I cleared my throat and read the message aloud. Dear Ms. Cora Harth, my manager forwarded your message to me, and I responded as soon as I could. I'm so sorry to hear that your Aunt Lavender is missing. Lavender is something of a living legend to us magical treasure hunters. I've looked up to her for many years, in fact. She's set a wonderful example, especially in what tends to be a male-dominated sphere. She knew Lavender? I said, feeling more hopeful.
Apparently,
Celine replied. She has very nice things to say about her. This seems promising.
Either that or she's buttering you up so you'll donate to her next expedition,
Celine added. Oh, try and give someone the benefit of the doubt for a change, Celine.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you.
I sighed and went back to reading. I have long aspired to a career as magnificent and storied as Lavender's. I would like nothing more than to assist in finding her. Unfortunately, I am currently out of town for a private client. If I were able to put them off, I would, but private clients are what fund my other research. However, once I am done with this client, I should be able to provide you with further assistance. If you have any other questions or concerns in the interim, please feel free to contact me at this email address. It's my private account. Take care, Tabitha Hardwick. Celine slumped across the arm of the couch.
Well, that's a lot of words to say, sorry I can't help you.
At least she responded, I pointed out. That's a lot more than she had to do. Besides, even if she can't be here physically, she can still answer our questions. I typed out a response to Tabitha as Celine looked on, offering editorial advice. Dear Ms. Hardwick, thank you for your timely reply. While we don't know for sure what happened to my aunt, we suspect it has something to do with an artifact called the Golden Lotus. Have you heard of such a thing? Any insider information would be greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Cora Harth. I clicked send and sat back again. Well, that's done. Let's hope she gets back to us soon.
Miss Famous Celebrity? Probably not. She's probably too busy eating lobster skewers or something. Lobster.
I knew how to take a hint, too. Sorry, Celine, but with the way the shop is doing right now during this scandal, I can't afford to buy you lobster.
Maybe not, but I bet your boyfriend Clint can easily afford it.
Well, he probably can, but if you want lobster, you can ask him yourself.
Maybe I'll make a wager with him. He might be a smart cookie, but he's got nothing on me.
I made a mental note to give him a warning next time we spoke. Celine's ears perked and she leaped to the back of the sofa.
Blast it all to Hades, she exclaimed.
What?
It's that squirrel again. I told that little punk to stay out of my yard, unless he wants a close-up personal view of my intestinal tract.
Oh, good grief. It was a nasty, rainy day. So, since I couldn't go out on the lake, I spent the rest of the morning puttering around the house, doing a few chores I'd been putting off, like wiping down my vent hood. I was surprised by how shiny it turned out to be without the film of grease on it. I swept and mopped my kitchen floor, then did a load of laundry. I idly went back to check my email screen, not really expecting to see a reply. I was shocked when there was one waiting for me in my inbox. I settled down and opened the email. Dear Cora, the Golden Lotus is one of Oban Amarath's treasures. It's said to be something of a key, at least according to my research. In fact, evidence seems to point to it being the key to the Fountain of Youth itself. I opened the attachment, and an illustration appeared on the screen. An illustration, finely detailed and professional-looking, appeared on my screen. The Golden Lotus appeared to have two parts, a closed-up petal section and the ornately carved stem that fit into the bottom. According to the illustration, one inserted the stem and twisted it, causing the Golden Lotus blossom to open and presumably turn into its key iteration. I read on after closing the picture attachment. The Golden Lotus, as you can see from the illustration, is a two-piece mechanism. There is also a third component, which is an enchantment found in Oban's Odyssey. Unfortunately, the tome has been missing for decades. That's about all I know. If Lavender was after the Golden Lotus, there are many paths she could have taken. I drummed my fingers on the table. I wasn't sure if I should tell Tabitha Hardwick that I actually had Oban's tome in my possession. I knew what Celine would say without even asking. I typed out my response, asking if she knew of any other treasure hunters who were actively hunting for the Lotus. I was careful not to give away that I had the tome. Surprisingly, I got a response almost immediately. Tabitha noted that there were several people probably interested in the Lotus, but as far as she knew, most serious hunters had written it off as impossible to find. It was something of a white whale. At some point during my typing, Celine returned from her great squirrel hunt and resumed reading over my shoulder. She then insisted that I go back and open all the replies so she could read those as well.
The Fountain of Youth, huh? Celine said when she finished. What would Lavender want with that? She always said that death was only another adventure. She wasn't in a rush to get there, of course, but she never struck me as the kind of witch who wanted immortality. And believe me, I've known quite a few of those.
I don't know. Maybe it's like you said, just the thrill of it. The fact that no one else is even trying to find it because it's so rare. Celine returned to her windowsill, her tail swishing.
Well, if that's the case, then why didn't she ever say something? We had 16 years together, and not once did she breathe a peep about this Golden Lotus.
I pursed my lips in thought. It did seem strange indeed that Aunt Lavender would not have brought up the Golden Lotus to her familiar. My own relationship with Celine notwithstanding, most witches shared everything with their familiars. There's a level of trust with the familiar bond that goes beyond the pale. There must be some reason she never brought it up to you.
I can't think of any,
Celine protested. Well, maybe she was just trying to protect you. Celine's ears went back.
You're talking about the same woman, the same witch who sent me down badger holes in Europe looking for the legendary recipe for tartar sauce. Its history is surprisingly complex.
I never heard this story.
That's because I prefer to forget. I still have a badger tooth lodged somewhere in my right flank. Still, if she was willing to put me at risk against an angry badger, she shouldn't have felt the need to protect me from the people looking for the Golden Lotus.
There are more dangerous things in the world than an angry badger, Celine. Celine scoffed.
Have you ever been in a hole with one? You wouldn't be saying that otherwise. Trust me, I'd rather take on a grizzly bear in the woods armed with a fly swatter.
I stared at the image of the lotus while I gathered my thoughts. If Lavender hadn't been trying to protect her familiar, then why not tell Celine about the Golden Lotus hunt? Then I was struck by an idea. Maybe it was an old quest, one that predated your arrival into her life. But then she got that book from Sal, and maybe it sort of sparked the idea all over again. She knew it would sound a little nuts. I paused and peeked up at the cat's back. You can be a little harsh sometimes, Celine. She knew it was next to impossible, so she kept it to herself, as just a little fantasy. I braced myself for the cat's fury, but after a pensive moment, Celine turned around to look at me.
Maybe. You could be onto something there, Cora. The sun shines on every dog's butt once in a while.
It's still not much to go on, though. I ran a hand down my face and sighed. It feels like we're still floundering in the same dead end.
There's some hope, Celine pointed out. There's still a chance of meeting with the Warden of the Northwest.
I guess that's true. Maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, Celine quipped. Let's just hope it's not a freight train coming our way.
16. My house had never looked better, but it was hard to enjoy it with all the worries about losing my house and business weighing so heavily on my mind. I was starting to wonder if there was a way out of the hole I'd fallen into. No, not fallen into. The hole that had opened up underneath me. I tried to remind myself that I had done nothing wrong. All I had done was fulfill a huge special order. Everything else was the work of a bad actor. At least the police were leaving me alone. Or perhaps Mr. Dorian was keeping them at bay. Either way, I was grateful for the peace and quiet. When a knock sounded on the door around 5:30, I wondered if my good luck had finally run out. I padded to the door on bare feet, trying not to dread who might be on the other side. For all I knew, it could be an angry mob prepared to dole out justice for the coma victims. With a wave of relief and happiness, I found Liana standing on my porch, one arm wrapped around a paper bag. I didn't think you'd be up for ladies' night tomorrow, so I thought I'd bring happy hour to you tonight, she said, inviting herself inside. She wore a navy blue A-line dress, very 50s. As she waltzed toward the kitchen, her long braids swung down the middle of her back. Smiling, I closed the door and followed after her. So you brought over an entire shelf's worth of inventory from the liquor store? Liana's grin grew wider by a good measure, and she deposited the bag onto my kitchen counter. No, I went to the market first. She reached into the bag and came up with a bottle of Silver Oak Cabernet. Then reached back in for a gallon of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. Dealer's choice, she said, her eyes sparkling. Are we starting with wine or ice cream? I'll get the bowls and spoons. Let's put that wine in the fridge to chill. Liana glanced around the kitchen. I gotta be honest. I kind of thought I'd find you up to your eyeballs in dirty dishes and laundry. I didn't realize you were one of those people who clean when they're upset. I smiled as I pulled 2 bowls from the cupboard. I'm not usually. This is more boredom, I think. Besides, if I end up having to sell this place, I'd better start getting it open house ready. Liana frowned as I handed her the bowls. Oh, come on, don't say that. Not everyone in town thinks you're guilty. No, but enough do that it seems that way. I grabbed the ice cream scoop from a drawer beside the sink. I don't know what to do, Liana. I'm just so frustrated. It feels like the walls are closing in on me. I was almost afraid to answer the door when you knocked, thinking it might be Officer Callahan here to finally take me to jail. Remember, Things always look darkest before the dawn. Or they always look darkest before it goes totally black. Liana rolled her eyes playfully. You're too old to go goth now, Cora. Let me dish you up some ice cream. Say when.
Did someone say ice cream?
Celine asked, leaping onto the table to sniff the carton.
Chocolate chip cookie dough. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's not safe to eat raw eggs?
There's no eggs in here, I replied.
Your funeral, I suppose.
Liana dished up 2 bowls of ice cream, and we took them out to the couch to get comfortable. All right, so what can we do to turn things around? Maybe some kind of sale or special promotion? I don't know. What good is a sale if no one even wants to come inside to see what's marked down? Hey, Liana said, her eyes brightening. Things could be worse. At least now you have a rich sugar daddy. Didn't you just tell me he has a place here in Winterspell? Maybe you'll move in with him and you won't need this place anyway. I know that she wanted to make me laugh, but it was kind of like a knife in the craw. I already feel bad enough that he's footing my legal bills. We haven't really known each other that long, Lee. I took a bite of the creamy, frozen treat and considered my next statement carefully. Honestly, him having all this money makes me uncomfortable. It's like this mismatch, and when I bump up against it, I'm reminded how different we are. He wants to meet my family. Liana's artfully sculpted brows peaked. Oh? He asked about it the other day. And that's a bad thing? She asked, her expression puzzled. No, I mean, not in theory. It's just our upbringings were so different. Our families are so different. You know, his Christmas dinner probably had multiple courses and a formal place setting. My family does a big, messy potluck-style affair where none of the dishes match and Cheyenne's mom serves Cheese Whiz on crackers like it's real food. Liana laughed around a bite of ice cream. I'm serious, I said, though I couldn't help but chuckle along. Money complicates relationships. That's all I know. All right, I won't push you, Liana agreed. But from what you've told me, he'd be happy to help if you needed it. The house is only a lease, I added. Clint's, I mean. He signed a 6-month lease. I don't know what his plans are when that's over. As far as I know, he still owns a condo back in Chicago. Oh, I didn't realize that, Liana said. He's here to help his mother. When she passes, which could be in a few months or it could be next week, what's he going to do? It seems pretty likely he'll leave again. And then what? Try to do the long-distance thing? Long-distance relationships almost never work, Liana said, shaking her head. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, but it also makes the bed feel colder. I know. That's why Roger and I never bothered trying after he got that job offer. Of course, by that point our marriage felt pretty cold anyway. I set my bowl of half-eaten ice cream aside on the coffee table. Liana's brows climbed higher on her face as she considered my discarded bowl. But why are you so worried he's going to leave? I've seen you two together, and girl, trust me, he's so into you. We're having a good time. I think maybe it's turning serious, what with talk of him meeting my family and all. But I'm just worried. Things can change. Feelings can change. Aha. So, that's the root of all this. I peered up at her. What do you mean? You're still gun-shy because of how your marriage to Roger ended. He thought he wanted the small-town life, a wife, a picket fence, some kids, and a dog. Until he didn't. You think Clint's going to follow that same course if given enough time. You think the big city will come calling and he'll split. Okay, well, so what if it is what I think? It sounds logical to me. That's something you should discuss with Clint, Liana said. But as far as Roger goes, clearly he was wrong. He didn't even know what he wanted himself. If not, why would he have moved back to Winterspell when his new job ended? She had me there. I raised my hands to acquiesce to the point. Clint isn't Roger, honey, Liana said with a grin. History doesn't have to repeat itself. Speaking of history, I'm tired of going over my own. I arched my brow. Why don't you tell me some of your horrid first date stories and get my mind off it? With pleasure, Liana said with a giggle. Did I ever tell you about Bucky Goldstein?
The self-proclaimed cowboy who showed up for our first date with his mother in tow? I couldn't help but laugh. No, I think I missed that one. It was before I moved to Winterspell. His mother just sat there, judging me all night. When Bucky got up to use the bathroom, or, as he called it, to drain the rattlesnake, his mother starts laying into me about what she expects from a woman to take care of her son properly. I giggled so hard, I snorted. Drain the rattlesnake? If the mom wasn't a big enough red flag, that line should have sent you running for your life. Tell me about it, Liana replied with a melodramatic roll of her eyes. It's easily in my top 5 worst blind dates. I love these stories, I told her, still beaming. What about Chet? Did I tell you that one? This was just from a few weeks ago. For our first date, he takes me to the bookstore, which is actually pretty cute, don't get me wrong. But he steers me straight to the sci-fi fantasy section and starts going on and on about this book called The Silmarillion. The what now? Basically, it's 200 pages of fictional genealogy for those Hobbit books. She shuddered. I like Lord of the Rings as much as the next gal. I mean, 9 hours of Viggo Mortensen? Sign me up. But this guy was like some kind of super fan. And he spent the rest of the night reading me passages from the book and explaining all of these side plots. Oh, and he said goodnight to me in some kind of orc language. Liana paused to do a full-body shudder. Never again, so help me. We chatted for a while longer, eventually breaking into the bottle of wine before we switched on some mindless reality TV and spent the rest of the evening jeering other people's, likely fictional, troubles. Sometimes that was the best remedy for a worried mind. 17. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the notepad with its traitorous numbers scrawled across. There was no way around it. I was going to have to dip into my personal savings.
You're still in here?
Celine asked as she rounded the corner.
Cora, you can stare at those figures and stare at those figures and stare at those figures, but they're not going to change.
I know. With a heavy sigh, I closed the notepad. My eyes were going fuzzy anyway. This is killing me financially. I just don't know what to do any longer, Celine. Short of asking someone for a loan, which I've already said I don't want to do, my business isn't going to remain salvable for long.
Oh, once we catch the real culprit, things will turn around.
If we catch the real culprit, Celine. And I think it's a big if at this point. I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands. And even then, have you ever heard the story of the Marilyn Reese Shepherd murder?
Heard it,
Celine sneered.
I was alive for it, dingbat.
Right, I muttered.
I'll tell you what, if you think the O.J. Simpson trial was a big deal, well, the Shepherd case made it look like a feisty day in traffic court by comparison.
Right. And her husband, Dr. Sam Shepherd, was convicted of the murder until he was granted a second trial by the Supreme Court. Even though he was acquitted after the second trial, nobody would be a patient at his practice. He had to close up shop for good and never practiced medicine again. I shoved the notepad away from me in disgust. Even if we catch the real culprit and the authorities leave us alone, that doesn't mean that the townspeople will be as forgiving.
Hey, chill out, Cora. I'm sure people will come around once this whole mess blows over.
Will they? There's no guarantee. I'm going to end up like Dr. Sam Shepherd.
Ha! See, there's stuff about that case they don't tell you in the history books.
Celine's eyes sparkled.
Sam Shepherd sold his practice, and yes, he never worked as a doctor again, but he had an even better, more lucrative career as a pro wrestler.
Shut up, I said with a laugh. No way did that happen.
Oh, but it did. Not only that, but he made way more money than he ever did as a doctor, and he invented the mandible claw.
Celine extended a paw and brushed my lip.
You see, Shepherd knew from his medical experience that the softest tissue in the human body lay under the tongue.
So, I said, eyeing the cat incredulously, you're saying that if my candle shop closes down, I can always be a pro wrestler?
I'm saying that losing your shop, as bad as it might be, doesn't have to be the end of the world.
I chewed over Celine's words. They did make me feel a little bit better, but a stubborn knot in my belly refused to give up without a fight. I didn't want to lose my shop. Not one bit. And I didn't want to have to switch careers in my 30s. Then, it hit me. There was a possibility that I hadn't considered, because of everything else that had happened with the candles and the comas. August Nell.
You look like you have an idea stirring in that brain of yours, Celine said. What's up?
I was just thinking that if everyone in Winterspell is afraid to shop at my store, then if I remove Winterspell from the equation...
You want to murder everyone in town? I like your moxie, but it's a little dark, don't you think?
Murder everyone in Winterspell? I sputtered. No! Where would you even get that? No, I mean August Nell.
You just want to murder August Nell?
Celine's eyes narrowed.
Don't you have to marry him first to get his money?
I wiped a hand down my face. I'm not going to murder or marry August Nell for the goddess's sake. I'm going to take his offer of financing and start a Wicked Wicks franchise. Celine sat down and tilted her head to the side.
But you're the one who said he wouldn't be interested now that the original store is hemorrhaging money like a college kid on spring break.
I think the only way it will work is if I close down my shop here. My lease is almost up anyway. It would take some time to get established in a new magical community, and I don't think word of these coma patients is worldwide. Yet.
So, wait. You're saying you want to move out of Winterspell entirely?
I don't want to leave, but I'm not sure I can stay. My chest heaved with a sigh. A fresh new start in a new community might be the only way I can viably operate a shop.
Are you sure about this?
Celine asked. I sighed. Not entirely. I don't want to go broke and lose my home, though. I think I at least need to talk to August Nell and consider his proposal.
It's your decision, but if you're going to do it, you should do it soon.
I dug into my purse and extracted August Nell's business card. The glossy lettering reflected the overhead kitchen lights, temporarily turning the print white. I'm going to do it, I said, picking up my cell and turning on the keypad.
Big things often have small beginnings, Cora, Celine said. If you set this in motion, it might not be able to stop. You know what I think, but at the end of the day, you have to live with your decisions.
I'm not signing anything until I have a lawyer and possibly Clint look over the contract. I laughed. I'm not so desperate that I'm just going to sign whatever he slips in front of me.
Ahem?
I rolled my eyes. Of course I'm going to let you look over the contract as well.
Naturally.
I pressed the call button and waited. After a few rings, I heard a woman's voice answer. Office of August Nell, how may I be of assistance? This is Cora Harth. He gave me his card the other day. Oh, he's been anticipating your call, Miss Harth. Let me patch you through to his private line. A moment later, the phone rang again, and this time August Nell's melodious yet clipped speech wafted into my ear. What can I do for you, Ms. Harth? I hope you're calling to tell me you've reconsidered my offer to franchise your candle shop. I'd like to talk about it a little more, assuming you're still interested after all of this. Of course. My interest hasn't dampened a bit. This is nothing a seasoned PR rep can't handle. All you need is a little spin. He said it in a way that made me think of a magician about to pull a rabbit from a hat. Are you available this afternoon? August asked. Gee, let me clear my schedule. Yes, I am. Splendid. I'm still in town at the chalet. Could you stop by in, say an hour? I can, and I will. Great. Just speak to the front desk when you get there, and they'll put you in touch with me. Will do. My hand trembled as I set the phone down. Well, I did it. I arranged the meeting.
Good. I'll come with you,
Celine replied. I went to my bedroom closet and selected my most business-like garb, It was a charcoal and gray pantsuit, one my mother had helped me pick out years ago. I didn't wear it very often because, quite frankly, it was much too nice to get candle wax all over. I thought a meeting with a rich investor might be just the occasion to don it anew.
Wait a minute,
Celine said, as I went into the adjoining bathroom and took out my makeup bag.
Are you actually going to wear makeup?
Yes. So?
You hardly ever wear makeup.
Well, I hardly ever talk to an investor about turning my candle shop into a franchise either. I went to my shoe rack and considered my options. I had a pair of heels the perfect color to match my garment, but I hadn't worn heels in so long I was worried about tripping over my own feet. I decided to go with a very modest-heeled dress shoe and hoped its dark brown color wouldn't clash over much with the rest of my outfit. Once ready, we went out to the car and set off for the Winterspell chalet, my belly full of butterflies the entire way. Celine was mercifully quiet during the drive, leaving me to battle with my own warring thoughts. When we reached the hotel, Celine got a little cranky that I wouldn't carry her across the wet pavement, but I wasn't about to get wet cat fur all over my nice business suit. We entered the lobby and strode toward the front desk, only to get in line behind a red-headed woman who was embroiled in some kind of dispute with Marvin. As I said, Ms. Fitz, the florist apologized that she didn't have Mr. Nell's usual order available, but I did my best to choose a suitable alternative, Marvin said, his tone calm and rational. How can she be completely out of eucalyptus? The woman exclaimed. It's nonsense. You know that August has sinus issues. Without a fresh bundle of eucalyptus in the shower, he'll get stuffy. Oh, for Pete's sake, Celine muttered. And then he'll take it out on me, the woman huffed. So now I'll have to drive hours out of town to find some myself. And then, who is going to prepare his speech for tonight's presentation at the library? Are you going to write a speech, Marvin? A phone buzzed against the counter beside the woman. She sighed as she grabbed the device. Oh, great. Now he tells me he has a meeting and he needs cucumber water. Think you can handle that, Marvin? The concierge held out his hands in supplication. Yes, Ms. Fitz. I'll call the kitchen right now.
Yeesh, no wonder he hates these people, Celine whispered.
The redhead turned long enough for me to see her full profile, and I realized she was the woman who had come into my shop to drop off that enormous fruit basket. That seemed so long ago, considering everything that had happened since. She tapped out a message on her phone, then glanced over at me. I think that meeting he was talking about was with me, I said. I didn't mean to put you in a bad spot. The woman, Paula, straightened. Do I know you? Cora Harth, I run the candle shop. Paula's eyes widened. Right. I'm here to meet with August if you need to let him know, I added. Her lips went into a tight smile. Of course, I'll get right on that. Turning away from me, she reached up and tucked her hair back behind her ear. And as the strands swirled away from her neck, I spotted a small but distinct tattoo on the skin beneath her dangling gold earring. No, not a tattoo. A shadow rune mark. My heart leaped into my throat. The room spun, and I took a few steps back from the woman, my lips somehow forming enough words to excuse myself to the restroom. I bolted on jelly legs and burst through the door. Celine followed me inside, her expression cross.
I told you that chicken had gone bad, but did you listen? No.
Celine.
I know you hate it when I say I told you so, but in this case...
Celine, shut up for a second. I saw on her neck. I tapped at my own for emphasis. The rune, Celine. She had the shadow rune on her neck. Celine blinked.
You're sure?
I nodded. It was her, Celine. She's the one who cursed my candles. The cat revealed her fanged teeth in a wicked smile.
Then what are we doing in here? We have a witch to hunt.
18. Excuse me, I said, struggling to catch up with the furious Paula. I said, excuse me, hello? She sighed, turning around with obvious annoyance written all over her face. I told you August was here. What else do you want? I need to talk to you for a moment, I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. I'm very busy, she said, so if you'll excuse me. She tried to push out the rear exit of the lobby, which would put her near the swimming pool and outdoor bar area. I reached up and grabbed her arm. She glared at me, and I could see a vein trembling in her forehead. I need to talk to you about the shadow rune you have on your neck. Paula's eyes went wide. She reached up to clasp a palm over her neck and shivered. What do you know about it? It's just a tattoo I got in college, see? She pulled her hand away, and for a moment the rune was gone, replaced by some kind of Chinese character. However, shadow marks are not so easily dispelled. I watched as the ink slowly crawled back to its original configuration. It's time to come clean, Paula. I let go of her arm. There's an open table in the bar. Let's go talk there. Or if you'd rather, I can just call Officer Callahan. He'd probably enjoy having a chat with you instead. Paula gave me a seriously withering look, but she moved out the door and stalked to the table I had mentioned. We settled in and a server came over. Hi, can I take your order? We won't be long, I said. I'm sorry, but you can't sit in the bar area unless you're going to order something. Don't you know who I am? Paula snapped at the girl. She leaned forward and stared at the girl's name tag. Susan? No, I'm afraid I don't. I'm August Nell's personal assistant. He owns this place? So, unless you want to be bussing tables at the Greasy Spoon in the bad part of town, you'd better give us some privacy and not bother us with your prattle. The girl's face turned red, but she left us alone. Celine sneered at Paula.
Wow, you're just Miss Congeniality, aren't you?
If you had my job, you wouldn't be all sweetness and light either, Paula growled. It's a bucket of crabs, and you bet I'm not going to get pulled under. Now, what is it going to take to get you two to leave? I'm not leaving until you admit it was you who cursed my candles. You're the reason all those poor people fell into comas, aren't you? Paula dropped her gaze to the table and grew silent. I pressed on. We know that whoever cursed them used some kind of shadow magic after I dropped them off. We know that whoever cursed them used some kind of shadow magic after I dropped them off. There were only 4 people who accessed the hotel suite between the time I left and the time the candles were taken down to the banquet hall. You're his assistant, so of course you have access to his keycard. Your theory holds no water, Paula growled, her eyes dark and dangerous. August Nell keeps his keycard to himself. Yeah, right. Celine thrust her furry head inside Paula's purse. Hey, what are you doing?
Ha!
Celine came up with a keycard in her mouth.
We'll just take this over to our main man, Marvin, and verify who this belongs to then, shall we?
Paula grunted as she reached to snatch the card, but Celine was too quick.
Shakedown, breakdown, you're busted.
I blinked. Paula frowned. Celine glanced between us.
Beverly Hills Cop? One of the best flicks ever made? Oh, that's right, you guys are just babies and don't remember.
Paula made another play for the keycard in Celine's mouth, but the cat stubbornly held on.
I don't think so, Toots.
It's not too late, Paula. No one has died. This is still fixable, I said, going the honey over vinegar route. For now. The woman looked at me with suspicion, but maybe a glimmer of hope. All at once, she deflated, the anger draining from her body, replaced by fear and shame. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, she sighed. When I saw the candles, I thought they were for August's personal use. He has a tendency of going over the top for his fiancée. This bubblehead named Tiffany with an I was going to stay the weekend and attend the gala. He's always going over the top for her, so I assumed the candles were a gift for her. I frowned. That does seem like a pretty big gift, and they were all wrapped up. I paused, remembering Angie's confession. They weren't wrapped up for the auction, were they? Not really. There was just sort of a pile of them in a basket in August's room. Angie, one of the hotel employees, tore up all the packaging, I explained. Paula shrugged. In any case, they didn't look fancy enough for the auction, and they weren't with the other items. So, wait. Then how did they end up going to the gala at all? I don't know. Marvin had the housekeeping staff bring everything down. He must have remembered your contribution and ensured they got down there, because the next time I saw them, it was 20 minutes into dinner and there was nothing I could do. I knew I wouldn't be able to smuggle all of them out of the hall. I thought maybe I could do a swap after the fact, offered to hand-deliver the prizes. But I got so caught up. August was in rare form. Paula paused, her lips twisted into a sour expression. Next thing I knew, the night was over, and the gift baskets were gone. You should have said something. Paula's eyes narrowed. Look, all I thought they would do was put people to sleep for a little extended nap. Not ideal, but not deadly either. An extended nap? I spat. The people affected have entire teams of healers working to revive them, and they can't. I wasn't trying to put anyone into a permanent coma, Paula snapped, smacking her fist on the table. I wasn't. All I was trying to do was make them sleep for a couple days. That's all the spell was supposed to do. I tossed my head. I still don't even understand why you would want to put your boss and his fiancé to sleep for a couple of days. You don't understand because you're self-employed. Working for a man like August Nell is pure torture. He's a spoiled man-baby who makes the Queen of Hearts look like Gandhi. He piles everything on my shoulders because he's too cheap to get another assistant or someone to help me. There's always too much to do and never enough time. He sets me up to fail, and when I can't finish my work, he berates and insults me. Paula was blinking away tears now. It's pure hell.
Then why don't you just quit? Celine asked, instead of cursing him.
She scoffed. Quit? Like it's so easy? I've got no place to go if I lose this job. The only way I could possibly find another job is if Nell gave me a good reference. And if I left him, there's no way he'd do that. Not in a million years. I tried to leave once, 4 years ago, and he essentially blackballed me from personal assisting work with any of the people I've networked with over the years while working for him. I'd have to start from scratch, and I can't do that. I can't walk away with nothing. And this sleeping spell was going to be payback for all that. I shook my head. Something wasn't adding up right. I wanted him to suffer, Paula hissed through clenched teeth. He got bored and decided to throw this over-the-top charity gala. Guess how long he gave me to plan the whole thing? 3 weeks. Imagine, the guest list, the decorations, the food, the band, the flowers, and the travel arrangements. All of that in addition to his daily tasks, which are also never-ending. He was taking all the credit, as usual. I thought, hey, what if after all this he falls asleep, misses the whole thing, and I can actually enjoy myself at one of these beautiful parties for once? It was morally wrong, but when she said it like that, it seemed pretty harmless. So what happened? I asked. If the curse was only supposed to last a couple of days, how come people aren't waking up? Paula's eyes darted to the side doors. Does that part have something to do with that mark on your neck? I prompted. She reached up to cover it. Not very many people know what this is, she said, still not looking at me. I had a rough childhood. Did some things in my teens that I regret. I dabbled with dark magic.
See, I told you. Once you go shadow, you don't go back, Celine said. It's kind of like when your mom tells you not to cross your eyes or they'll stick that way, except it's real.
Something about my past powers interfered and screwed everything up. She dragged her lower lip between her teeth. And I don't know what to do. You need to go to the police and tell them what happened. You need to work with the healers to help them figure out how to undo the spell. Paula's gaze shifted back to mine. Oh? She sneered. And why should I do that? I narrowed my eyes. Because if you don't, I'll call them myself. I'm not going to let you ruin my life, Paula. Her face drained of color. She sat stiffly in her seat, eyes full of calculation and cunning. There was a moment when we stared at each other, like gunfighters at high noon in the Old West, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the young server pass by to help another table. quicker than a hiccup, Paula leaped out of her chair and snaked an arm around the woman's neck. Flame erupted from her fingertip, which she held a few scant inches from Susan's temple. "Don't move," she hissed, "or I'll give her a scorching lobotomy." Susan screamed. The other guests in the bar area started to panic. "Shut up," Paula snapped. "All of you." "Now this is what's going to happen. You're going to let me leave, nice and easy. When I get a few miles away from here, I'll release her." "Oh, I don't think so, Paula," I said. "You're forgetting one thing about fire magic." "Are you threatening me, Candle Witch?" "I take that as a compliment. And yes, I'm threatening you. You see, the thing about magical fire is that it doesn't need fuel to burn." "Tell me something I don't know," Paula said, her voice dripping with venom. "Okay," I replied, "since you apparently don't get it. Magical fires don't need fuel, but they do need to breathe." I snapped my fingers and used my air control powers to shut off the flow of oxygen to the little flame on her finger. It snuffed out, and despite her best efforts, it didn't return. I refused to allow any air to feed her flame. Paula gave a strangled cry and shoved Susan into me. I fell over hard on my rump while she took off running. "Oh, no, you don't." Celine stretched herself out, becoming a gray, streaking blur as she gave pursuit. "Celine, be careful!" I cried. Celine shouted, "Feline secret technique number 47. Have a nice trip." She darted right in front of Paula's legs. The fleeing witch stumbled and fell right into the swimming pool.
How's that for catching the bad guy?
Celine strutted back to us arrogantly. That's when the swimming pool exploded into a cloud of steam. Panicked shouts went up everywhere as the white stuff billowed out. I threw up a dome of wind to protect everyone in the courtyard from the scalding air.
"Oh, crap,"
Celine said. Paula floated up out of the pool, her eyes aflame. An angry red nimbus covered her body. She held her hands together at her midsection, the core of the body where magic flowed the strongest. I saw an orange fireball appear between her hands. It grew larger as we watched, and gained a black, spotty aura of its own. "Not so fast!" I tried the same trick I had before, snuffing out the oxygen. Only this time, it didn't work. "This fire comes straight from the Shadow Realm, Candle Witch," Paula shouted. "You won't take away my flames this time." The fireball grew larger in her hands until it was the size of a beach ball. Even though she was a good 20 feet away, I could feel the heat wafting off it, enough to stir my hair and clothing with a flame-generated breeze. "You're all going to die!" Paula screamed. The rune on her neck flared to brilliant life, like a living flame against her skin. "Run!" Celine shouted. People screamed and scrambled for cover. It wouldn't be enough to protect them. There wasn't time. "I can stop her, but it might kill her."
"Do it," Celine shouted. "If you don't, she's going to kill half the people in this hotel."
Goddess, forgive me. I summoned my control of the element of air, and I caused all of it in Paula's lungs to rush out at once. Her mouth flew open, and the fireball faded as she struggled to breathe. I held my hand out, palm facing her, preventing any air from getting into her mouth or nose. Paula panicked and lost control of her flight spell. Paula dropped like a stone, falling into the deep end of the empty swimming pool. I shuddered at the sickening thud. Releasing my magic spell, I ran up to the edge and peered down, fearing the worst. Paula lay crumpled and still on the bottom of the pool. As a last-ditch attempt to save her life, I reversed my magic and instead forced air into her lungs. Her chest swelled, and her eyes snapped open. She was breathing enough to groan in misery. I stood by, ready to stop her if she tried to hurt someone again. But it appeared that Paula didn't have any fight left in her. She just lay there, staring up into the sky, tears streaming down her cheeks in silent misery. The police finally showed up, led by Sheriff Templeton and Officer Callahan. When Callahan saw me, his face contorted into a sneer. "I knew you would be behind this chaos, Hearth. You have the right to remain silent." He yanked his cuffs out into view, but Templeton put a hand on his shoulder. "Not so fast, Callahan. I reckon we need to figure out what's going on first before we slap the cuffs on anybody." "There's your culprit," I said, pointing down in the pool. I looked about at the people who were being treated for steam scalds and shook my head, both for hurting all these people and cursing the candles. "Is that so?" Callahan said.
"Look at her neck," Celine demanded. "Look familiar to you?"
Templeton stared over the edge of the pool.
"Son of a banshee. Would you look at that? Looks just like the one you found on those candles, Callahan."
Callahan gave me such a look, like he was mad at me for not being guilty as he'd assumed. He and Templeton climbed down into the dry swimming pool and attended to the injured Paula. I couldn't tell, but it sounded like she was making a confession. I guess, sooner or later, everyone wants to come clean. "What happens now?" I asked.
"Well, I guess your meeting with August has been postponed at this point,"
Celine replied. "I'm not so sure I'll be rescheduling that meeting after all," I said, as I looked down at Paula in the pool. After all the things she'd said about August, I was beginning to think I'd be better off trying to salvage the wreckage without his help. 19. The next Sunday edition of the Winterspell Gazette spelled out the details of the battle with Paula. My name was officially cleared, and with Paula's cooperation, the healers had finally made some progress on helping the victims of her curse. 2 of the 4 had awoken, and the healers were optimistic that by the end of the week, the other 2 would be restored as well. The only problem was that none of it seemed to make much of a difference. Days after the story ran, my shop was still a virtual ghost town. I awoke one morning and began my morning routine as usual, but with even less enthusiasm than I had shown the week before. As I puttered around the kitchen trying to make breakfast, it seemed like everything was going wrong. I got eggshell in my scramble, I burned the toast, and somehow managed to get coffee grounds in my brew. After another slow day at the shop, I went to Mom's house and ate my feelings. Mom listened to me vent as I stuffed myself with fresh-baked scones. When I was done, she untied her apron strings and leveled me with a thoughtful look. "You know, I think I have an idea." "What's that?" I asked, my mouth full. Mom raised a brow, silently correcting my bad manners before continuing. "There's a town hall meeting tonight. Any citizen can request time to speak. Why don't you make an official statement, then? Something to reassure everyone that your products are safe." "Are you sure that will help?" "It couldn't hurt," she shrugged. "I'll make the arrangements if you want." I reluctantly agreed. Then I spent the next several hours dreading my public speaking engagement. My palms were slick with sweat as we drove to the town hall for the meeting. The town hall itself sits near the center of town. The 3-story white limestone building features a clock tower rather than a steeple. The doors are painted navy blue, so dark it almost appears black, especially in the evening, as it was then. A wide stone walkway led to the front doors, flanked by potted shrubs. As soon as I stepped inside, I froze at the sight of all the people. Admittedly, there's not a lot to do in a small community like Winterspell, so the town hall meetings are 1 part civic exercise, 1 part social gathering. I think most of the town was in attendance. "I can't do this, Celine."
"Sure you can."
The cat's tail twitched in annoyance.
"Don't get cold feet now, you'll embarrass your mother."
"There's so many people." "Cora!" I turned around and found myself in Clint's embrace. I hugged him tight, clinging to him like a swimmer clings to a rock in a storm-tossed sea. "I'm glad you came," I said, pulling away from him. But I hate to disappoint you. I'm probably not going to say anything after all. Why not? Because I gestured to the full room. Public speaking was never my strong suit. You know, more people are afraid of public speaking than they are of death. Clint kissed the top of my head. You can do this, Cora. I believe in you. I looked into his warm gaze and sighed. Thanks. I needed to hear that. We took our seats, and were soon joined by my mother, Evan, Cheyenne, and the girls. My nerves ratcheted up another few degrees as I realized it was the first time my two worlds, Clint and my family, were all in one place. But a swell of warmth quickly overwhelmed my worries. They'd all come to show their support. I was a lucky woman indeed. I had to wait my turn to speak, of course. Walter Peabody, the head of the town council, ranted on for almost half an hour, 20 minutes past the time allotted, about how skateboarders were ruining the city park. Then Emmy Lou from the city planning committee laid out her plan for fostering economic growth. I wasn't the only one with glazed-over eyes when she finally finished speaking. When my turn came, I almost threw up on the way to the podium. I stood up there on watery knees and looked out over the hundreds of people gathered. I couldn't take it. I looked to Clint and my mom for support. Their warm smiles helped bolster me. "Good evening," I said, a little too close to the mic. I pulled away and tried again. "Sorry, not used to these things. I'm sure a lot of you have already figured out why I'm here. We need to talk about the elephant in the room." I paused to draw in a deep breath. Yes, my candles were used to deliver a curse that caused people to fall into comas. However, I had nothing to do with it. As you may have read in this morning's paper, Paula Fitz made a full confession. The police have cleared my name of all charges. I looked out over the crowd, gaining confidence as I went. I was born in Winterspell, raised in Winterspell, and I love this town. I love the people who live here. When I started my candle shop, my intent was to make a living while also making people happy. That's still what I want. I gestured out at the crowd. Some of you I know quite well, and those of you who know me know that I would never dabble in shadow magic or agree to have my candles altered in any way that would prove harmful. I stand by my products. In fact, I'm willing to make each and every one of you an offer. Every person in Winterspell is welcome to come to my shop and pick out any one candle of their choice, free of charge. A murmur washed up over the crowd, and my mother started a round of applause. "Thank you for your time," I said. "All I've ever wanted was to contribute to the welfare of Winterspell and its people. Thank you for giving me the chance." I stepped away from the podium as the applause grew more robust. I wasn't sure if I had done a lick of good, but I did feel better that I had finally gotten to defend myself in public. After the town hall meeting, people tend to mill about, enjoying refreshments provided by the council, usually a smattering of baked goods from Sugar Shack. As the denizens of Winterspell milled about, talking and noshing on desserts, I took Clint's hand and led him over to where my family stood conversing. "Come on," I said. "There's someone I want you to meet." Mom turned toward us, her eyes lighting up. "Mom, this is Clint, the man I've been dating." I still couldn't find the gumption to call him my boyfriend. "Clint, this is my mother, my brother Evan, his wife Cheyenne, and somewhere around here running wild are my two nieces Ruby and Emmy." "So nice to finally meet you, ma'am," Clint said. "Oh, don't be so formal," Mom said. "Call me Lilac." "Well, Clint, aren't you a dish?" "Mom," I groaned. "I can see why Cora keeps you to herself." Mom winked at him. "Nice to meet you, Clint," Evan said, shaking Clint's hand. "So how did you two meet?" "He came into my shop to buy a candle for his mother's birthday." "Well, isn't that precious?" Mom grinned. "Clint, I absolutely insist that you come to our next family dinner." "Well, if you insist," Clint said with a smile. Mom, don't pressure him. I'm not pressuring him. You are. Oh, I am not. Pressuring would be me trying to convince him. I just told him he doesn't have a choice in the matter. Therefore, there's no pressure.
Surely the most logical of points of view, Celine quipped.
Evan and Clint started talking about sports, and as usual, I was lost in about 10 seconds. Seizing her opportunity, Mom dragged me over to the buffet table for a private chat. Oh my goodness, he's gorgeous. You two will make the most beautiful grandbabies. Mom, please. Oh, come on. Let me have a little fun. I grinned. At least she wasn't still talking about Roger. I spotted Liana eyeing a 3-tiered cupcake arrangement and went over to say hello. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. Great speech, Cora. Do I get a free candle too? Oh, you always get the friends and family discount. You know that. She laughed, then gestured over at Clint and Evan. When did this happen? Oh, all of 10 minutes ago. Liana grinned. I'm happy for you, Cora. Thanks, Lee. Smiling across the crowded room, I decided that having Clint meet my family and friends might not be the worst thing after all. 20. Following my impassioned speech at the Winterspell Town Hall, business started to pick up. Some regulars started coming around again, and my offer of a free candle to anyone interested also seemed to be working. It was a slow but steady trickling back to normalcy. At least it was enough to keep the lights on and make payroll. Perhaps the most promising new development was that Evan's sentry friend managed to get word to Warden Quinton that her aid was required in Winterspell, and she would be coming the second week in October. With our opportunity finally in sight, Celine and I redoubled our efforts to gather as much information as we could to take to the warden, which meant taking one final crack at Aunt Lavender's bungalow.
There's nothing here, Cora. We've already gone over this house with a fine-toothed comb,
Celine griped. Well, there could be something that we missed, Celine. I wiped the back of my forearm across my forehead, likely leaving a smudge across my skin. I was covered in a thin film of grime, composed of my own sweat and the plethora of dust I'd stirred up after an evening spent in the cramped attic. We had looked through the attic once before, back at the beginning of our search for clues, but we both admitted it had been more of a cursory glance around. Seeing as most of the attic was coated in a thick layer of dust, didn't seem to have been touched in months, maybe years. Since we originally thought we were looking for Lavender's most recent research, we'd written off the abandoned mess in the attic. Only now, we weren't so sure. If Lavender's interest in the Golden Lotus went back further than the past few months, only to be revived by Oben's tome, it meant we needed to dig even deeper.
I think that yet again we are on a wild goose chase,
Celine opined, her ears pinned back as she tossed a disgusted look around the room.
If we didn't find anything the first 200 times we searched this place, then do you really think we're going to find a gosh darn thing in the 201st?
I sighed, picking up a heavy leather-bound tome written in a language I didn't understand. I rifled through the pages, and as usual, a group of Lavender's handwritten notes fell out. This is what's taking us so long, I muttered, collecting the scraps of paper, checking every one of these notes. I held the first scrap up to the light coming from an exposed bulb hanging in the center of the room. Let's see what we've got. Eggs, milk, sugar, salt. I sighed. This is a popover recipe.
Oh, good grief,
Celine muttered. I flipped through the rest of the book and found another stash of notes. I was prepared to cast them aside, like the handwritten recipe, only to jolt upright. Celine.
What?
Look at this drawing, I said, setting aside the book to focus on the paper in my hands. It looks like the Golden Lotus. With a skeptical eye, the cat leaped across the aisleway we'd created and joined me.
Say, it really does.
My heart leaped into my throat as I turned the paper about, trying to read the notes written in the margins. A stab of disappointment hit a moment later when I realized the notes had nothing to do with the picture. Celine pawed at the paper.
What does it say? I can't read Lavender's chicken scratch when it's that small.
I don't think it's about the lotus, Celine. I sighed. Listen to this. Ways the Trix rabbit could get the kids to give him cereal. Number 1, bribe them with candy. Number 2, file a civil rights lawsuit. Number 3, kill them, since he's a 7-foot-tall bipedal rabbit with opposable thumbs.
She always did hate those commercials, but not as much as the ones with the little green leprechaun. Lavender always wondered why he didn't turn those kids into toads or something.
Did she ever sleep? Seriously, who has time to get this worked up about cereal commercials? Shaking my head, I set that note aside and went to the next. The secret to the sauce is to put a jar of mayonnaise in the sun. Nope. Barley does not make good toothpaste. Nope. Elvis was never alive in the first place. Ugh, what is with all this stream of consciousness stuff? I growled and tossed aside the notes before sinking down to the floor, my back sliding against a large garment box. It's like she purposely made this place into the most frustrating riddle on planet Earth. Raking my hands down my face, I exhaled another angry grunt.
You think you're frustrated? Think of how I feel,
Celine exclaimed.
I was the woman's familiar for 16 years. If anyone should be able to figure this out, it should be me. Lavender should have confided in me, told me what she was up to. We could all be at brunch instead of sitting in this humid attic, sucking up the dead carcasses of a billion dust mites.
I frowned and glanced around. Gross.
Well, it's the truth,
Celine snapped. Working with Celine was like playing on a teeter-totter. There were times when I was worked up and she proved to be the calm, though usually snippy, voice of reason. Other times she was flying off the handle and I was there to catch her. But in that moment, we were both stuck in the air, our toes dangling above the ground, flailing our hands and screaming.
I'll tell you one thing. When we find her and drag her saggy behind back to Winterspell, I'm going to put some kind of house arrest hex on her. I'm going to sit her down and say, "You're my witch, and you will not get lost on my watch again, you hear?"
I blinked, surprised by the sudden piercing sensation in my chest. My witch. But Lavender wasn't Celine's witch anymore. I was. With a shake of my head, I banished the thought as ridiculous. I should be glad if she wanted to go back to Lavender. I hadn't asked for any of this in the first place. Why did it matter? Exhaling through pursed lips, I started to push myself up off the floor. We can't sit around feeling sorry for... I paused, my right hand still. Wait a second.
What now?
Celine asked bitterly. I didn't answer her right away. Instead, I pushed again at the floorboard under my hand. Yeah, there was a definite dip. Twisting around, so I was on all fours, I inspected the outline of the floorboard with my fingertips and found a notch. It looked like a knot in the wood, but as soon as I touched it, I felt a zing of magic zip up my arm. Celine, I found something. The cat dropped down and marched over to see what all the fuss was about. Pressing the knot, I felt a click, and the floorboard released like the lid of a music box, revealing a secret compartment in the floor.
Holy guacamole, Celine yelped. I never knew there was a compartment up here.
There's a book. It looks like a journal, I said, lifting the leather-bound volume out. I scraped around the dark compartment with my free hand just to make sure I hadn't missed anything else. This is it. It's the only thing in here.
Well, open it up already,
Celine commanded. I opened to the first page and saw that it was written in Aunt Lavender's hand. I thumbed through it a bit, noticing it was different from her other journals. This one was organized. There were dates at the top of every entry. The first date was over 20 years ago. I think she must have made this journal before you came to live with her, Celine.
Do you think she hid it?
Maybe.
Or maybe she just forgot about it, Celine griped. I wouldn't put it past her.
I flipped through the journal, my eyes scanning every word at a breakneck pace. This is the record of one of her trips. Apparently a really long one.
What's it say?
It's definitely a record of one of her expeditions, I said, scanning the pages as I turned them.
She never told me about any of this stuff.
Celine's ears went back.
She never even mentioned it. Why couldn't she trust me?
When we find her, you can ask her yourself. We continued perusing the journal. My eyes were trained to find any reference to Oban, the Golden Lotus, or the Fountain of Youth. When I was a few pages from the end, I hit pay dirt. My heart leaped up into my throat, and I motioned for Celine to come closer. Take a look at this. I pressed my finger to the page, underscoring the references to the Golden Lotus, as well as a series of strange markings and runes I'd never encountered before. Celine, do you know what any of these mean? Celine stiffened like a board.
I know exactly what that is.
What is it? I've never seen runes like these before. Not even shadow runes.
It's a code, one that Lavender made up herself.
Can you read it?
Yes.
Celine's eyes gleamed.
I can.
Then what does it say?
Well, I can't exactly read it, but I know where to find the cipher.
Celine scurried down the ladder into the main part of the house, leaving me to scramble after her. I hurried down the ladder, careful not to miss a step. When I found Celine, she was in Lavender's bedroom, her paw resting against the spine of a black book with silver engraved lettering along the spine. It was one of the many tomes kept on Lavender's bedside table. Celine tapped the book impatiently.
Here, this is it. Hurry up.
Okay, I said, carefully dislodging it without upsetting the rest of the tower. I sat down on the edge of Lavender's bed and opened the cipher alongside the mysterious new journal. All right, let's see if we can find this first symbol. It's a flame with... What is that, a sun over it? Celine leaned in close and peered at the page.
That's not the sun. That's a coin.
Well, let's look up what they represent.
I know what the flame is. It's a phoenix.
A phoenix? My mouth gaped open. Phoenixes were one of the rarest magical creatures in the known world.
The coin overhead means silver, and that tells me exactly what we need to know.
Celine's paw swiped down the page.
I think this is a list of spell components.
Spell components?
Years ago, Lavender showed me her silver-gilded phoenix feather. I don't remember the story of where or how she got it, but I do remember where she kept it.
The cat leaped off the nightstand, skidded around the corner as she exited the bedroom, and raced down the hall. I hustled to keep up and met her in the kitchen. With another effortless leap, she vaulted to the tops of the cabinets. With not so much as a moment's hesitation, she dumped over a metal vase, which thudded to the counter with a terrific sound. I caught it before it could roll down to the floor, and I peered inside. I reached in and plucked the single, silvered phoenix feather. It was warm. Not just because Lavender's stifling house was so hot. It generated its own heat.
Well, there's the first one, Celine said. Let's figure out what the rest of them are.
A black dot with lines coming off of it turned out to be spider silk thread, which we found in Aunt Lavender's sewing kit. For a while, we thought the final symbol was supposed to be a rope or a river, and we went nearly crazy trying to figure out which of Lavender's trinkets it might be. Then I noticed something new. Celine, these dots along the rope or river or whatever, do you think they might be leaves?
Leaves?
Celine gasped.
Yes, that's it. The 4 dots and a beanstalk. Lavender's talking about magic beans. 4 of them, to be precise.
Aunt Lavender has magic beans? I blinked. At this point, I was more surprised that I could still feel surprised. Where does she keep those?
Out in her shed.
Then, to the shed. We were both overwhelmed with excitement. My limbs quivered as we made our way out to the shed. I fumbled the keys several times, dropping them on the dirt at one point.
Will you get on with it?
I'm trying. I managed to get the lock free and opened the shed door. Thanks to Evan, the shed had been organized and cleaned already. I searched the higher shelves until I came up with a burlap sack filled with what felt like sand. However, a quick search through the sand yielded me 4 smooth, rounded beans with a lime green coloration.
That's them, Celine declared. Now do be careful with those, Cora.
Okay. I frowned at the beans in my hand. Are they dangerous somehow? I wouldn't put it past Celine to leave me unwittingly holding a handful of explosives.
Not necessarily, the cat replied. But I don't need you accidentally dropping one and leaving us with a giant freaking beanstalk in the yard.
My eyes widened as I clasped my fingers tightly around the beans. Sure, the golden goose part would be great, but I was way too tired to battle cranky giants. We returned to the house and assembled our 6 components on the dining room table, which had been one of the first spaces we'd cleared back when we started searching Lavender's house. Celine guided me through the spell work. First, I created a magic circle with powdered silver all around the 6 items. Then, Celine had me wind the spider silk thread around the beans so it too formed a circle. The feather went in the middle, so it almost resembled a clock striking 12. When that was done, Celine deciphered an incantation from the journal, and as I repeated the words, the silver thread glowed brightly, turning red-hot, then white. The wooden tabletop began to smolder and smoke as the light grew so bright that I couldn't see it any longer. Panic rose in my chest, but Celine refused to let me stop. With a final phrase, the light faded, revealing a silver key where the other items had just been. Tentatively, I reached for it. What does this go to?
I don't know. I've never seen it before.
Celine's tail twitched in annoyance.
Great. Just when we think we found an answer, it turns out to be another question.
Let's check the journal. There were more runes on the next page. It took us a while to puzzle it out, but eventually we decoded the message. It didn't say what the key went to. Rather, the message told us to go to the graveyard. What's at the graveyard?
I haven't the foggiest, Celine replied. Let's go find out.
The drive to the graveyard seemed to take forever, even though Winterspell is not a big town. The gates were wide open, as they often were. I didn't see old Billy, the groundskeeper, anywhere in sight. That was just as well, since he tended to give people, me, the creeps. We trudged around the graveyard for a bit, following the crude map I'd drawn based on the journal's directions, until we took the final prescribed steps. That's it? I asked, glancing up from the notes in my hand.
Cora?
Celine sputtered. What is it? Following the spooked cat's wide gaze, I spotted a headstone. My jaw fell open when I saw the name on the grave. Lavender Hearth. How can this be? Celine started cackling.
Oh, man, I got you good with that one.
The cat flopped over in the grass, rolling onto her back as she let out another manic peal of laughter. Celine, I snapped, my mind still struggling to understand.
Your face. Ah ha ha ha!
Celine wheezed. It took her a few moments and a long death glare from me, but eventually the obnoxious feline got to her feet.
Oh, what's the big deal? Where did your sense of humor go anyway? Look at the dates, Sherlock. Notice there's only a born on and not a died on. Lavender bought her plot ahead of time, which, is really, really creepy. But she's obviously not buried here yet.
My lips pursed. All right, fine. Well, then why did she send us here?
Well, first of all, she's not sending us anywhere,
Celine replied.
She hid this for a reason. These codes and clues were never meant for anyone else to find, or she wouldn't have taken the time to make it all so confusing. Lavender had a terrible memory. She left these directions for herself to follow.
Okay. So then why would she want to remind herself to go to her gravestone? Celine pawed at the ground. Slowly, at first, then with more vigor. Celine, I hissed, casting a look around the cemetery. Stop that.
Where better to hide something than your own grave,
the cat said. Heaving a sigh, I checked once more for any sign of the groundskeeper, then turned my attention back to the task at hand. Here, I said, step aside. Celine paused long enough to toss me a skeptical look. Scoot! She obliged, and I gathered some magic from the air. With a few twists of my fingers, I summoned a miniature tornado into an elemental drill and sent it down into the ground. When the force of wind hit metal, I reversed the wind, using it like a vacuum to draw up a heavy metal box about the size of a loaf of bread. It thumped on the ground, and I spotted the keyhole. Pulling the silver key from my pocket, I kneeled down in the soft, rain-soaked grass. Here goes nothing. The key turned, and the box snapped open. I peered inside and discovered the top half of the Golden Lotus, its shiny petals folded up. Look! Celine yowled and used a burst of magic to shut the box again.
Bury it, Cora. Bury it deep. Bury it now.
What? Why?
This is it. This is what the kidnappers want. Think of what Lavender said. They must not find it. I won't let them. The goddess forbids it.
I began to tremble, understanding the implications at last. If anyone discovered what we'd found, Celine and I would be in terrible danger, along with anyone close to us. I felt a chill wind bear down on me and shivered. The hunt for Lavender wasn't over yet. Not even close. This concludes